I want to ask all of us to please turn our cell phones to silent. Oh, we have young people. You may notice board members accessing their laptops, phones, and other devices during the meeting. They are using their devices to access board meeting materials that are in electronic format. This is an official business meeting of the Medical Board of California, and as such, disruptions of the board's business will not be tolerated. We have a designated time on the agenda for public comment and ask for public comment on each agenda item during open session. I will provide more details about public comment later. Today's meeting will run according to the Open Meeting Act as required by law. We plan to end today at about 5:30 p.m. If you are a member of the media and require assistance or information, please see the board's public information manager, Carlos Villatoro. Is Carlos, is he here? Okay. I would like to call the meeting to order and ask that Ms. Cruz-Jones please call the roll.
Dr. Casillas?
Present.
Ms. Friedman?
Present.
Dr. Gonadev?
Here.
Dr. Hawkins?
Here.
Dr. Kraus?
Here.
Ms. Lawson?
Here.
Ms. Lubiano? Dr. Lewis?
Present.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Thorpe?
Here.
Mr. Warmoth?
Here.
Mr. Watkins?
Yeah.
Dr. Yip?
Here.
And Ms. Pines?
Present, we have a quorum. Moving to agenda item 2, closed sessions. We are now moving into a closed session to conduct the annual evaluation of the executive director and to confer with counsel regarding pending litigation. This will take approximately 1 hour. There will be no teleconference during this portion of the meeting, and the line will be closed. You will be able to call back into the meeting once the closed session has ended, and you may monitor the status of this meeting on the board's website during the webcast. Okay, so we'll have to ask everyone who's in the audience to please leave the room for about an hour, and then we'll resume back with the official board meeting. We will now resume an open session. We will now move to agenda item 3, public comment on items not on the agenda. I ask that you be respectful of the need to conduct the board's business. Should anyone disrupt the meeting, I will ask that person to conduct him or herself in such a manner that permits the board to transact its business. The board welcomes comments on any agenda item, and it is the board's intent to ask for public comments prior to the board taking action on any agenda item. If for some reason I forget to ask for public comment on an agenda item and you wish to speak on that item, please raise your hand or come forward and you'll be recognized. I would like to request speakers complete a speaker presentation slip so I can call you by name at the appropriate time, and that a record of the meeting can be full and complete. However, this is voluntary. Please give the speaker slips to Ms. Cruz-Jones. Ms. Cruz-Jones has identified herself for you. I will do my best to call upon everyone who has supplied a slip for the agenda item and recognize those who wish to make a last-minute comment. This meeting is available via teleconference. Individuals listening to the meeting will have an opportunity to provide public comment and will be assisted by a moderator who will be facilitating the teleconferencing process. For those members of the public participating via teleconference, please wait until the moderator has introduced you before you make your comments. To request to make a comment during the public comment period, press star 1. You will hear a tone indicating you are in queue for comment. If you change your mind and do not wish to make a comment, press star 2. Assistance is available throughout the teleconferencing meeting. To request the specialist, press star 0. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes per agenda item. However, the limit per person may reduce to 30 seconds, depending upon the number of speakers on a topic. If you would like to speak on SB 276, please write your name on the sign-up sheet in the back table. During Agenda Item 3, public comments on items not on the agenda, the board has limited the total public comment period for individuals on the teleconference to 20 minutes. In addition to the total public comment for individuals here at the meeting, it will also be limited to 20 minutes. Therefore, after 20 minutes, no further comments will be accepted. During public comment on any other agenda item, 10 minutes will be allowed for the total comment period from individuals on the teleconference and 10 minutes for those in the audience. After 10 minutes, no further comments will be accepted. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes per agenda item. Business Services office staff will be assisting me with receiving the public comments via teleconferencing during this meeting. I want to remind all speakers to please stay on topic and keep your comments to the allotted time or less. Before we invite speakers to come forward, I would ask individuals making comments to not discuss pending complaints, pending licensing applications, or pending disciplinary actions that may come before the board for a decision. Such decisions are considered ex parte communications, as they could provide information to members that is outside the record and in violation of the Administrative Procedure Act. Therefore, such discussions could create a conflict and lead to a board decision being challenged in Superior Court. The board can receive comments regarding the board's processes in general, but it cannot receive comments on specific case circumstances where the decision is still pending. Board staff is available to speak with you about any pending matter. In addition, the board will like to address the public as a whole and not individual members. Please be aware that public comment during this agenda item should provide information to the board members and is not a discussion between the board members and the public. The only action board members can take is to listen to the comments and decide whether they want a future agenda item on this topic. No other action can be taken on the item at this meeting. This may seem at times like the board members are not responsive, but following these guidelines is critical to ensure the rules of the Open Meeting Act are followed to avoid compromising the speaker's goals or the board's mission. If you want to comment on an agenda item, please wait until that agenda item and comments at that time are only for those agenda items. I have some speaker slips here. Okay. What does that say? Okay, I'm going to call the part of the name I can read. I'm sorry. Christy Supervita. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Good afternoon, board members. I'm Christy Sepulveda-Burchett, here on behalf of Educate Advocate. Educate Advocate is a statewide grassroots organization that serves families with special needs children, including those that are medically fragile. I requested in writing in May of this year an item on the August board agenda, but was directed to make the request at the August meeting. So I'm making it again with the request for your next board meeting that there be a discussion of an action for the following item: VAERS training and reporting annually for physicians in California. VAERS, V-A-E-R-S. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Hannah Ree.
Greetings, medical board members. I'm Hannah Ree, Dr. Ree, here in front of you again, a supporter and advocate for Black Patients Matter. I'd like to first of all apologize to everyone present who is a defendant in our federal civil rights lawsuit. The DCA, Kimberly Kirchmeier, Mary Catherine Cruz Jones, Carrie Webb. In essence, they're being sued for endangering Black lives by marginalizing African American patients, as well as supporting and funding white patients-only clinics. Our jury trial is moving forward in the federal LA District Court with Judge Percy Anderson presiding. I'd also like to thank the Los Angeles County Medical Association and the Fenton Law Group of Los Angeles for representing us. We have collected hundreds of signatures from NMA members who call for an end to the board financially supporting a white patients-only policy. A federal audit will clearly show that the board has been unknowingly funding the HQIU's non-racially diversified policing force, hiring only medical expert consultants who have no affiliations with HBCUs. The board, mostly made up of UCLA-affiliated members, unknowingly funds HQIU practice of hiring retired medical experts and consultants who had spent decades choosing to work only in clinics treating white patients. Healthcare disparity is greatest amongst racial minorities, which is different from ethnic patients. Healthcare disparity is greatest among racial minorities. Although we, of course, love and embrace our French Canadians to the north, Hispanics to the south, and Russians and Armenians to the east and west, board hiring medical consultant experts who work exclusively in Hispanic, Armenian, Russian, French clinics is promoting white power. However, those who choose to work there for their own reasons is a matter of their choice. We at BPM are deeply, deeply concerned about the board's funding and support of white nationalism in California healthcare. It is through organizations such as the Underground Railroad where African American patients are able to find an escape route from the state-funded, perpetuated racial health disparity. There are numerous board medical experts, consultants who have never even touched a melaninated skin, let alone treat a black man for hypertension in a barbershop. It is a known fact that the HQIU prioritizes training of these board medical experts with their SWAT team members than to screen them for implicit and explicit racial bias. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Breton.
President Pines, distinguished board members, and my fellow colleagues and physicians, good afternoon. My name is Peter Breton. I'm the president-elect of the California Medical Association, soon to be a president this coming October. I'm a urologist. Okay. Sorry. I'm a urologist and a kidney transplant surgeon. I'm past chief of transplant at the Cleveland Clinic, Harbor UCLA, and after 20 years, retired from UCSF. And I've been in private practice in Marin, in Sonoma, and now back to my roots in Santa Cruz County, caring for farm laborers as I was from 6 years of age till my years at Cal Berkeley. CMA represents more than 45,000 physician members of all modes of practice and all specialties, representing patients of California. Our association is dedicated to promoting science and art of medicine, the care and well-being of patients, the protection of public health, and the betterment of the medical profession. While I deeply admire the dedication and hard work of all of you, CMA values and appreciates the excellent working relationship that we have developed with all of you and your staff. While our organization may not always agree with the board on all issues, the board's willingness to solicit and respond to input from the stakeholders has been critical to establishing a healthy dialogue around our shared goal of ensuring the patients of California have access to safe and high-quality medical care provided by experienced and well-trained physicians. As we enter a period of change and uncertainty for healthcare delivery, both here in California and on the national level, the board's role in supporting physicians and their patients may become even more important. I look forward to continuing to work with the board and all of you, providing perspectives of the California physicians, and I personally am here today to learn from all of you, and I thank you for this great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Ann Hollingsworth?
Good afternoon. My name is Marian Hollingsworth, and I am a patient safety advocate. I noticed on the original agenda there was an item dealing with the important issue of maternal mortality. That agenda item was unfortunately canceled, I hope due to the availability of the presenter and not because of the subject. I encourage the board to take up the matter of maternal mortality at a future meeting. In recent years, the U.S., California included, has experienced an alarming increase in the deaths of mothers during the delivery of their babies, particularly among women of color. The medical board has added to the problem by being lenient on doctors found responsible for maternal deaths. Just in the last year alone, 2 Southern California doctors were given probations below the recommended minimum under your own disciplinary guidelines. One doctor was given just 4 years probation for gross negligence with 6 patients, one of whom bled to death. Another doctor received just 35 months. The minimum probation under your own guidelines is 5 years. I strongly encourage you to again take up the matter of maternal mortality at a future meeting, and in the meantime, to follow your own guidelines when disciplining doctors in these cases. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Hildebrand?
Hi, my name is Christina Hildebrand from Voice for Choice Advocacy. We educate and advocate for informed choice and transparency of anything that goes into your body. I also requested a agenda item for this meeting and was told this meeting was extremely full, so I'm requesting an agenda item for your next quarterly meeting to research and discuss the ramifications of insurance dictating medical treatment. So what we have found is that on two sides of this spectrum, either insurance is dictating what medications and treatment should be given to somebody, whereas other medications, we live in an age where there is so much technology and medical advancement that may outspeed what the insurance companies say is what they're willing to do, or what they're willing to promote, so to speak. And then the other piece is to give bonuses for certain medical treatments. And I think that is something that is very much dictating medical care, and we would like to see that addressed by the medical board and how that is affecting medical care in California and what can be done about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments on the phone? Oh, sure.
Please remember to push *1 if you would like to make a comment. *0 is to ask for assistance from the operator. So please ensure that you push *1. Thank you.
Comments on the phone?
Our first comment comes from Susan Lauren. Your line is open. Susan Lauren, your line is open. Next, we have Nicole Sherrick. Your line is open. Can you hear me? Hello? Oh, great. I'm a board-certified vaccinating pediatrician who's been practicing in California for the last 19 years. I have concerns regarding SB 276 and believe it needs to be amended.
Okay, I'm going to
not
stop this
include
right now.
temporary medical exemptions.
Please stop.
If a child, sorry, yes.
If you want to talk about SB 276, that is an agendized item, please wait for that item. If any
I'm
callers
sorry, I
right
don't know.
now are trying to get through, this is only for items not on the agenda.
I apologize.
Okay.
Next, we have Andrea Harsh. Your line is open.
Sorry, I'm waiting for the agenda item. Yes, I'm waiting for an agenda item.
Okay. Okay. So we are going to move to the next agenda item, and we'll come back to those on the line who wants to make a public comment. That's not an agenda item. So moving to agenda item, are we,
Andrea Harsh, your line is open. No, I'm waiting for an agenda item. Okay. Yes. I'm Stephanie Jackson, opposed, SD 276. Your line is open.
okay.
No.
Okay, this is for the agenda SB 276.
Okay.
Is there?
I think there's something wrong with your phone
Robin
line.
Cowan, your line is open. Parent. Hi, I'm actually waiting for an agenda item.
Is it possible for us to entirely clear the line and then have people only wanting to speak on items not on the agenda call back in?
Can you please clear the caller list, and anyone that's calling in to make a comment not on the agenda, please call back in.
Yes, I can clear the line. Okay. Okay, one moment.
Can we just
Okay.
I think it's better.
Okay, so moving to agenda item 4, approval of the meeting minutes from the May 8th, 9th, 2019 quarterly board meeting and the May 28th, 2019 board meeting. We will take their approval individually. Are there any corrections or additions to those meetings for May 8th, 9th, 2019 board meeting?
So moved to approve those minutes.
Are there any public comments in the audience? Any comments on the phone for the board meeting minutes?
Are there any comments on the phone?
Caller Jill, MD, your line is open.
Oh, my name is Cargill. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so the minutes of the meeting specifically, the minutes from the May 9th meeting and pertaining to Senate Bill 697. I don't think they reflect the discussion specifically. I don't think the comments of Dr. Gananadev have been adequately and accurately reflected in the minutes. And I also don't think the concerns of Brenda Seton-Willis, who was a former member of the board, her comments and concerns have been reflected accurately. She had voiced an opinion that the amendments were ambiguous, not clear, and she was very clueless about the proposed amendments. Although a motion was supported to, a motion was introduced to support the bill, amendments were not known. A DCA staff member, I believe the chief of legislation, was tasked with the responsibility of negotiating on behalf of the board with the author of the bills the amendments which were not known to the board member, and board, I believe, 805 processed the motion and moved the bill forward. I think at least 3 members of the board who were licensed attorneys abstained from it. Another member of public, I believe, abstained from it. Dr. Yip abstained from it. But I feel like that, all these people who had abstained from it had reasonable understanding of the bill, the knowledge how it's going to affect the course of legislation, and they could have taken a position of opposed unless amended. I feel like a physician should not have to travel to the Business and Profession Committee, meet the analyst and the chief consultant to get some of the very basic amendments that should have been board's fiduciary responsibility to have been inserted. I mean, these amendments were simple. Business and Profession Code 2400 should have been somewhere embedded in the bill. The regulations were read as, regulations as read on June 7th. Some of the text of the bill is really worrisome, and I don't think the board members have read through the bill. Some of the retroactive amendments that this bill would make to Senate Bill 337 and the old Assembly Bill from 2007 is going to cover up and push under the rug the criminal misconducts of individuals and organizations. And I don't think so board should support or take a position to support a bill that has been designed primarily to cover up past criminal misconduct. We're not talking about professional or administrative misconduct. We are talking about criminal misconduct, violation of state and federal laws, especially as they pertain to controlled substances. And I believe board members, especially the members of public who are on the board, should take bold positions. Physicians would always have vested agenda. They're market participants, and public board members should take a position to oppose such bills. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments on the phone?
Yes. I have Susan Lauren, patient advocate. Your line is open.
Hi. I've been on since, calling since 12:15, and no one was calling on me. This is out of turn. May I make my 3-minute comment?
Yes.
I can?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And all right. I was healthy and fit with a full life. My breasts were large, which caused pain and keratomas. My PCP referred me to Saul Berger, a board-certified plastic surgeon. Berger told me that without a slight lipocontour on my upper lateral thigh, I'd look imbalanced after breast reduction and end up right back on the operating table. I was resistant and had many valid concerns, but Berger used undue influence, misled me about the procedures, and assured me all my concerns were totally overblown. But I wasn't a candidate for liposuction. I was muscular with skin ptosis. The defense uses lies and fraudulent records to throw the focus from the assault. Dr. Berger did aggressive procedures that were substantially different than agreed to or needed. What he did weren't even procedures that were thought about. There is no valid medical treatment that involves removing my gluteus, stabbing my sciatic notch, IT bands, hamstrings, hip bones, kneecaps, and shins, and removing 6.5 pounds from my petite body at my perfect fitness. There are no mitigating circumstances. Saul Berger did this. In the recent Hughes case, attorneys from both sides said your plastic surgery expert was corrupt and lied profusely. Clearly, testimonies in my case were corrupt too. I provided clear evidence that proves beyond a reasonable certainty that Saul Berger surgically battered me. Anyone can see it. SSI, IHSS, doctors, physical therapists, etc., agree that Berger's acts cause permanent, serious bodily harm. He removed deep connective tissue with power-assisted liposuction by microair. He pulled my breast skin too tight, too, etc. I didn't consent to PALS, which comes with risks of organ perforation. You can't consent if you're not informed. I didn't consent to or know that Dr. Berger was going to take liters from my fit body and go on a harmful sculpting episode. Berger's records are inept and fabricated. He slanders, victim blames, and staged a corrupt cover-up that Tom McAndrews sent me a bill for when I wouldn't sign a gag clause. These are the common trends in medical malpractice. Get to know them. Doctors and ambulatory centers have no oversight in California. Saul Berger's wife is his office manager. Anyone aware of my case that has made excuses, covered up the atrocities, or failed to do the right thing shows depraved indifference by normalizing this assault and is guilty of being an abuse enabler. No one in their right mind would go to Saul Berger if they knew what he did to me, but your board failed the public. Another new bad review for Dr. Berger recently showed up. A breast cancer patient said Berger took so much skin that her chest is too tight to even wear a bra. She ends with, beware, beware. It's not her job or mine to protect the public from dangerous surgeons. It's your job. And do your job.
Please conclude.
And thank you for taking my question. I'm going to call tomorrow, and I hope I get through.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments on the phone?
There are no questions in queue at this time.
Okay. Ms. Cruz-Jones, please perform the roll call for the May 8th, 9th, 2019 board meeting minutes.
Dr. Casillas?
Present.
Ms. Friedman?
Yes.
Dr. Gonadev? Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Kraus?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe? Mr. Warmoth?
Aye.
Mr. Watkins? Dr. Yip?
Aye.
Ms. Pines?
Aye. The minutes are approved. Are there any additions or corrections to the May 28th, 2019 board meeting minutes? Can I get a motion? Can I get a motion?
I move we approve.
Okay. Do we have a second? Second. Thank you. Are there any comments from those in the audience? Are there any comments on those on the phone?
I do have comments on the phone. Khadijah Lane, your line is open. Golden State Medical Association Press, your line is open.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I apologize. Like the previous caller, my feed did not go through at the appropriate time. I was calling about matters not on the agenda. Is it okay for me to speak now?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. I just wanted to get some follow-up. I had questioned the board at a previous meeting in Los Angeles, I believe, regarding the possibility of the Medical Board of California requiring all facilities that treat pregnant women to get bias training in an effort to mitigate the high rates of Black maternal mortality. And I know that there are laws going through the legislation of California and federally right now, but those legislative processes are often quite lengthy, and I believe that we might be able to get some assistance at a quicker rate if it was a requirement of the medical board. And the longer that we delay, more mothers are dying and leaving children without a mother, families without daughters, sisters, wives. And so I would like to know if there is a process by which the medical board can assist in requiring bias training on all people involved with taking care of pregnant women.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments?
Connie has a question. Her line is open.
Hello, I'm sorry. This was about a comment that's not on the agenda. I'd like to be able to make that comment now. Is that okay?
Yes, it is.
Okay, my comment is that I know over the past year, there have been several requests that mandatory education for doctors and hospitals on VAERS reporting has been made to the board. It is a federal law that doctors report on incidences of vaccine injury to VAERS, and it is not being done, nor are doctors aware that it is even a law to report or how to report. So I'm asking the California Medical Board to put that on an agenda item where there can be a discussion of the inadequate medical education and implementation of VAERS reporting by medical staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments on the phone?
Cornwall Jill, MD, your line is open.
Hello, my name is Kamar Gill, and I'm going to make a comment on item not on agenda. I waited for about 33 minutes only to be dropped from the call queue. And the item that I'm going to speak about is something I spoke in August of 2015 when David Serrano-Seville, I believe, was the president. And it pertained to a marketing presentation by the Federation of State Medical Boards. I believe you lined up somewhere in the near future for them to come back and sell their product services again to the board. I wanted to bring to your attention something I think I mentioned at the time as well, was the Ohio State Medical Board member, Lance Talmadge. You know, Federation of State Medical Board is a private company that claims to represent the state medical boards when truly it is trying to control the state medical boards and the individual member to further their own personal agenda, which is essentially selling their own products and services. Well, not too long ago, I believe Ohio State Medical Board member, Mr. Lance Talmadge, was allegedly caught in a serious ethics violation due to his association with Federation State Medical Board, leading up to an investigation by the Ohio Inspector General, who found him that there was a reasonable cause to believe that a wrongful act or omission has occurred. This is the same Mr. Talmadge who was elected to the Federation of State Medical Board members as a board of director, I believe. And he served as a chair, then a chair-elect, and thereafter an immediate past president. And then he disappeared from the Ohio State Medical Board. And, you know, it's the belief that he was furthering the Federation State Medical Board agenda while serving on Ohio State Medical Board. And it is clear that FSMB doesn't speak of individual state boards, and it's influence to control them. And Senate Bill 697, licensing income act for physician assistants, interstate medical compact, and telemedicine model policy, drafted by insurance companies, by the way, are some of the products they're going to come and sell you in near future. I believe Chaudhary is coming tomorrow, and I'm sure there are some other people coming to present you the marketing presentation. So I'll be very watchful, and I'll be very concerned if medical board would in any way be influenced by these private companies who are basically in business of selling their products and services. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments on the phone?
Robin Cohen, parent, your line is open.
Hi. Thank you for allowing me to share my story. Before my child was born, I carefully
This
selected
is not the appropriate agenda item. If you're talking about
No,
SB
this is
276.
You hear me? This is not. No, it's not about 276. This is about VAERS and Regional Center, so this is not an agenda item. Thank you for allowing us to share a story. Before my child was born, I carefully selected our pro-vaccine and experienced first pediatrician. When our child had a speech delay, we raised concern about autism, but we were reassured and told to wait because he was a boy and we should wait until age 3 to be concerned. I didn't want to blame an autism diagnosis on the MMR vaccine, so we specifically delayed it. At 3, our son likely had autism, so we agreed with our pediatrician at 3 years, 3 months to immunize our child. 2 weeks later, he lost a developmental milestone, a phonetic alphabetic production ability. Our pediatrician realized it, but it was not noted in theirs, and now we're past that opportunity. We also missed regional center resources, which we would have been eligible before the age of 3. I spent 2 years trying to get our child qualified for the regional center, and we have spent money privately and through our public school system to regain that developmental milestone. Please ensure all pediatricians are aware of regional center services within California and that they are partnering with parents to get important resources for their children. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments on the phone?
No further questions in queue at this time.
Okay, perfect. Ms. Cruz-Jones, please perform the roll call vote for the May 2019 board meeting minutes.
Dr. Casillas?
Yes.
Ms. Friedman?
Yes.
Dr. Gonadev?
No.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Kraus?
I was not present, so I must abstain.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
I was not present, so I abstain.
Mr. Warmoth?
Aye.
Mr. Watkins? Dr. Yip? And Ms. Pines?
Aye. I'm now moving to agenda item 4, the president's report. So moving forward for everyone in the audience and definitely on the phone, that all comments now will be based on comments that are associated with agenda items, and we are no longer on the public comment items. Yes. Oh, we're on 5. We have 4 new members today with us, and I would like to begin my report by introducing each of them and swearing them in. Dr. Casillas and Dr. Thorpe were appointed on July 26, 2019 by Governor Newsom. Dr. Mahmood was appointed on June 3, 2019 by Governor Newsom. And Mr. Watkins was appointed on June 1, 2019 by the Senate Rules Committee. Dr. Casillas has been an assistant professor of medicine in residence at the University of California, Los Angeles, David Geffen School of Medicine in the Division of General Internal Medicine and Health and Services Research since 2016. Dr. Casillas is a founding member of the First Generation Advisory Board at UCLA and a member of the UCLA David Geffen School of Medicine Diversity and Equity Inclusion Committee and the Association of American Medical Colleges National Work Group on First-Generation College Graduates in Medical School. Dr. Casillas was a Robert Wood Johnson Clinical Scholar at UCLA. She completed her internal medicine and primary care residency training at the University of California, San Francisco, also serving as chief medical resident at the UCSF Medical Center. Dr. Casillas earned her MD from Harvard Medical School. Dr. Thorpe has been president and chief executive officer at Paradise Medical Group since 2001. He was an internal medicine physician and medical director for Butte County for the California Medical Foundation from 1994 to 2000, and an internal medicine physician at Robert E. Thorpe, MD, Inc. from 1981 to 1994. Dr. Thorpe received his medical degree from Loma Linda University School of Medicine. Dr. Mahmood has been a practicing physician for internal medicine and pulmonary disease at Huntington Memorial Hospital in Pasadena since 2000. He received his medical degree from Sind Medical College, did his internal medicine residency at the University of Kentucky Medical Center, followed a pulmonary fellowship at the University of Virginia and Harlem Hospital at Columbia University. Dr. Mahmood is also on the board of the East Los Angeles College Foundation and the United Nations International Children's Fund Western Region. Mr. Watkins is the owner of the Next Level Coaching, a hybrid strength training and life coaching company. He also serves on the board of the South Coast Foundation, a U.S.-based private foundation that funds children infected and affected by HIV/AIDS in South Africa. Mr. Watkins is a published author, speaker, and coach. I would like to swear you all in today, and if you can all come forward here with me, and when we get there, raise your right hand, please. You'll each say your name when I say I. I do solemnly swear. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I will take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Hey, I'd like to welcome you all to the board, the Medical Board of California. Thank you. Dr. Lewis and I have had calls with executive staff to discuss the meeting agenda and board projects. Additionally, SB 1448 went into effect July 1st, 2019, which means that a physician who has been placed on probation for certain offenses will be required to inform and discuss their probation status directly with their patients. Staff has also added probation summaries to all physician profiles on the board's website for any individual who is currently on probation due to the new requirement in law. In late May, I had the opportunity to provide a presentation regarding the board at an educational forum for medical staff services. Several topics were discussed, including filing 805 reports, information on board's enforcement process, public disclosure postings, new laws and requirements, and the board's iOS mobile app. I also met with Senator Glazer, the new Senate Business, Professional, and Economic Development Committee Chair. This was a great meet and greet with him, and to provide him with information regarding the board and to answer any questions that he may have had. The board also had a great legislative day on May 15, providing legislative members and staff with the information about the board, its function, and the iOS mobile app. I would like to draw the members' attention to BRD 5B, which is the updated committee roster. We have added members to some committees and reorganized committees based upon the motion at the last meeting. If any member, including the new members, have interest in any committees or would like to change their committee assignment, please feel free to contact me or Ms. Kirschmeyer. Are there any questions or comments from the members on the President's report? Yeah? No? Okay. We do have some from the public. Mary Ann Hollingsworth.
Good afternoon. My name is Marian Hollingsworth, and I am a patient safety advocate with the Patient Safety League and the Patient Safety Action Network. I would like to congratulate the new members of the Medical Board and encourage them to make patient safety the priority when reviewing doctor complaints and assigning disciplines. My concern is that with the addition of Dr. Richard Thorpe, there are now 2 former presidents of the California Medical Association on this board. Although only 30% of the doctors in the state belong to the CMA, with the addition of Dr. Thorpe, 60% of the doctors on the board are now CMA members. Dr. Thorpe deserves praise for his years of service and for his amazing work with the fires and for the people of Paradise and keeping the health care available to those people after the fire. However, his track record is abysmal when it comes to anything dealing with patient safety. He and the CMA have been against raising the microcap, drug testing for doctors, the Cures database. In fact, as late as 2016, the CMA was fighting Cures tooth and nail. The bill for patient notification of doctors on probation. The CMA only stopped fighting this bill when Larry Nassar's and George Tyndall's horrific sexual misconduct cases became public, and the CMA position against the bill became untenable and indefensible. Other issues were the CMA's fight against the proposition to make dialysis clinics safer and cleaner for patients, and most recently the CMA was again on the side of doctors in the opioid crisis by calling the Death Certificate Project a witch hunt and possibly convincing the board into dropping 2 years of patient deaths from the DCP. No matter what you all say, the CMA has tremendous power and influence over this board, a problem that is even more apparent now that there are 2 former presidents securely in place, as well as 3 other active members. It's like the proverbial fox guarding the henhouse. It is tantamount to having the NRA deciding who gets to buy a gun, or even more alarming, the NRA being charged with deciding the punishment of a shooter. An example of this is last summer where 3 CMA members sat on a panel that reinstated the license of a doctor who admitted to viewing child porn on his work computer. So my question for the board, especially for the executive director and the president, is, given the strong CMA presence and potential doctor bias, how can you ensure us that the medical board will truly put the safety of the people of California first when it comes to doctor complaints and disciplines? I assume if you don't answer, we have no assurance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Eric Andrus.
Did you speak on 5A and B together? Yeah. Okay, because I have comments on both. I hope I can fit them all in. I too want to welcome the new board members, but I must say that I find this whole process very curious when a bodybuilder is appointed over a patient safety advocate to a board that's tasked with protecting patients. Let's hope he uses some of that strength to fight for changes on this board. There is not one patient safety advocate whose sole purpose is patient safety sitting on this board, nor has there ever been in the time that I've been monitoring it. And now Governor has appointed Richard Thorpe, a past president of the California Medical Association, an organization that 2/3 of this state's doctors refuse to join, thereby putting 2 past CMA presidents on this panel and bringing the total of CMA member doctors to a majority of 5. I'd also like to point out that while I worked on the Prop 46 campaign in 2013-14, hoping to fix California's micro law that prevents victims of medical errors from getting an attorney to represent them, I became aware of Richard Thorpe when he was fighting us on behalf of the CMA to thwart our efforts to change MICRA. The CMA didn't care about patient safety and accountability when they fought and continue to fight efforts to change MICRA. During the campaign, I personally contacted the original author of the micro law, Senator Barry Keene, and got him to write a statement saying that the law was out of date, was harmful to victims of medical errors, and needed to be changed. And yet, Richard Thorpe continued his falsehoods about the law in order to push the CMA agenda. And now we're supposed to believe that he's going to put patient safety above his and the CMA's agenda? It's a joke, and him sitting on this board is a slap in the face to all patient safety advocates, and you can bet that we will be watching him very carefully if he serves, and calling out every single time he does or says something that's not in the name of patient safety, or decides to side with his little CMA club that 2/3 of the state doctors refuse to join. And I'd like to know why the appointed members already appear on the letterhead and attend these meetings when they still need to be confirmed by the Senate. What if the Senate doesn't confirm them? So to show how little you care about the public's input, after the fiasco of a meeting with the advocates in January, we brought up an idea to start a committee that would be mandated by the legislature to meet with patient safety advocates several times a year. This could be something that could alleviate a lot of the problems of Kim and Carrie refusing to respond to us, and then us coming here and having to bring it up at every meeting. Marian Hollingsworth explained how she serves on such a committee with the California Department of Public Health and how the committee was mandated by the legislature and how funds are appropriated to pay for their participation. Now here we are 8 months later, a new committee roster has been generated, and there's not one mention by anyone on this board about creating such a committee, let alone simply adding it to the agenda for discussion. This is what I mean. This is the kind of evidence we see that shows that you guys don't give a flying leap about what we come here to tell you. If you think we enjoy this, if you think we enjoy taking time out of our personal lives to prepare for and come to these boring meetings, and from what we see, we do a lot more preparation than a lot of the people sitting up there typing on their computers and looking at their cell phones, you need to think again. It costs us a lot of money to come to these meetings, especially when you keep having them in these very expensive hotels. We were
Please
fortunate.
conclude.
We were fortunate this time to have a very generous doctor from the San Diego area donate money to our nonprofit to pay for us to come here this time. And yes, doctors are now contacting us and thanking us for what we do because they too don't believe this board is doing its job properly. Doctors are now coming to us with details of how they are treated by this board and their so-called experts. More on this later.
Are there any comments on the phone?
Stephanie Brahona, LMS, your line is open. Stephanie Brahona, LMS, your line is open. Nicole Chirac, California Board Certified, your line is open. Stephanie Jackson, opposed, SD 276, your line is open.
Can you hear me? Hello. I'm sorry, what?
The comment needs to be on the president's report.
No, SB 276.
Raquel Mendoza, Latina for Medical Freedom, your line is open.
I'm calling to comment against SB 276.
Your line is open.
My name is Kamal Gill. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm calling from Fresno, California, and the purpose of my call is to briefly touch upon the new board members. And the reason I'm calling is it worries me how a monopoly is being created on the medical board with California Medical Association, current or past members and board presidents. It scares me already that a majority of the medical board is controlled by market participants. And this majority actually raises now serious antitrust concerns. Historically, the legislation as it has been steered does not serve public interest. It only serves vested interest. And it would be very scary to see 10 members of medical board as licensed physicians. It has to change. The medical board must be controlled in majority by public members who are not market participants. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee that patient safety, patient welfare, and the primary mission of the medical board, which is to protect the consumers, would be carried. The limitations must be imposed on membership of market participants. I'm a physician myself, and I'm in Joint California Medical Association because it does not represent the spectrum of physicians who are practicing in California. So the limitations must be imposed on market participants, and some sort of restriction must be imposed on how many members of CMA or their directors or their previous leaders or executive staffs or executive leaders should be put on the medical board. I think this is a message somehow we convey to the governor's office, Senate Rules Committee. And we need more public members to protect public interest. We don't need physicians. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments on the phone?
Khadijah Lang, Golden State Medical Association Press. Your line is open.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. This is Dr. Lang. I just want to make a comment regarding SB 276, and I apologize.
This is not the right time for that, Dr. Lang. I'm sorry. This is only on the president's report.
Not on SB 276 now.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
LMS, your line is open.
I'm calling for SB 276 also.
Me too.
Showing no further questions in queue at this time.
Okay, great, thank you. Moving to agenda item 6, board member communications with interested parties. Dr. Kraus?
On July 17th, I was invited to speak at the National Academy of Medicine Forum on Regenerative Medicine in D.C. You may know that I served on the FSMB Committee on Stem Cell and Regenerative Therapies, which led to a report published by the FSMB in April 2018. And as you know, Dr. Hawkins and I are co-chairs of that task force, which we'll report on tomorrow. But the purpose of my attendance at this meeting was to review the recommendations in the FSMB report and to speak to challenges that each state faces. We did not discuss any policies or actions of this board because they don't exist yet, but also in attendance was Mr. Jeffrey Lomax, who's a senior program manager of CIRM, or the California Institute of Regenerative Medicine. So I had discussions with him on those topics at that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Warmoth?
Following our last board meeting, I had a 20-minute conversation with Craig Pulsifer from APLA Health in Los Angeles regarding SB 159. And following our interim board meeting, I had a impromptu 30-minute meeting with the interested parties that had attended and testified at the interim meeting.
Thank you. And then for disclosure from myself, I had a call with Eric Brown, who is the president of the California Telemedicine Association. Okay. Are there any comments in the audience? Any comments on the phone?
On Margil, MD, your line is open.
Well, I'll briefly, my name is Kamar Gill, spelled as KANWRGILL, and the purpose of my call is to touch upon the subject of stem cell and regenerative therapy. We know that
This is
many,
not
many,
the
many
right
years
time, Dr. Gill.
And many billions of dollars have been put into this
Dr. Gill?
project, and it's about time to abandon.
Please stop.
And I would
Have him stop, please. This is only on board member communications with interested parties, not on stem cell matters. That is agendized for tomorrow.
There are no calls in queue at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's move to our next agenda item, item number 7. It's a presentation on physician burnout. Would Dr. Schonefeld please come forward? Dr. Schonefeld is Chief Wellness Officer, Associate Dean, and Jeannie and Stuart Ritchie Professor of Medicine at Stanford University. He is an international thought leader and researcher in the field of physician well-being and its implications for quality of care.
Thank you. It's an honor to be invited and to be with you today to spotlight this occupational issue for healthcare professionals and its potential implications for both healthcare providers and their patients. I'd like to begin by proposing that if we believe we had a system issue in our healthcare delivery system that eroded quality of care, undermined patient satisfaction, increased the risk of errors or lower quality of care, and we believe that it was so pervasive that it may, in some form or another, impact a third to a half of patients being cared for in some manner or another, we would tend to mount a fairly robust effort, both from a regulatory, policy, organizational level, to address that system issue. And what I would suggest to you is that we have that type of a challenge. It's having those implications for the patients we care for, but we haven't responded to it the way we respond to other system issues. And that challenge is occupational burnout in physicians, nurse practitioners, advanced practice providers, and nurses. I'll spotlight the issue in physicians in the next 10 minutes or so. When we look at physicians from a societal level, many folks believe they have this great recipe for personal and professional fulfillment: highly educated, universally employed, well compensated relative to most professions, engage in work that is a privilege and meaningful, serving society and people who are sick. And yet what the medical literature has been chronicling now for about 2 decades in research studies is a different experience, looking at stress, anxiety, depression, burnout, suicide in physicians, indicating that external perception is often not well aligned with the physician's experience. I do always just include one slide. We hear this in the regular vernacular, day-to-day, the lay press. Here I'm using this term of burnout in a more specific way to refer to this occupational syndrome that's been well defined and studied for over 50 years across all occupations. And it's characterized by these 3 elements of exhaustion, or losing your enthusiasm for your work; depersonalization, which is treating people or patients here as if they're objects rather than human beings; and then a low sense of effectiveness, which is losing the sense you're making a difference. All people have these feelings to some frequency and severity in their work, but when they come too often and to too severe an extent, they begin to undermine effectiveness in work. Differs from the global impairment of depression, primarily relates to your relationship to your work life. Prior to 2011, we only had single specialty studies nationally and some single medical center studies. This was the first time we looked across all practice settings, all specialties, physicians across the United States. And using the gold standard instrument to assess burnout, roughly 45% of physicians had at least some symptoms of burnout in this study using the gold standard instrument. There was wide variation by specialty, and I think perhaps most concerning is many of our specialties at the front line or the front door of access to the healthcare system were at the top of this list: emergency medicine, general internal medicine, family medicine at the top. At the time of that study and since, we have also evaluated true probability-based samples of U.S. workers in all other occupations. We have looked at physicians and U.S. workers in all of their job categories every 3 years over the course of this decade. We've also conducted national studies of nurses and advanced practice providers. Here I'm showing you the data on physicians in red and the general U.S. working population in blue. And you note that we have this gap with higher rates of burnout, lower satisfaction with work-life integration at all time points. Things have had some fluctuation over this interval, but we still have this gap. And this is important not only for individuals, but also for the patients they serve. We do have strong evidence of a dose relationship with higher burnout scores correlating with problematic alcohol use, depression risk, and suicide in physicians. But what's perhaps most disturbing is the potential effects on patients. So we have strong data that there's a dose effect as burnout increases, that the risk of medical errors increases, patient satisfaction scores decrease, access to care goes down and attrition from the profession also increases. I'll just spotlight a couple studies on that for you. This was a study we did in 2008 with the College of Surgeons, roughly 8,000 surgeons in the U.S. We asked physicians if they were concerned they had made any major medical errors in the last 3 months. This was the events that they believe were an error, regardless of whether it was ascertained by the system. Studies suggest that about half of errors, when assessed in this way, actually reach patients. Sometimes system safeguards prevent such errors from impacting patients. And at the time of this study, 9% of surgeons believed they had made a major medical error in the last 3 months. When we restudied the college in 2010, asked the same question, and asked about the nature of the error and the outcome of the error, these were not trivial events. A high proportion of the events, the surgeon indicated that the outcome for the patient was a minor temporary or minor permanent comorbidity or a major temporary or permanent comorbidity for the patient. And what was striking as we looked at the correlation with burnout scores, these are 30 to 50 point scales in these different dimensions of burnout: exhaustion, depersonalization, personal accomplishment. Every 1 point higher score in these scales increased the likelihood of reporting an error by 5 to 10%. And with these cross-sectional data, we can't really determine cause and effect of whether errors lead to distress or distress contributes to error. But we've now studied that in prospective longitudinal studies in which we have looked at this in internal medicine residents longitudinally and measure these measures of their own well-being every 3 months, and then look prospectively at whether an error occurs. And the risk of error over the next 3 months is predicted by what a physician's burnout score is today. So there's a two-way street here, and suggests that we do need to work on this. This is data from the Cleveland Clinic, 1,000 Cleveland Clinic faculty members, burnout assessed, and a couple outcomes here I think of note. The first was that, strikingly, it was the physicians, particularly in primary care, who had the highest patient satisfaction scores, the best patient communication scores, who were at higher risk for burnout. It was not the worst physicians, but perhaps the best among us who were at highest risk. And this is likely in part due to the notion that it's those who always go the extra mile, give their phone number to every patient, are always available, who don't set limits, who might be at greatest risk to be consumed by that work. So it's often the best physicians who are at highest risk here. But I think also strikingly that when physicians experience burnout, the rate of unsolicited patient complaints to the ombudsman were double. So this is not a lower score on a patient satisfaction questionnaire. These are patients presenting, saying they were treated rudely and unprofessionally by the physician caring for them. That risk, objective risk, doubles, as does the objective risk of turnover. We now have data from Cleveland Clinic published, Stanford published, as well as UCSF published, showing that when physicians in those institutions experience burnout, their departure rates, their actual attrition from the institutions is double. But there are also important repercussions for the individual experiencing the syndrome. A physician's lifetime risk of depression is the same as workers in other fields. Their risk of death by suicide is markedly higher. The risk for male physicians is about 50% higher risk of death by suicide relative to other white-collar professionals. Women physicians, the risk of death by suicide relative to other white-collar women professionals is threefold, 300% increased risk of death by suicide. And so this leads to suicide being a disproportionate cause of mortality in physicians. Graphically, that's shown here. So if we look at the mortality ratios here on the x-axis and these different causes of death on the y-axis, items to the left of that line in the middle, physicians are at lower risk of death from that entity, to the right, higher risk. So for some conditions where modifiable health behaviors can impact the risk, like smoking and the risk of emphysema, COPD, physicians have lower risk of death from that cause. The notable outlier where there's increased risk of death is death by suicide. The other outlier, death by accidents, which is often misclassified suicide due to the stigma associated with suicide. And it had been suggested that the reason that this the curves look like this was just that physicians had access to lethal drugs. They know how to use them. If they decide to make an attempt, it may be more likely to be a completed attempt. But that was always supposition. And when we've probed that more deeply, first, this is again data from 8,000 surgeons. 6.5% of these surgeons had thought of killing themselves in the last 12 months across the United States. This is about 50% higher than the age and sex matched population of this same age, despite the fact that every demographic characteristic associated with lower risk, higher education level, employment, 90% married, 82% had children. So a very favorable profile demographically. Despite that, they were at 50% higher risk of suicidal thoughts. Physicians are not good at seeking help. 1 in 4 with suicidal thoughts sought help. At a societal level, the value is about 44%, so not good societally, but even worse in physicians. And they do report that concerns about implications for their licensure is one reason they would not seek mental health care, even if they're experiencing distress. When we look then at a very sophisticated multivariate analysis of the factors contributing to suicidal thoughts, there are these traditional risks, if you will. If you're depressed, your risk is elevated 7-fold. Marriage reduces your risk about 30%. Your youngest child leaving home is a time of risk. But occupational burnout, and also the 3 months after you perceive you may have been involved with a medical error, the risk of suicidal thoughts doubles independent of depression and all other variables. So these occupational triggers perhaps for suicidal thoughts. And again, the suggestion that this is a highly prevalent occupational syndrome triggered by characteristics of the work environment. And I often show this image to suggest that we give this man a hard hat and ear protection because in his work he's exposed to risk, and that we try to put protective gear in place to protect that individual from the risk. And yet we have not done this in an analogous way to protect our physicians, nurses, advanced practice providers from these risks. Just touching on an issue of relevance to all of you with the licensure questions, and are these really a barrier to care? We looked at this in one of our national studies where we looked at the way the questions were being asked in each state. This is an issue that you all recently addressed here in California. And whether the questions were classified as optimal or suboptimal on both the initial licensure and the renewal licensure. And the Federation of State Medical Boards has suggested that optimal questions are really focused on current impairment, not have you ever in your life been depressed. Here's an example of Iowa's question, which was considered by the Federation an optimal type of question. And what was notable is when we looked at whether the physicians in these states in the national study indicated they would seek help if they had a mental health condition, the way the states were asking the questions as coded there in the colors influenced how the physicians in that state answered questions about whether they would seek help. And so if the state had suboptimal questions, the likelihood that they would not seek help was increased about 20%. These were the old questions, I guess really only as of 6 months ago or a year ago in California. And again, many of these violated perhaps, or at least were at risk of violating the American with Disabilities Act. They ask about, have you ever been diagnosed with a health condition? And so many of them were not focused on impairment, and they were focused on something that might have happened 20 or 30 years ago. And so perhaps stigmatizing and may disincentivize people who need help from getting it before their help can compromise the care they provide. And so these are the updated items that all of you approved, and I think have really accomplished that goal of transitioning toward a focus on impairment and current impairment. And so I think a very nice advance. I would suggest that we have other challenges professionally that probably contribute to this. Physicians tend to have this iconic superhero type mindset that's transmitted during the training process. We tend to be quite compulsive and perfectionistic, and we often function in a Lone Ranger type mindset as opposed to a collaborative team member. And studies suggest that we don't always self-calibrate particularly well. So in this study with the College of Surgeons, 1,000 surgeons, we asked individuals, how do you think your well-being compares to that of your colleagues nationally? In these stressful times in the profession, it's easy to buy into a narrative that everybody's under pressure, I'm no different, and to promulgate that narrative both when it's true or even when it starts being untrue, that you are in a higher form of distress, but you don't seek help because you buy that narrative. I jokingly say that we don't have any below average surgeons in the United States. All these surgeons believed that their well-being was at or better than that of their colleagues, even when on the next screen of the interactive survey, when we objectively measured their well-being, they were actually in greater distress than colleagues. So we had them complete this objective index. We then gave them feedback of here's where you actually are relative to your colleagues. And what was interesting is how they answered the remaining questions was predicated on which feedback screen they received. So conceptually, this is our continuum of behavioral change, just like smoking cessation. There's sort of this pre-contemplation phase, unaware, contemplation, planning to change, action, and then maintenance of a behavioral change. And that many physicians are at this pre-contemplation, unaware of where they are. And when we provide objective feedback, they move into the contemplation phase. And how do we then help them move to action and get help before it has consequences? I'll just briefly spotlight this new effort by the California Medical Association to try and encourage physicians in distress to seek help, the Well Physician California program. The concept here is that a statewide effort has some advantages in that it allows us to think about the 110,000 physicians in this state as a population and to try to act to promote health and wellness and address this problem as a population level issue that's available to all physicians regardless of practice setting, might be more psychologically safe than seeking help at your place of employment, and allows us to think about some rare problems like this suicide issue that any individual organization might not have this be a frequent enough event that they can have a robust effort around prevention. I would emphasize there's some things such as statewide effort can't do. I often sort of show the image this way, that for things that are providing resources to individuals, a statewide effort can easily provide them. There's sort of advocacy efforts that can occur through big groups, but at this level of the organization, where much of the necessary efforts are needed, this is kind of the deficit. So I think this is my last slide here, just spotlighting that this effort is designed to have components of self-assessment with personalized feedback, some efforts around universal wellness promotion, some opportunities to knit physicians together into communities where they can provide support to one another. But then also a statewide peer support network, statewide professional coaching for those starting to experience distress or at times of risk, even just moving into a new practice or into the state. Transitions are a time of risk. And then for those who actually are thinking about quitting or are suicidal, there will be a quarterly off-site sort of retreat that's free to anyone who needs it, of just get here and you will be attended to try to help those in distress. And then the circle around it is trying to change some of the professional norms of the culture that might be unhealthy in not being vulnerable and seeking help when you require it. So I think that was sort of the summary I wanted to present. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We always enjoy hearing this kind of topic because it affects patient care and physician care, so that doesn't really need to be said, but I'm saying it. I'm wondering if any interventions at the residency medical school level, such as discussions or training or, whatever kumbaya kind of moment and stuff, makes a difference when that resident goes out and practices and treats patients. Do you find that medical errors are any different? Suicide rates are any different from the old school versus initiatives like this? I did read somewhere in one of the journals that it didn't. And I can't remember if it was JAMA or something, but I thought I read it didn't. But enlighten me, I may have been wrong.
Yeah, it's a great question. So there are multiple studies. We've published several randomized trials in practicing physicians that there are things we can do. We published in JAMA Internal Medicine yesterday that actually professional coaching reduces burnout and increases professional fulfillment in physicians. We have also done randomized trials looking at just these community groups of physicians meeting at regular intervals with scripted questions. Here's 5 questions. Pick the one you want to discuss with this group of colleagues, but meet at the regular intervals. That the questions may involve a range of things. Think about a meaningful patient encounter. How did it remind you of why you have made many sacrifices to pursue this career? Think about repercussions for this work on your family, and share those with your colleagues. Think about a time in your career when you were involved with a medical error, and how did that affect you? How did you work through it? And we have shown in randomized trials that those groups actually do reduce risk. There's also data that organizational efforts to improve the efficiency of the practice environment and address some of those administrative burdens that distract from the human-human encounter that's at the heart of healing also reduce burnout. To your specific question, are there data on an intervention in residency or medical school that may reduce the risk 5 to 10 years out? I'm not aware of any good studies that have really been conducted around that question. I think increasingly the accrediting bodies are now requiring wellness curriculum in medical school and residency training, but I don't know that anyone really has found what the content of that curriculum should be to mitigate risk in the future. It's often focused on mindfulness, stress reduction type approaches. My personal view is probably one of the most important things we can do is sort of break some of these professional norms that you're not superhuman. You are subject to the same human limitations that affect all other human beings. You're going to experience distress intermittently through your career. You should expect that. It's good to seek help. You should seek help when you experience that. And then provide regular ways for people to self-calibrate, since we don't always calibrate well, and provide access to resources that are low barrier, low stigma to access, so that people seek help early before it becomes a more serious problem and impacts their practice.
Dr. Gananadev?
Dr. Schoenfeld, thank you for coming. Is there somebody addressing actually the basic infrastructure problems? That is, you mentioned administrative burdens, but the biggest one is the EHR.
Yes.
I know my residents, they go home until 10 o'clock, they're still entering the data, what they've seen in the day. There is no way they can spend some time with their family, they can do anything else. So these are serious issues. And then getting prior authorizations. How much time it takes to get anything. When you're advocating for your patient, you're fighting with some high school students at insurance company or somewhere. It's frustrating for doctors. So how are you, the academics, are really trying to come up with the solutions for the government or the insurers to really handle it?
So it's an important question, and you're exactly right. There have been now time motion studies as well as studies using EHR timestamps of when you're interfacing with the EHR that suggest for every hour of direct face-to-face time with a patient, physicians now spend 2 hours completing their documentation, putting in the billing, and interfacing with the EHR. And that the average physician, at least in a primary care setting, spends 28 hours a month on nights and weekends completing their documentation on personal time, which is almost a whole hidden work week. So it's a big issue. It's multifaceted. It's partly inefficient EHR tools. It's also other areas of the work environment, the team-based care, the support team staffing, the workflows that are very inefficient that push that work into off-hours times. There are large efforts underway to try to address that. There are also at least some efforts to look at transparency. So there are some new hospital designations from the AMA that require hospitals to actually measure that time using EHR timestamps, to report it to their hospital boards so that there's oversight of how much time is being spent on this, and then to begin to improve it and to sort of establish what are national benchmarks, what are the top organizations doing so that other organizations can try to drive it down. So at least some transparency efforts, much work on care team redesign to try to reduce that, but that is very much I guess patchwork. Some organizations are really committed to this and deploying different team-based care models, scribes, other approaches, whereas other organizations really are not on that journey yet. I think with respect to the healthcare insurers, I will say it's been shocking to me, but in the last 15 months or so, I've had conversations with 5 or 6 CEOs of Blue Cross Blue Shields of different states across the U.S., and there is both awareness and concern in the insurers that they believe that there's also some data that suggests that when people experience burnout, rather than have a conversation with a patient about their needs, they're much more likely to just order a test or give a prescription, and to potentially also provide suboptimal medical care, as we've discussed. And so they have also actually been starting to look at this as an issue for them, perhaps for different reasons than we're considering it today, as an issue for us as the public and as professionals. But they are concerned about it, and there are even some pilot efforts going on in places to remove pre-authorization requirements and some of these other administrative burdens that the insurers place on professionals. The last point I'll make here is that the National Academy of Medicine is about 2 years into a large-scale action collaborative, and sort of independent from that effort, sponsored by the American Medical Association, American Nurses Association, the medical school, and resident accrediting bodies. There's sort of a separate independent group spawned by that academy, the equivalent of the old Institute of Medicine reports. And so that report, I serve on that task force, and that report will be released this fall of what do we need to be doing at the level of government, at the level of insurers, at the level of EHR vendors, at the level of our healthcare organizations, professional societies, to actually address these issues that nobody is responsible for the whole thing, but everybody has some accountability in this, and until everybody's owning the part that's theirs, this will continue to plague our healthcare professionals.
I have a quick question before I go to our other members. You showed a number around women that was threefold. The
Yes.
last time I saw a burnout number in a presentation like this, it was about 2.5. So it means it's increasing with women. Was there
For the
an
suicide?
insight? Mhm.
Yeah. So that there has not been a recent updated study. The difference there is depending on which of the studies you quote.
Okay.
So there are several old studies. Most of them have a odds ratio or increased risk of suicide between 2 and 3-fold. There's an effort underway right now to sort of create a national suicide registry, paralleling the CDC registry for all U.S. adults, but also to look by occupation so that we'll have more accurate data, because historically we haven't had the most accurate information. But yeah, between 2 and 3, depending on which study you would look at.
And is there any insight into why the number is
But
exponential?
different by gender is a great question, because the burnout differences by gender are much smaller than that, especially once we adjust for age and other variables. Women physicians as a group, younger than male physicians due to acceptance policies in medical school 30 years ago. So once you adjust for that age difference, the burnout rate difference between men and women does exist, but it's much smaller and certainly not to that level. And so I don't think we understand why that suicide rate is so much higher. There is some interesting data in other areas, such as alcohol, problematic alcohol use, where when we've looked at women physicians, they tend to have consumption patterns just like their male colleagues in the same specialty. So if you took women orthopedic surgeons, male orthopedic surgeons, they would have the same alcohol consumption patterns. That's very different than the general U.S. population, where women tend to consume less than men. And so it might, again, be some of these normative patterns where the women would normally have a lower suicide rate, but they end up adopting some of the other patterns of their male colleagues in the profession. So possibly that contributes, but I think much we don't know there.
Okay, and my last question is there an example of an organization, a hospital, some facility that has recognized this as an issue based on the studies or based on their own experience within their facility that is actually turning the tide?
Yes, so it's a good question. I would cite two that I've been involved with. So, I came to Stanford from Mayo Clinic after leading the efforts at Mayo Clinic in this space for a decade. We were able to drive down the burnout rates at the level of the whole organization, which is, 3 large academic campuses in Arizona, Florida, and Minnesota, 70 hospitals and clinics in the upper Midwest, over 4,000 physicians practicing in very different models. So it can be done when an organization prioritizes it. I came to Stanford because Stanford prioritized this as well and created a center and created the position that I hold and the team that I help lead. And again, is a priority at the level of our hospital boards for both hospitals, who get updates on where we are, regular measurement, what are our efforts to improve this at the level of our operational leaders, not just stress reduction classes and yoga and a gym, but how are we actually addressing the EHR factors, the clerical burden, the way teams function, the way we treat each other, professional behavior, organizational culture and norms, are all part of this. I think we have other organizations in the state of California that have been very forward-thinking. Kaiser has long been concerned and trying to promote the welfare of their physicians. UCSF, UCSD now have efforts in this space. UC Davis, as Peter Yellowlees, who I know has addressed this body previously, is the chief wellness officer there. So I think we're seeing a crescendo of organizations begin to commit to this in a more serious way. But those organizations are still really at the vanguard and early in the journey.
Okay. Dr. Kraus?
As you know, medical boards are in a uniquely difficult position in this regard. We're charged with and principally concerned with protecting the public. Our responsibility is licensure and discipline, and when we recognize a physician who is unfit, whether it be by substance abuse or psychologic disorders, then we have to protect the public by disciplinary actions, sometimes revocation of license. This leads to a circumstance where troubled physicians are hiding in the shadows.
Yeah.
They won't confess to a colleague or sometimes even to their own family members that they have a problem for fear of losing their ability to work. We used to have a diversion program which failed, perhaps in retrospect largely because it wasn't adequately supervised and enforced and watched. But we're currently charged with reconstructing a physician wellness program in this state.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any recommendations in terms of what we need to do to get that off the ground and to effectively have it be something which is effective and helpful?
It's a great question. I think maybe just a few thoughts. I think the role all of you play as the board is, critical, and there's no other body that is charged principally with playing that role. But that said, I think all of us would say that first and foremost, we would like to prevent this type of a problem from happening. When people do begin to experience it, we would like to have good opportunities for early intervention so that people get help before it begins to affect their practice, and that the board would need to be involved. And then that what are the appropriate safe harbors if a person in this state has a substance abuse issue, that needs to be corrected, and then we can determine whether or not they are fit to return to duty or not. But I think we need to create the right safe harbor for those people to actually raise their hand and go get help, and not be disincentivized and hide in the shadows, as you say, and continue to practice and place patients at risk. And so, the physician health program model is probably the most established across many states. And as you say, there are lessons learned there, but their data does suggest, as you would know well, that 75% of physicians who have a substance abuse problem who enter their programs and have monitoring and screening after they've gone through treatment 5 years later longitudinally are still licensed by their boards to continue to practice and have not relapsed. So there is a relatively high rehabilitation rate. But I think that one of the key ingredients for those programs is that they're safe harbor, that there again is an opportunity to say that if you need help, come in, and as long as you are pursuing it, we want to encourage that, and we will have a path by which you can get help, enter monitoring, and continue to practice with appropriate supervision and monitoring. But I would say that as maybe you're all considering that, to think about how do you connect with some of these other statewide efforts that are looking at trying to pursue universal promotion, so that through whatever vehicle physicians become aware of the need, that they're linked to the many different resources the state has to offer. And that then you maybe consider, how do we harness this dual goal of safe harbor so that people who would be putting people at risk come in from the cold, but that there's appropriate monitoring and oversight so that you have confidence that you're protecting the healthcare consumer, which is your primary charge. But probably looking to some of those state health boards would be, the physician health programs in other state lessons learned would be a great place to start.
Mr. Watkins?
Thank you. Do you have a questionnaire or anything that a doctor could access right now and do a self-assessment on what their risk levels are? Because that would be a starting point. My experience with this is pretty extensive now, because I work with professional folks, and they all exhibit a lot of the same stuff that you've pointed out. And one thing I do recognize in the physician and attorney professional client space is that society has given them this, we can do anything. So there's a cultural component here that I am invincible. So they usually will not go to a therapist, which is correct. So they, through wives mostly, they'll access coaches.
Right.
They'll access trainers. And that is more what I've seen. And then and I give a lot of advice to other coaches, trainers in this area. We only try to find that pressure valve on them, so to speak, where we want to have them start with saying no. Because that's the biggest problem. The biggest problem in my experience is that they do not know how to say no. So we've developed something like professional care, where it comes from self-care, but it's more for professionals, that you take a moment, that you make sure that the commitments that you make, you follow through on them. Because every time you do not hold a commitment to a family obligation, you are not being charged up. There's no rejuvenation. That adds to the burnout rate. When you are in a structure that, and I'm just checking in with you, that if the structure requires you to operate at a certain level and conduct so much administration, then at one point it's only I can do it. And so therefore I spend the 20 hours or plus whatever the statistic is per week. So my question is, right now, if such a tool is available, that we could just do a self-assessment and someone can decide for themselves, hey, I need help, or at least, look at the silly things that people come up with. Now there's a questionnaire on burnout.
So the answer is yes. I'll preface it by saying we developed such a tool at Mayo Clinic. Mayo Clinic licensed it out. As a co-inventor, I get any slice of royalties Mayo receives for that. I get a small slice, but I would say that it's available for free. So there is an instrument that any physician can go and use right now, that tool we developed with a self-assessment for free that gives feedback and links to resources. The only charges are if an organization is setting up and using it as an organizational instrument for, UCSF wants reports and the like. So there is such a tool. It's available across the U.S. But I would also say that that's one of the things Well Physician California is developing, and we will likely have up within a few months, is a California-wide tool that provides all physicians in California benchmarks against other physicians in the state. And so that it doesn't just give you generic feedback. It's here's how your experience stacks up against other physicians in California. We just finished a pilot in San Diego County in which sort of the initial survey went out to all physicians in the county, either directly or through their organizations. We had 8 or so of the large healthcare employers in San Diego did this in partnership so that they could get an aggregate anonymous report of what's the temperature of the physicians in our organization relative to the rest of the county. And that will be rolling out statewide, and again, will be both a needs assessment, if you will, for the individual, getting feedback and links to all of these different resources, including peer support, coaching, network of mental health professionals, and so forth across the state. But also allow the organizations to say, how are we stacking up with other healthcare employers in the state? And hopefully we can nudge more employers to get on this journey like some of these other leading organizations are doing to try to address the practice environment, not just create, counseling for those who need help, but address some of the things that are causing the problem.
Dr. Yip, and then just one really quick thing.
Quick.
Can we connect from our website to that Mayo Clinic link,
I'm happy
since you said it was free?
You have my email there. I can
Okay,
connect you to
perfect,
that.
thanks.
Absolutely.
Thanks for the talk. It's always very, very informative. I just want to point out that actually Medscape.com, last night I was reading the airport, is a pretty complete survey on more than 2,200 residents in training that respond to like 30 questions. It points a lot of questions about like 10% on EHR, 20% on regulation, etc. One thing that I think sheds some light on why physicians are not likely to seek help is I think the environment they're brought up with. I'm surprised to see that 20% to 4% of the residents were bullied when they're in training, and 62% of bullying actually are from attending. And I think they should be the source of help. They should be the source of mentoring and coaching rather than bullying. So in a way that those residents seem to have to fight for life rather than, hey, professor, I need help. So I think we need to change the culture moving forward.
It's well said. I would say, too, that, a number of our accrediting bodies have, again, had policies and regulations, again, requiring all faculty members to be trained and to be looking for distress and to report it and to connect and so forth, which, again, the intent of that is all very good. But we all know that despite our efforts, and I think we have improved as a profession, that what you described does still go on. And it's until we really are willing to look as a profession at what norms we want to transmit to the new generation, and how do we want to be vulnerable and ask one another for help or support one another, is what's going to be necessary to really make long-term inroads. So I think what you said is right on point.
Okay, Dr. Mahout?
Wonderful.
One more aspect I want to bring on is, have you looked into little extended problem like on the families of doctors? Having such a busy schedule, such a stressful work, seeing this trauma and pain every day, taking this home. I myself, 5 out of 10 times, I'm at least 30 minutes to an hour late, my wife waiting and bringing all the stress. And all that stuff taken to the families, missing your children's practices, the soccer and all that stuff. And is that bringing more stress, which is creating uncomfortable feeling in their family, and that also playing a part? And has somebody looked into that?
Yeah, so it's a great question. And one of my colleagues at Stanford, a member of our center, Dr. Mickey Trockle, has some data on this, looking at how do those struggles with work-life integration, or very specifically to your point, the impact of work having an adverse impact on your relationships, and using a standardized metric of how you are scoring on that instrument today of the impact of work on your relationships predicts whether you will be burned out a year from now. And so I think, again, what we know is that as all of this work, as the EHR and other aspects are spilling over into personal life, or many of our specialties, do work extreme hours. In our most recent studies, over 40% of physicians are working more than 60 hours a week, as compared to about 7% of the general U.S. working population. And those things that impact relationships, that appears to be one of the pathways through which these burdens contribute to burnout. So, it can just become that vicious cycle that's not only bad for the physician and their partner, their children, but then it has the risk of coming back around, impacting their practice and ultimately their patients.
Ms. Lawson?
Thank you. And Dr. Shanafeld, thank you for the excellent presentation. This is a subject that for me is near and dear to my heart. My father was a community-loved physician down on the Central Coast who died of sudden cardiac death after 5 more 10, 15 years of increased burnout and stress. Obviously, it was one component of a variety of factors, but frankly, it's the reason I applied to and joined this board. Sorry for being emotional. I'm just curious as to whether the examples you had at Mayo, what those examples were that worked, and then also whether there are differences, whether it be in an academic setting, government setting, or large systems that you're seeing that are working really well.
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm sorry. No, I appreciate your, your emotion of your loss. I think I'll say that. My usual talk is a half hour on exactly that. What do organizations do, and what are the effective things that we know work that organizations should be putting into effect? But I will say that I think one of the most critical first steps is prioritizing this at the top of the house. I really believe that, we had been studying this at Mayo for a decade and had formed our leaders, but it wasn't until we saw a big uptick in the experience at Mayo after we'd been on an academic road for a decade, that it was prioritized by the CEO and the hospital board. And at that point, in 2013, this became listed as one of the 3 existential threats to the survival and health of that organization, which is the #1 rated medical center in the United States and has been for the last several years, with the highest quality scores in the U.S. And that what they rated as one of the 3 biggest threats to the survival of the organization was not cybersecurity, narrowing insurance networks, declining reimbursement. It was this. And it was at that point that many endeavors were prioritized, regular updates to the board pursued, a number of operational efforts about holding leaders accountable and getting serious about improving the practice environment that begin to make a difference. And I still think that today many of our organizations, even to the extent that they are aware of it, that they care, because some of them don't know what to do, they create a very narrow approach, which is to consider this an issue of personal resilience, and to create a mindfulness class stress resilience class, exercise class, and a book club. And that is not what is needed to address this issue. And so, I don't have a problem with a book club, and, yoga and granola are fine, but that is going to maybe help with 5% of this problem. And if we're going to be serious about the rest of it, we have to be addressing these system issues, these cultural factors in the profession and our organizations, and getting serious about addressing the EHR issues, the inefficiencies in the work environment, the administrative burden, the clerical burden, pre-authorizations by insurers, and the like. And until we, again, confront those things, we're just going to be nibbling around the edges here.
We're going to take two more member comments, Dr. Hawkins and Dr. Thorpe.
So I'll be brief. Thank you very much for this very important subject, as important as complex it is. So one of the disconcerting things was your statistic about, or observation, that some of the, quote, best physicians have some of the highest burnout scores. And I think many of us think that this best physician, and you alluded to this, they're the empathetic ones, they're the ones that you can count on as a patient, yet they have the highest burnout scores. Now, does those scores actually translate into burnout or suicide, or is it just a score? And I understand that you're using the score as a tool. And just one of the last questions is that when you talk to our international colleagues, do they experience some of the same? Do we get any information that helps us with those doctors?
Yeah, so it's a good question. I think I followed most of the first one. It does seem that the sequence chronologically would be that, a newly minted residency or fellowship graduate, those who maybe are most dedicated, most committed, give their all to their work, never say no to a patient, always add on, give them cell phone, don't trust colleagues to care for their patients when they're supposed to be off. That, again, patients may feel that this physician is always there for them and is compassionate, and they recognize that, but that over time, the toll that will take on them as an individual will begin this downward spiral. And so that seems to be the chronology that can translate to the most compassionate, most dedicated, being at higher risk, and that if we don't reverse that when it begins, can ultimately take some of the very best among us and push them into this place. As far as the international numbers, most of the data is from Europe and the U.S. There have been studies in other countries, and there are a few areas that seem to be doing better than others. Some of the Scandinavian countries, Norway in particular, it's societally, it's actually illegal for any occupation to work more than 40 hours a week. If you love your job, you can apply to the government for a 20% waiver, and if granted, you can work 48 hours a week, but that's the absolute ceiling for any occupation. So I think a very different climate. But for most of Europe, it does seem that it looks much like the U.S. But what's interesting is when you look around the world, the drivers can be very different. So for physicians serving in Africa, many underserved areas, the challenge is just the line of patients that is unending going out the door. And that if you don't care for that individual, there is no one else. There's no EHR, there's no insurance company, so those are not a factor, but it's just the endless need. Whereas in the U.S., it's not the endless need, it's these administrative pieces. And in fact, many U.S. physicians find that when they go and perform charitable work in Haiti or Dominican Republic or other areas, they'll often come back and say, that week I spend there is the one thing that reminds me why I love medicine. Because I don't bill, and I don't have to fight the insurance company, and I don't have an EHR. I just go and help people who need care. So I think the drivers can be a little different around the world, but it is a challenge broadly in the health professions.
Dr. Thorpe?
Again, thank you. Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. I think it's really, this may be the most critical public health problem that we face as a state, as a country, given the relative, especially in primary care, the relative decrease in primary care physicians that are able to function. Can you speak to the cost of replacing a mid-career physician who commits suicide?
Yeah. So we know that based on published data from Stanford and others, that the cost to just replace a physician who leaves your practice to go work at a different organization is 2 to 3 times their salary. So the typical number quoted is about $500,000 to $1 million a year is the cost to Stanford for one physician leaving. Obviously, when they leave Stanford and they go to a different institution, we haven't lost access for patients. And so when we lose a person to suicide, it's a whole different challenge. We published about 4 or 5 months ago a national look at this with the Harvard Business School, looking at what's the societal cost of this issue just with respect to the turnover cost and the physicians reducing professional work effort, which again we've shown in longitudinal studies correlating burnout scores with actual payroll records at Mayo Clinic. We showed that people actually do cut back, and it truly does reduce clinical capacity in the U.S. And that number, again, at a societal level, assuming people are leaving one organization and going to work in another organization, not exiting the profession, is about a $4.5 billion issue societally, just for the turnover part. Again, not considering the more important element, which is the medical errors, the quality of care, the patient satisfaction issues, the access issues. But just the cost due to the turnover part is about a $4.5 billion sticker price. You know, obviously, if we think about our nursing colleagues, APPs, nurse practitioners, and so forth, it does have a large cost.
Thank you so much, Dr. Schonefeld. We
Thank you for having
appreciate
me.
your
Appreciate it.
presentation. It was very informative. I think we learned a lot. We have a lot of questions, and we're very supportive of this mission that you're on. So now I'm going to ask if there are any comments from those in the audience. Any comments on the phone? Oh, hold on the phone. We have someone in the audience.
Yes, thank you. Hannah Ree, Dr. Ree, in some states, Black Patients Matter. So with physician burnout and the treatment of it or the addressing of it, I would just encourage the board to consider the different ethnicities and races when devising ways to address physician burnout. And also, since we are in the practice of medicine, what patient does not say a prayer that their loved one will get better in the care of a physician? And so I say that to remind us that there are many patients that we treat that have some type of religious belief. And that, in fact, I propose to you that physician burnout can be addressed by addressing the physician's religious beliefs, and that there is a place for religion, and in my case, Christianity, Bible-based Southern Baptist, in what saved me. So, for example, for me, as we all know, I have been under investigation with the medical board, recently revoked, but I'm here. I didn't commit suicide. Although I did reach rock bottom, but I can share with you that, in fact, it is my religious belief, my Christianity that saved me. So I would propose to the medical board that in addressing physician burnout, to remember that physicians, as all our most of our patients do, is believe in their God. So I thank you.
Thank you. Just because this has gone long, this session, for those who are on the phone, we are on item 7, physician burnout. So we will be looking for any comments on physician burnout.
Mr. Kenwar Gill, your line is open. Hello, my name is Kamar Gill. I'm calling from Fresno, California, and I'm going to specifically speak to item 7. And I am very thankful board took the time to address this very important subject. And I would like to concur with board members. The EHR has caused problems. Utilization reviews has been always there, and it has been a big headache. And what I've noticed is physicians bringing home myself. There is a big push to have a laptop instead of a desktop, so you can take it home, spend your family time finishing the notes. But I think the bigger problem is not just the insurance companies. The policy push that is happening from the federal level towards significant healthcare reforms is requiring to institutionalize physicians to cut costs. And the things that are happening slowly and steadily are to make a physician, especially the independent physician's life, very difficult in terms of administrative and other regulatory work that has to be done day to day. And I guess, those things have to be addressed as well while taking care of the doctors who are struggling. And unless the politicians also accept that there is a problem with physician burnout, and there is most of the physicians are not even suggesting their own kids to go into the profession because they see how the third parties are actually interfering with the doctor-patient relationship almost on a daily basis. And I guess, the politicians, until they realize that the profession is going to lose good doctors in years to come, or decades to come, a big change cannot happen. So it's a policy decision as well, and policymakers have to address this as more of a national problem. And it is getting bad, especially with the EHR coming in. The rate at which it's getting bad is much higher than what it was seen 20 years ago. That's something to look into. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments on the phone?
No further questions at this time.
Thank you. The next item is agenda item 8. An update and presentation on the Physician Assistant Board, including licensing and enforcement statistics and training requirements. Mr. Grant is the president of the Physician Assistant Board, and we thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us. So my name is Jed Grant. I'm the president of the PA Board, and we were here at your last meeting and asked to come back and present on this. So we appreciate the opportunity to do that. I'm accompanied by Sarah Fletcher, who does our licensing. I'm going to share a little bit about PA training and background, and then she'll talk about the licensing and enforcement issues. The PA profession's been around about 50 years or so, a little over 50 years, and was started because of a healthcare shortage, and basically focused on taking people who had a lot of healthcare experience and putting them through an abbreviated medical school type curriculum. And they were limited initially to primary care settings. Now PAs practice in every medical specialty and have prescriptive authority in every state and territory. Canada, the UK, Netherlands, Ghana, and South Africa have adopted and utilized the PA model as well. PAs train on the medical model. It is very similar to physician training, and in fact, it is generalist in nature, but a little bit shorter than medical school, with the emphasis on collaborative work in teams with physicians. Many PA programs are co-located with medical schools or within medical schools, where PA students train alongside medical students. If to give our physician board members an idea of the knowledge level of a new PA graduate is very similar to the knowledge level of a fourth-year medical student. PA schools, there are over 260 PA schools in the United States. There's one accrediting body for PA programs, the Accreditation Review Commission on Education for the Physician Assistant, and there are rigorous standards for PAs. Only PAs who graduate from accredited schools can sit for the National Certifying Examination, which is analogous to the USMLE, and I'll talk more about that in a moment. PA education is 3 academic years or 6 to 7 semesters, most commonly taught year-round, which results in an average program length of 27 months. And if you compare that to medical school, the typical medical school is about 38 months. The typical PA program is 110 to 120 semester hours and confers a master's degree, while your typical medical school is around 200 semester hours and, of course, offers a doctoral degree. The master's degree was not always the terminal degree for PAs. Early, in fact, most, for the first 40 years or so of the profession, you could get, a PA could have a certificate, an associate's degree, baccalaureate degree, or master's degree, and there are some doctoral programs for PAs as well. But right now, the terminal degree for PAs is a master's degree, and the vast majority of PA programs offer a master's degree. Although some PAs go on to pursue doctoral degrees, such as a Doctor of Medical Science, which is a common one, as well as PhDs or EDDs. To get into PA school, a baccalaureate degree is required. Most programs require some amount of healthcare experience. There's no specific admissions test, but many PA programs require the Graduate Record Exam, or GRE, for admission. The average matriculant to PA school has applied to 6 programs, interviewed at 2, and is offered a seat in 1 program. He or she had a baccalaureate degree in chemistry or biology, a GPA of 3.61 in undergrad, with about 2.5 years of healthcare experience involving direct patient care. And about 50% of those people had done some amount of volunteer work, several hours. So if you think about applications, it's very competitive. I work at a PA program. Last year we had over 4,000 applicants for 45 seats. And many of those applicants would be well qualified to attend medical school if they wanted to. PA training, like medical school, is divided into a didactic and clinical phase. The preclinical phase or didactic phase of PA training would be similar to the first and second year of medical school in topics covered and lasts an average of 56 weeks. So this includes basic medical sciences, anatomy, physiology, pharmacology, physical diagnosis, behavioral sciences, and medical ethics, and then courses in clinical medicine covering all of the body systems and specialty-based practices. And there is a requirement from the accrediting body to have some degree of interprofessional education with some clinical exposure in the first year. The clinical year of training includes rotations in medical and surgical disciplines, including family medicine, internal medicine, general surgery, pediatrics, obstetrics and gynecology, emergency medicine, psychiatry. Many PA schools, in addition to these required rotations, offer elective rotations as well. So a PA student who graduates from an accredited PA school will have completed at least 2,000 hours of supervised clinical practice experience in various settings by the time they get out of PA school. After completion of training, PA students take the Physician Assistant National Certifying Examination, often called the PANCE, which is offered by the National Commission on Certification of Physician Assistants, which is the certifying body for PAs in the United States. It's very similar in scope and content to the USMLE or United States Medical Licensure Examination Step 2 to familiarize yourself with the difficulty of the test and topics covered. All of the states and territories that license PAs in the United States require an applicant to pass the PANCE for initial licensure, as does our state in California. If you see the title PAC, PA-C, what that means is they have passed, the PA has passed that national certifying examination. And then to maintain certification, PAs have to complete 100 hours of continuing medical education every 2 years, with half of that being Category 1 CME, often alongside our physician colleagues. And most credentialing bodies require maintenance of certification. States, it varies. In California, actually, we don't require maintenance of certification after the initial certification in order to maintain licensure, but we do require the same number of CME hours completed as the national certification to maintain licensure. Sarah?
Good afternoon, President Pines, medical board members. Thank you very much for having us here today. My name is Sarah Fletcher, and I'm the licensing analyst for the Physician Assistant Board. It's my responsibility to review and process all initial applications for licensure submitted to the board. I also issue licenses to those applicants who meet all the requirements for licensure. I'm here today to briefly talk about what those requirements are, what our licensing process entails, and to provide a few facts about the complaint process and administrative outcomes. As Mr. Grant already stated, in order to become a physician assistant in California, an applicant must have graduated from a PA program accredited by the ARCPA and must have also passed the Physician Assistant National Certifying Examination, the PANCE, administered by the NCCPA. Those are the most basic requirements without which you do not qualify for licensure as a physician assistant. Once an application is submitted along with the appropriate fees to our board, there are a few additional requirements for licensure. The board requires a training program certification from the accredited PA program, which addresses whether the applicant was disciplined during the program and also confirms that they have graduated. Proof of the passing score on the PANCE. Verification of all licenses, certifications, or registrations the applicant has ever held in any healthcare occupation, which also addresses whether or not any disciplinary action has ever been taken against that license, certification, or registration. A National Practitioner Data Bank report is required, which contains information on medical malpractice payments and certain adverse actions related to healthcare practitioners, providers, and suppliers. And lastly, a criminal history background check is required, conducted by the DOJ and FBI. All initial applications are reviewed about 30 days after they're received by the board. During this review, I'm checking for receipt of all the required documents, as well as verifying that all the information received is complete and accurate. If not, I follow up either with the applicant or the agency that provided the document to the board. At the time of the initial review, if any of the required documents have not been received, I notify the applicant of the deficiencies, and they're then responsible for remedying those deficiencies. If an applicant has criminal or disciplinary history of any kind, further documentation is required, and each application must be reviewed by the executive officer so that a determination may be made as to whether or not the applicant will be granted a license, and if so, what type of license will be granted. The Physician Assistant Board has the authority to deny licensure based upon an applicant's act of dishonesty or unprofessional conduct, conviction of a crime substantially related to the qualifications, functions, or duties of the physician assistant profession, discipline by another state, country, or agency of the federal government, or inability to practice safely. For applicants with criminal history, specifically, or a history of disciplinary action taken against any prior licenses, each application is evaluated on a case-by-case basis. In regards to criminal history, specifically, the nature and severity of the crime is taken into consideration, as is the age of the conviction. For those applicants who do not have criminal or disciplinary history, when all documents are received by the board, all required documents are received by the board, and the applicant meets all the requirements for licensure, he or she is issued a license. On average, right now, applicants are licensed 38 days after the receipt of the initial application. For applications that have significantly longer processing times, there are some common causes for delays. Applicants, if an applicant hasn't requested the required documentation in a timely manner, that can delay the process. Occasionally, documents are mailed by other states, state licensing agencies, on behalf of the applicant. They're mailed to other boards by mistake. That causes delays. And, of course, applications with criminal or disciplinary history can take longer due to the additional requirements and evaluation needed. In regards to regulation of these licensees, there's a complaint process in place for consumers. Currently, the medical board is responsible for reviewing and investigating complaints against physician assistants. However, any disciplinary action taken against a licensee is determined by the physician assistant board. Just to provide an idea of statistics, in the last quarter alone, 91 complaints were received, And of those 91 complaints, 19 were referred for investigation. And although there are several types of administrative outcomes that can result from these complaints and investigations, the most common were probation, revocation, or surrender of that license. There are different types of complaints received and categories assigned to these complaints. The most common is gross negligence or incompetence or unprofessional conduct. I think that's all I wanted to provide. Thank you.
So we're happy to answer any questions that you have. I might just add one more bit of information about PA programs in California. There are currently 16 accredited PA programs in California. Half of those programs opened within the last 5 years, and there are currently 5 developing PA programs in California. So the number of seats for training in California is increasing dramatically, and as have our numbers of licensees, and so our corresponding complaints and discipline goes, as the number of licensees goes up, we expect that as a percentage, we will see an increase in those things as well.
Okay.
Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Dr. Hawkins?
Thank you. So I'll speak briefly later about the Health Profession Education Foundation that gives support to mid-levels of physician and allied health professionals. Tell us about the distribution of PAs throughout California. Are they serving in underserved areas? I know there have been recipients of some of the funding from HPF.
Many of the PA programs in California have a mission to try and staff underserved areas. Early in the profession, many PAs practiced in areas that were rural, but what we've found, not only in California but also on a nationwide level, is that the distribution of PAs follows physicians in terms of specialty practice and location. So it is hard to get people to go to difficult places to live and work, and that's the same for PAs as it is for physicians. However, in the admissions process, and part of the mission of many of these programs is to recruit people from underserved areas, and many times they are given some consideration in the admissions process in the hope that they will go back and practice in those areas, and most programs publish their data where that happens. That's mostly at the program. I'm not aware that we track that at the board, but the programs do track that, and as part of their accreditation requirements to keep track of where their applicants or graduates are ending up.
Thank you. You mentioned discipline. What about burnout among PAs? You got 50 years under your belt, so.
Yeah, I think that the last presentation was fascinating, and much of the comments there really resonated with me. I've been in the ER for 20 years. I feel it. So I think that it's probably similar for, and the presenter also mentioned that the numbers were similar for physicians as well as allied health, PAs, nurse practitioners, that sort of thing. So we are not tracking that, but I certainly took down his email address, and that's something we will definitely consider.
Dr. Yip?
Thank you for the very, very informative presentation. I have 3 questions. One is that you just mentioned that the cases that put forward to the PA board as well as court is reviewed by the medical consultant.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
You mentioned that the patient complained about the PA quality of care. Are those cases reviewed by the medical board consultant and referred back to you?
Yeah, so all complaints against physician assistants are reviewed by medical board staff. The board is responsible for deciding any disciplinary action taken as a result of that complaint.
Are the same medical consultant for the medical board or for the HQIU?
Yes, so we actually have a agreement. It's a shared services agreement. So the complaints for the physician assistant board come into the medical board. We have an analyst specifically assigned for the PA board. They work on their complaints. They send them out. They go to health quality investigation unit. They get treated just like our complaints, processed the same way. They go out to consultants. I believe you use our consultant list. They go to a consultant to review. They have PAs as well that are involved in it, and then it comes back. Our staff process the disciplinary documents, but rather than send them to you all like they would when they were looking at it, they actually send them to the PA board. There, potential for changes in the future with that, but that's the way it currently is set.
Thank you. The other question is that what is the current status as far as the percent of charts or the magic number that the supervising physician need to review the PA? 15%, 10%, there was some kind of lobbying want to cut it down too.
Right, so there's multiple ways under the current laws that supervision can be documented in the chart. And it depends on whether or not controlled medications were prescribed and what the delegation of services agreement actually says, whether the physician is present and sees the patient while the PA is there or it's done later, and whether or not they're operating under a protocol for prescribing medications and that sort of thing. The short answer is it depends on the practice setting and what is in the delegation of services agreement.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grant and Ms. Fletcher. We appreciate it. Are there any comments from the public in the audience?
Yes, hello. Dr. Ree here again, Black Patients Matter. Just wanted to emphasize my previous statements about the HQIU. It would take, for someone to come to you in this public forum that's recorded, it would take someone such as myself who's gone through the process from beginning to end, someone who's attended the Cures 3 cure session voluntarily in San Diego, someone who's been
Dr.
invested.
Ree, are you tying this into the presentation, the Physician Assistant Board?
Yes, ma'am. So with the Physician Assistance Board discussing the HQIU and the contract and kind of reviewing how the investigations are conducted, that sort of thing, I just want to emphasize that it's very important to be sure that we are not funding an HQIU policing force that is not racially diversified, because I can tell you that those that take the Cures CME courses the majority of them are racial minorities, which is very, very interesting. So that was the only comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the audience? Any questions on the phone? We're on agenda item 8.
Dr. Rachel West, your line is open. Physician for informed consent, your line is open.
Oh, sorry, I'm waiting to speak for SB 276.
Khan Warjil, MD, your line is open.
Well, my name is Kamar Gill. I'm going to be speaking on agenda item number 8, the PA board presentation that just happened. Although I'm not going to dispute the finding or dispute the statement to the effect that, the fourth-year medical students are, and the PAs that come out of training, their intellect and the knowledge is same. I've worked with PAs who are just out of training, and my understanding, having worked here during my residency with medical students, the two don't compare. Medical students in fourth years have much deeper understanding of the disease process compared to a PA coming freshly out of the training. The other important thing I wanted to touch upon was the supervision. There has been a lot of discrepancy in terms of what constitutes statutory supervision. Senate Bill 337, when it came in, had added a few extra mechanisms for supervisions, and the DSAs have not reflected that. I've seen DSAs dated back 2011, 2012, and the physicians in large multi-specialty organizations, they're basically being forced to sign those DSA, and most of the pressure is not coming from licensed physicians, it's the administrative staff of these organized entities. And what I've noticed is that PA board and the medical board in last 2 or 3 years, in 2017 and 18, had addressed the matter in their board meetings several times, but has not reflected these changes in the actual division 13.8, and I believe that's coming up next week. But I believe the supervision should be closely monitored as well, not as in a hindsight when a complaint comes through, but mechanisms should be put in place to do a random audit of some kind to see if the actual supervision is happening to prevent the harm and not actually going back on a patient complaint or when the harm is done. The supervision across the state is not happening as is required under the law, and the board should get up its processes to see if the supervision is actually happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments on the phone?
Questions in queue at this time.
Okay, thank you. We are now moving to the next item, which is item 9, discussion and possible action on legislation and regulations.
All right, good afternoon.
So Jennifer, because there's lots of people in the room and a lot of people on the phone interested in SB 276, it will be the last regulation that we'll discuss.
Okay, so please refer to your legislative packets and the tracker list. On your tracker list, the bills in blue are either two-year bills or bills we've already taken positions on, so these do not need to be discussed at this time unless you have questions. The bills in green will require discussion and a position, so let's just get started with it. The first bill is AB 387. This bill was significantly amended since our last board meeting. This bill would now establish the Prescription Labeling and Adverse Drug Event Prevention Advisory Task Force made up of specified members, including a representative from the Medical Board and the Board of Pharmacy, which would serve as the chairs of this task force. And the purpose of the task force would be to develop information and make recommendations on ways to increase adherence to prescription medication and decrease drug events as specified. This bill would specify that administrative expenses for the task force shall be absorbed by the board and the Board of Pharmacy. This bill would require the task force to prepare and submit a report on its findings and recommendations to the Board of Pharmacy, and the legislature by September 1st, 2020. And this bill would require the board and the Board of Pharmacy to adopt regulations to implement recommendations in the report that are within the jurisdiction of the relevant board if, in the independent determination of the board, the regulations will achieve the goals of improving the patient opt-in process, increasing the prevalence of patient opt-in, and reducing the prevalence of adverse drug events. The board previously had a support position on this bill when it changed existing law from opt-in and opt-out, and I think we all remember that conversation. However, this bill now requires a task force to meet, develop specified information, and make recommendations to the Board of Pharmacy, and the legislature. Staff believes this bill is unnecessary. A task force can be created without statute. Interested stakeholders could look into these issues now, as could the board and the Board of Pharmacy. It is also unlikely that the recommendations could be implemented via regulations, as regulations only make law more specific. They cannot require something new that existing law does not already require. In addition, if this bill is not going to be opt-out, then the board can make an effort to notify physicians through emails and the newsletter to ensure they notify the patients of the opt-in availability currently in law, so individuals will know that they can request the purpose of the drug on a prescription label. For these reasons, board staff is recommending the board now take an opposed position on this bill, but I would need a motion.
So moved. Second.
Any members have any questions, comments they want to make? Okay. No. Are there anyone in the audience that have a question, comment? Any comment on the phone?
Jamie Saratine, concerned parent, your line is open.
I'm sorry, I'm waiting for SB 276.
Okay. Ms. Cruz-Jones, please call the roll.
Dr. Casillas?
I'll abstain.
Ms. Friedman?
Yes.
Dr. Gonadev?
Aye.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Kraus?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood? Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Mr. Warmoth?
Aye.
Mr. Watkins?
Aye.
Dr. Yip?
Aye.
Ms. Pines?
Aye.
Okay, moving on to the next bill, AB 528 low. This was the Cures bill that moved the reporting from 7 days to 1 day, and the board supported it. However, this again got significantly amended. So now this bill would add Schedule 5 controlled substances to Cures. It would now allow delegates of prescribers and pharmacists to access prescribing information in Cures. It would allow a physician who does not hold a DEA registration to submit an application to register for Cures. It would allow a prescriber to consult information from the patient activity report obtained from Cures in order to meet the requirements in existing law without requiring them to specifically consult the Cures database. This bill would change the time period in existing law where a prescriber has to check Cures from every 4 months after prescribing a Schedule 2 through 5 controlled substances to every 6 months. This bill would also add to the existing types of facilities that are exempted from having to check Cures if the prescriber furnishes a controlled substance in the facility or during a transfer, and would also add to the exemptions for the requirement to check Cures if they prescribe, order, or furnish as part of a patient's treatment for radiotherapeutic or diagnostic procedures. The quantity does not exceed a 7-day supply. And this bill would exempt healthcare practitioners from the requirement to check Cures that are serving in the absence of the patient's physician if that practitioner orders a renewal request of a medically indicated controlled substance for an amount not exceeding the original prescription strength. And that's kind of in the thing where like you're filling in for another physician because they're out of the office. So the board previously took a support position, like I said, but it's been significantly amended. I think the board has in the past been okay with adding Schedule 5 drugs. Board staff thinks that changing the time period from 4 to 6 months seems reasonable. However, board staff does have some concerns with allowing a delegate to access Cures and no longer requiring a prescriber to consult Cures, and instead allowing them to consult information obtained from Cures and just documenting it in the patient's record. This would make the requirement to check Cures almost impossible to enforce. Board staff recognizes that the law does allow health information technology systems to integrate with Cures, but board staff believes there should be some type of an auditing trail so the board can ensure that physicians are checking Cures and complying with existing law. In addition, providing an exemption for practitioners that are treating another physician's patients in their absence is not appropriate, as each physician needs to be responsible for the patients they prescribe to, regardless of the reason they are seeing that patient. So board staff recommends that the board take a support if amended position, and the amendments that board staff are recommending is to allow the board to enforce the requirement that delegates should not be able to access information in Cures, because if a delegate accesses the information, there would be no audit trail to show the physician check Cures. If a prescriber's health information technology system is integrated with Cures, a read receipt should be required to be used and accepted by DOJ when data is queried on an automated basis by the health information technology system. A prescriber should only be allowed to consult information from the Cures database instead of actually going into Cures if their health information technology system is integrated with Cures. Otherwise, a prescriber should be consulting the Cures database directly. Lastly, all prescribers should be following the mandate to check Cures, even if they are serving in the absence of the patient's physician. So the provision that provides an exemption in this circumstances should be deleted. So that's staff's recommendation, so I would need a motion.
What was the purpose of this bill?
I think the purpose of this bill is, it's kind of a cleanup bill. So some of the, since the mandate to check Cures has passed, some physicians have been experiencing difficulties, and so these amendments are meant to be kind of like a cleanup to the Cures mandate. And so I think that the author's office has been working with us, they've been working with other associations and interested stakeholders, and the purpose of this bill is to address some of these issues, but board staff thinks it goes a little bit too far because we have the mandate of enforcing that physicians are actually checking Cures, and if in order for us to audit and make sure they're actually following the law, this would kind of make enforcement more difficult, because we would basically just have to take the physician's word and just that they documented it in their records.
What were the complaints? What were the difficulties they were speaking of?
Go ahead, Kim.
So some of the difficulties we've heard from physicians is that they have to check Cures. They have to take the time to go into the system and do it, for all of their patients that they're prescribing to, if it meets the criteria of checking Cures. So again, it's, an administrative task they have to have. Right now it requires every physician who writes it. Some of the thing is that if you're not the, primary care or the individual who's treating that, you're filling in for someone, they don't want to have to check Cures in that regard. I'm trying to think of some of the other cleanup. They want to be able to have basically what they want to be able to do is have someone else print out the CARES report for them, their delegate print out the CARES report, and then they can look at it and document it in the chart that they've done it. Rather than right now, for us, for enforcement and looking at investigating cases, what's easy for us is we can see that, Dr. X got into the system and checked the CARES system and that they actually pulled the CARES report. And we can see that through the audit trail. We're working with DOJ right now because we do want that read receipt if you are using a health information technology system, so we can actually see that the individual, eventually that doctor got in and saw it. So that's one thing we're working with. That's why we would like that in the bill, but that's kind of where it comes from. And just going back to where this bill came from too, this was a bill last year that went through to change it to 1 day. It was proposed to do Schedule 5s and to require pharmacists and dispensers to put it in 1 day. That bill did not make it through, so it started out as that kind of, and then moving it to 6 months, that's why we don't have a problem, because as you all know as physicians, it's usually every 3 months that you're gonna renew that prescription for that individual. So what was happening is you had doctors seeing patients at 3 or 6 or, refilling then, and they didn't see the patient at 4, so they're having to put a tickler system in. So 6 months seems justifiable to us.
Seems justifiable?
Yeah, absolutely, to do it 6 months rather than 4.
Okay, so wait, does the bill say 6 or 4?
The bill says 6. The bill will change it from 4 to 6, and we think that we are in favor. Yeah, that makes sense. But there's some other things we're not.
So what do we do with this?
Well, listen to his comment.
Yeah, Dr. Gananadev.
Because he probably is thinking about that.
No, I'm just trying to see, one of the burnout issues is these administrative burdens. Why are we trying to may not make it a little easier? Our goal is to patient safety rather than if that person in person looked at it. So it really bothers me that we are ourselves creating more things rather than helping. And healthcare nowadays is team. It's not one person. Doctor is part of a team. There are nurses, there are assistants, it's a team management. So it's, Jennifer, it actually aggravates me a little to hear that we got a real problem with that somehow or other monitoring. The monitoring is electronic, so we can come up with a solution to see, but having somebody look at it and give it to a doctor, I don't see a problem. So.
I think it's more of an enforcement issue. So if right now there's an auditing trail, like you say, electronically, but if someone just prints it out and they say, okay, I looked at it, we're just going to have to take, our enforcement, our ability to enforce is a little impeded because so that's why Kim had said, there is the bill that passed, right, that allows for health information technology systems to integrate with CARES. And so we realize that is happening, and that's why we're suggesting that we do the read receipt, which would be all electronically. So when that physician opens it electronically, it would show, okay, they read that. And so if their health information technology system is integrated, they wouldn't necessarily have to do anything else. We're saying one of our suggested amendments is that read receipt capability be put in there. But if their health information technology system isn't integrated, that they should actually be checking it. So that's just a suggestion. The suggestion is support if amended. Obviously, the board can take whatever position that they want to take.
So if I have a team who is really taking care of a patient, if any of my team member makes a mistake, it's my fault, actually. So that's the way we manage. I mean, that's the way we train residents. So you got to have some responsibility given to, but you can put in there that person who printed out actually puts a note in there that he or she gave it to the physician to look at. I mean, these things can be done in such a way that it makes somewhat easier to do. Everybody complains to me that it takes anywhere from 20 minutes to 30 minutes to go through the CARES database to find something. I mean, normally you have 15 minutes timeline for every primary care doctor to see a patient. When are you going to do that? So that's why I'm just trying to make it easier.
And that's what the bill says now, that they have to document it. So basically the bill says now what you're talking about, so.
So the bill says now what he's talking about.
That basically they have to document it in the medical records that they read whatever their delegate.
But it doesn't have a surrogate able to look at cures, like
It's a surrogate that prints out the CARES report, and then the doctor still has to look at it, but they document it in the chart rather than right now. And again, I see Ms. Nichols in the back shaking her head. This is, it basically negates the ability for the medical board to truly audit the system. It will have to be, in order to take action for not checking the CARES, we're gonna have to be able to actually prove that they did not look at it.
It just kind of weakens the mandate that was in place before.
Well, it's not about the mandate. I'm looking at what's good for the patient. Forget about all the mandates. I think if you make it easier, a little more efficient to look at the information, I think it's a better patient care rather than it's easier for us to really see if a doctor looked at it so that we can go after that person. That's the least of my worry. My worry is that patient who is on opioids, is that doctor somehow or other got the information that this patient is getting opioids from a ton of different doctors, and can we really take care of it rather than just that? So I got concerned with this entire thing.
Dr. Mahmood?
I completely echo your situation, and I face this every single day. If you trust your staff and you know they are looking at that, and even if you document that this is the date the person got narcotics last time or whatever the controlled substance is, and you're documenting and you're putting in your note, that should be more than enough, instead of just you going, opening the computer, looking at that and doing that. Then it will lead to other things, like physician will have to call himself all the medication. Your office would not be trusted. A lot of times 80% of the medications are being called by physician staff. So it will come, one thing is going to lead to next and next and next, and patient care time will be so much decreased. This is already so much, lot of clinics are so packed that you don't have very little time with the patient care face to face, and it will all consume that time. So I completely echo his position on that really there's no need to doctor to go there, as long as they can verify, they saw the information, they verified, this is what it is done, and that's how you're going to act.
I think this bill, because it's a cleanup bill, it speaks to the spirit of why CURES was created. And when CURES was created as a public protection tool for doctors to enter into this database. And if it's only a cleanup bill, it doesn't fundamentally change anything, except if we are arguing that we should go back or have a lesser standard than the standard that we want to achieve, because this is coming from a space where the doctors and the people that actually work in CURES have suggested these are the solutions. So some people will have, okay, there's a lot more work, like we have at the table, but in the essence, in the spirit of why we created it, I think this still fulfills the public mandate.
Dr. Yip, and then Mr. Walworth.
I think it's important to support the staff recommendation. This is a serious practice that we have physicians who allow the staff to use their prescription to write prescription without them even knowing it. So I think it's important that the physician herself should look at the data with own password and be responsible so we can track it. So I do support the staff recommendations.
Mr. Walworth and Dr. Thorpe.
First, the electronic read receipt, that's one of the amendments that we want before we would support it, correct?
We haven't really suggested that amendment before. It's kind of new because of the integration with the health technology systems. It's something that's come to come to light that, these systems are checking it automatically. So the read receipt is something kind of a new suggestion that we've come up with.
Okay, well, that's basically my question.
Right.
That sounds like a reasonable idea to me, but what else do we want to see amended before we support this bill?
I mean, so it kind of sounds like overwhelmingly there's agreement that maybe that delegates should be allowed to access information, and maybe we don't need to prove it through an auditing trail. So maybe we just ask for a read receipt, support if amended, or we just support. I mean, the options are. It sounds like we're either at a support or a supportive amend with the read receipts. Do you have anything to add, Kim, or?
No, I mean, I think that it's going to depend on where the board wants to go on this one. You've heard from staff, you've heard from our concerns of how we will have trouble with auditing it. One thing Jennifer and I've talked about is that this will make it more like what we do every day. We have to get the medical records and we have to verify in the medical records. If there's a note, we're just going to have to say that we're going to have to assume that the doctor did look at it and make the note in the records. It will eliminate, a large portion of what this bill was implemented for them back in 809 when it was put forward to make sure it was mandated with that audit trail. The read receipt, the reason we are asking for that is because the electronic health systems, when they go out and get it, it's an automatic fetch and we can't see that the doctor checked it. And so that's why we were asking for that read receipt on that. We could add the read receipt on, although if it's going to go to the doctor marking the note in the record anyway, then I would not put that read receipt in there because it's an additional item that the systems will have to come up with. So if you're okay with them marking the patient medical record, I do not believe that read receipt is necessary for those health systems either, because that's totally different way of it's being implemented.
Dr. Thorpe?
Dr.
Thorpe.
Thank you. So I'm a primary care doc. That's what I do every day. And in my community, there are not a wide distribution of pain doctors that will do chronic pain management for people who have chronic illnesses that are painful. In the flow of things, we check ours every time we write a prescription. Now, that's just our standard. But if you are going to tell me that I can't have my medical assistant do that for me, I can't do that. If I have to do that myself every single time, I look at every one of those cures reports. But if I can't ask my medical assistant to provide those to me so that I can have the information, I'm not going to be able to complete that that kind of a requirement. And so having some way, I don't know that it's necessary. I think it's important to check it regularly, and frankly, I go in and check it myself frequently when I'm not in, like if I'm doing something over the phone or something. I don't write prescriptions over the phone necessarily, but the point is if I'm away from the office. But the point is, and I find it relatively easy to use the Cures database. I don't find that onerous. But I think this problem with, I'm just speaking in support of Dr. Ganadev, it becomes very problematic for people who are actually using this tool regularly every single day to try to tell them that they can't have their staff help support that when we're working in a team environment, and that's the new model for providing care. It's going to be problematic, and so I would. I don't know if we can take some of these, because I think some of the staff recommendations are very good. This one I think is difficult.
So it doesn't, just to go back, it doesn't stop what you currently can do. Right now you can have a delegate where your medical assistant pulls the Cures reports and then it goes into your dashboard. It doesn't change that. But what it would allow now, so right now what the law authorizes is for a physician to have a delegate that would pull the Cures report and it goes into the doctor's dashboard in the Cures. So they still have to go in and look at it at that point. That's what is allowed today. So what this would allow is not only would the delegate be able to order the Cures report to go into the doctor's dashboard, but now it would allow them to be able to pull it and print it out and give it to the physician. So that's the difference.
So, I'm not saying I have a problem with it, but the whole tenure of why we're using Cures is to make sure that the doctors are actually reviewing patient history, and in this case, prescription history. So if you're saying we have a doctor who comes up against us in future time frame, and the Cures report is in there, but admits that he never looked at it, I mean, where do we go with a case like that?
Well, if they admit that they haven't looked at it, we'd be able to take action. But if they put a note in the record that says, I checked CARES, we're just going to have to say they checked CARES.
Okay.
We won't have the audit trail that's right now we have through the Department of Justice system to show that they actually went into the CARES system and pulled the report.
Okay.
And that's what we have today. This would eliminate that audit report. And if that's the position that the board wants to take, then it would be pretty much, I think, a support position, because I don't think there's any other amendment, right, Jennifer, that would.
The only other one is allowing healthcare practitioner, doctor covering
Oh,
for
right.
another doctor,
You have to
basically
make a
saying you
decision.
don't have to check cures and you can just renew whatever prescription. And the reason why we had concerns with that, because in some of the cases, when doctors cover for another doctor, sometimes they find out that might be over-prescribing or inappropriate prescribing may be taking place. So just kind of giving them an exemption, you're covering for someone else, just go ahead and give them that same prescription and you don't have to check cures. We thought that was problematic, but that's the only other
Yeah.
issue that I can see.
That might be the one, if you feel strongly about that every doctor that writes the prescription should have to check it. And again, that has been a good enforcement tool as well. That would be your one amendment then at this point.
So I don't have any problem with the second item you talked about, but also remember that this takes the checking of cures all the way into Schedule 5, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we are initially cure started with Schedule 2 and 3 drugs and 4 and 5, so I mean, it becomes a lot more cumbersome, but a doctor writing an opioid prescription or some narcotic prescription, even if somebody is writing for another doctor, I expect that person to look at Cures database. I don't have any or that person's team to look at that and give it to him or her.
So it doesn't take it to 5. It kept what you had before in the 2 to 4s in the requirement to check here. So
It
you
just
won't have to
requires
check
5 to be in
It just
cures.
requires 5 to be in, yeah.
Okay, so we make a motion, which we eventually should do. We will let me just get this right. Support, and there's no amendment. Is that right, or was
Well,
there
unless,
one?
okay, I think
No, I
that what
think
we
there
just
one-
said is
Actually,
One, right?
There's gotta be an amendment.
Yeah, the amendment, Ron, is that any doctor, even if he or she is writing a prescription for his or her associates, appropriate drugs, they still have to look through the Cures database,
Right.
and I think we're okay with that.
So that's the amendment. You
Right.
got that
That's what I'm hearing.
down?
And Jennifer, does that allow an audit trail of some sort that we currently tracking that? So that if the board comes to the case that
We need a second
Ms.
for
Pines mentioned, that we can still follow up on that?
or.
What I mean is,
No, we wouldn't be able to track it. We would have to rely solely on the medical record that the doctor has identified.
is that a
they
lesser
checked it.
position or is a better position than what we are currently in?
Same.
It is different because right now we can use the CARES system to validate that a doctor checked CARES. This is going to have to be us taking their word in their note in the medical record that they checked CARES.
But that, I feel that is a lesser standard.
And that's up to the board.
We have a motion, and we need a second. 'cause
Second.
You have to second after a motion.
Okay, so let's
So-
get this.
Second?
Okay.
Second. Now, you can go.
So just to answer, Kim, is that if anybody puts a note that they have looked at the Cures report and actually did not do the right thing, they're in double jeopardy. So they're actually hurting themselves. So I'm not worried about a bad doctor doing something wrong. I'm just worried about increasing the administrative burdens when somebody in the office can help him or her. That's all I'm looking for.
At the same time, what we are trying to achieve here, because Cures is addressing a particular problem that is quite major, that if we in any way weaken that standard or lessen that standard, or as any perceived way that is being done, that would be a less of a public protection at all. So this is one of those things, again, where we can say, I can make the doctors' lives a little bit easier, or I can stay with the spirit in which Cures was created, and just sit this out as this bill, as amended, as suggested by the staff. If we clean it up, it will continue and it will play out, and it will play out some more because the bill is in its first few years.
It is not just to make a doctor's life easier, it is to make doctor available to do more work which he's supposed to do. Nobody is disagreeing on this, that cure is not important. The only issue we are discussing is how it should be implemented, how it should be done. If somebody is seeing all your patients, somebody knows about every single thing about your records in the office, and you're trusting that person to check that cure system and tell you, and you document in that paper, that should be as valid as doctor go and look into the computer himself. We should not put a doctor compliant and every single record go and check cures. Just save time for him to see other patients, not to make his life easier. We still want the best for the patient. We want every possible way to improve the life and quality and health care of the patient. But at the same time, if you are going to make doctors spend more time with the patient, you're going to make doctor, his office, to be compliant as a whole. As Dr. Janadavid said, the doctor's office, his work is not one doctor what he's doing. His work is what the whole team is doing. When your rep call a patient and she's rude, you hear from the patients, your nurse or your and it was rude, you are responsible for that. At the same time, when somebody checks in, and you can go periodically, as my colleague said, that very often he goes and check on that. And I do the same thing. But if 20% of the time you're so busy or you can trust a person, you should be able to do that, and you should not put a compulsion on doctor every single report he has to do. What if he's audited for that one case he has not seen and he's dinged on that? So I think we should make it more practical, and at the same time want to make sure it is safe and secure and good for everybody, especially the patients he's seeing.
Okay. So, Jennifer, we have the,
Sorry. So it just sounds like there's no change in delegate workflow, because the delegate can still look up and sort of make that knowledge known to the physician. We're just sort of changing the accountability of the implementation by saying you could print it out and then state in the note that you looked at it, but there's no way to truly know whether that's the case.
Right, so right now a delegate cannot print out a CARES report.
But the delegate can put the can put the report in the system for the physician to look
They
at.
can put it into the CARES system.
Okay.
So then they have to go into the CARES system and get it right now. That's as of today. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is going to allow them to actually print out the CARES report and provide it to the doctor.
Okay. Thank you.
okay, Dr.
Sorry.
Stewart? That's
So-
okay.
So just, I mean, one of the things I think we want to be sure is that the whole point of this is a protection of the public, right? What you really want to be sure that you don't do is that you don't disincentivize good doctors who want to take care of patients from saying, I'm not going to take care of any more pain patients because it's too onerous, it's too difficult, and it's already very difficult and risky. There's a lot of people that are very concerned about writing anything, and there's a lot of folks that are just saying, no, I'm not going to do that. So my concern about this particular request is that this is just one more straw on the back of really good primary care doctors who are trying to do a good job and making it so that they're going to just throw their hands up and say, no, I'm not going to do this anymore, it's too hard. And you're going to have a population of people who can't get good care.
Okay.
So we have,
Okay, we're going to take one more member comment
Yeah.
because we have lots more to go.
Yeah,
You are the final, you're the final word on this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but we see a lot of cases where we look at the patient record and it says one thing, and then after we file, we suddenly have records that are discovered or somehow perfected over what we originally were able to see. So I don't have any problems with delegating someone else to do it. But I do have a problem with letting the medical record be the sole source of whether or not cures was checked. So I would like to see some kind of an audit function other than just the medical record that says somebody looked at it, somebody showed it to the doctor, or the doctor himself, him or herself, did.
So we have a motion with some recommended changes. Can you reiterate what you understand?
So the motion right now, I
recommended-
think, is support if amended, and the amendment would be to delete the exemption that's currently in the bill that exempts healthcare practitioners from the requirement to check cures if they are serving in the absence of the patient's physician. So that's the one amendment that I believe that is in that motion.
So we'll take a vote on that.
Okay, so we have some comments from the audience. Mary Ann Hollingsworth?
Hello, my name is Marian Hollingsworth, and I'm a patient safety advocate. I have a big problem with the board just taking the word of a doctor and what's in the medical record. In my dad's case, for example, consent forms for antipsychotics were falsified. A DNR was falsified. So to take the word of a doctor, just having a blanket approval of anything a doctor says, sets a very dangerous precedent for this board. Most people who say they were harmed by a doctor report falsified records. If there is no audit to see if the doctor has checked cures, then there is no accountability. There's no proof of his accountability. And if there's no accountability, there's no assurance of patient safety. And as I warned earlier about CMA people on the board, Dr. Thorpe has already taken a stand siding with doctors over the patient safety, and I have a big problem with that. The board has to put patient safety first. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience?
So I think it's fair to say that I am the only physician who is also co-founder of a patient advocate group. I'm the only one here. And I can tell you that both sides. So certainly it is cumbersome and burdensome to have to look up all the patients and cures report and all that. It is kind of interesting to see the difference of what the patient states and what you find on cures. But on the other hand, I do have a lot of patients, especially the elderly, who feel ignored, neglected if I don't maintain eye contact with them. And it is time consuming. So that's just my input. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in the audience?
Peter Breton, practicing physician and CMA president-elect. This just came up last week in one of my patients, and I agree with all the comments that this is for the protection of the patient. This came up in between my surgeries, and I was called by my office and said, the patient that you've operated on the first thing this morning, he has lost his prescription. And I called them in between my cases, my office staff, and I said, could you check the cures to see if that prescription was filled? And they came back to me right away and said, the prescription has been filled. So I said, well, please call him and say he's mistaken and those pills are somewhere in his house. So this protects the patient, protects overprescribing, which is what the bill is all about. So I have to agree, that we are so busy in between our patient, and it is very difficult to care for these patients if you're going to mandate that we physically have to be there for everything that our office staff and part of the team can also take care of. I went back, I looked at that
cures data, and I signed off on it. But, somewhere along the line, you will have to trust your physician. We are doing the best we can.
Thank you.
Christina Hildebrand from Voice for Choice Advocacy. I just want to speak to the broader picture that some of the members here mentioned, which seems to be that physicians don't have enough time to practice what they need to practice. And I really would like to ask the medical board, outside of this bill, to look at that, because I think there are many areas of medicine where the 15 minutes that you have in trying to get what you need to get done, because to get insurance to pay for the work that you do, is not enough time. We see it, we're going to talk about SB 276. We see many, many doctors throwing up their hands and saying, I'm not doing medical exemption evaluations because there's not enough time. So I just ask the board to look at that in the future of what is enough time, and our doctors don't have that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, we all just want to sit here and play little violins for these doctors that don't have enough time to take care of patient safety. I mean, come on. If you're that busy, how much patient safety is there actually happening? Let's rework our schedules so that we can make patient safety a priority and not have to worry about whether we have time enough to check the Cures database, which is for patient safety. Come on, doctors.
Any other comment in the audience? Any comment on the phone?
Emma Horn, member of public, your line is open.
Hi, sorry, I've made a mistake. I'm doing SB 276.
Okay.
Karen
So this is
Margell,
for-
your line is open.
Hello, my name is Kamar Gill calling from Fresno, California. And I want to point out to the board members, how the Cure reports once it populates in the dashboard. There are only two ways to do it. It either can be downloaded as a PDF or as an Excel file. In both these circumstances, the file actually has to be downloaded onto a computer, and then that computer has to have an Acrobat reader or as an Excel program. So, you expect it to be downloaded in an exam room, and then, a physician should actually manually delete it from that computer. And it is a very tedious process, to say the least. A physician delegates his medical assistant, who pulls up the record usually a day before or the same day. Physician actually looks at it. At the very most, what can be done is an ability to print a paper copy of it and scan it to the patient chart, and physician makes a note that he has physically looked at the paper trail of the prescribed medications. Until we find a technology fix, trying to find a fix within the legislation is not an easy fix. There can be an API that can be created where the data from the cures is directly populated into the node. The physician can click on it. There is no ability in the cure system to see on screen the patient's medication history. It has to be downloaded in a PDF or an Excel file, which is a very tedious process. It's not very functional because of the browser requirements, which are most extreme. And, somebody has to understand when we document something in the chart, we are telling the truth. And if it's documented in the chart, it was done. As an added layer, that paper copy could be scanned into the chart, and physician can make a note to the effect that I looked at it. To make physician go through the process of downloading it into an exam room computer and installing all the softwares to actually look at it is a very tedious process. It takes face-to-face time away from the patient, and it basically interferes with that 10, 15 minutes you have to see the patient and finish the documentation. So I think, finding a technology fix would be an easier way of looking at this problem than finding a legislative and a statutory fix. I know medical board wants to do everything sitting in Sacramento on a click of a button, but that's not how we physicians operate, and this should be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments?
Khadisha Lang, physician, your line is open.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. I think that it's important in listening to all of the concerns that people realize that so many physicians have stopped prescribing controlled medications and have taken to saying, because of the onerousness of the system, they've said, we won't prescribe it anymore. We refer the patient to a pain management specialist. The patient then has to wait for the pain management specialist to have an appointment after they've gotten an approved authorization from the patient's insurance company. And in those areas that are medically underserved, it's very hard to get a pain management specialist to see the patient. Most of the pain management specialists are located at a great distance from the patient's house. So you have a patient that's already experiencing significant pain if they need controlled substances, now possibly having to take a couple of buses or a very long ride and access or something like that to get to a physician that is relatively far away for them, and it's more painful and adding to their problems. And that means that the patients may not be able to make it to that doctor if it's too much for them to do. So when people are saying we're doing this to protect the patient, we want to protect the patient needs to be protected, but at some point you have to draw the line on how much confidence would you have in people. We trust our physicians to tell us things like, oh, yes, we've looked at the path results and this patient does have cancer. You should have this part of your body operated on. Or you have such and such condition going on. This is what the course of prognosis will be. If you want to get DNR to limit your pain, et cetera, we're happy to work with you on that. But when it comes to trust to give you appropriate, the physician, to give appropriate information, check the cures and make sure that that's really what's appropriate for the patient and is not being abused. We're saying, oh, we need to protect the patient and we shouldn't do any system a little more accessible. The end result is that, yes, you've got bad doctors out there that are doing a poor job and just prescribing without checking, but those physicians, which is the majority of physicians, that are trying to take care of their patients are being hampered and in many instances being forced because of the lack of time, the lack of systems available to say, I can't provide this service anymore. And as a result, we're actually doing harm because pain is the new vital sign. And if the doctor can't control the pain because of the license, you end up hurting patients that you're trying to protect. So please consider that in your decision.
Thank you. Any additional comments on the phone?
Jasmine Lee, Public, your line is open.
Hi, I'm actually speaking on to oppose 276. Is the right time or no?
No. So this is for AB 528 for everyone on the phone, AB 528.
No further questions in queue at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Cruz-Jones, please call the roll.
Dr. Casillas?
Abstain.
Ms. Friedman?
Yes, with the amendment. Yes.
Dr. Gonadev?
Aye.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Kraus? Yes. Ms. Lawson? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Mr. Warmoth?
No.
Mr. Watkins?
No.
Dr. Yip?
No.
Ms. Pines?
No. It passes. Next.
Okay, this one's going to be faster. AB 1264, we're bringing it back to you because it's moving it, the section in statute. Before it was in the hormonal contraception section, and it's actually moving the language to the general section on prescribing. So it would expressly clarify that the requirement to provide an appropriate prior exam before prescribing, dispensing, or furnishing dangerous drugs does not require a synchronous interaction between a patient and the licensee and can be achieved through the use of telehealth, including but not limited to a self-screening tool or questionnaire, provided that the licensee complies with the appropriate standard of care. This bill would include an urgency clause and would become effective immediately upon signature. The board does not interpret an appropriate prior exam to always require a real-time interaction between a physician and a patient. It depends on the circumstances of each specific patient and their medical history for a physician to determine what is an appropriate prior examination pursuant to the standard of care. This bill does specifically require the licensee to comply with the appropriate standard of care, and as such, this bill is clarifying in nature, and board staff recommends that the board again take a neutral position on this bill, but I would need a motion.
Can we get a motion? Second?
Second.
Thank you. Any member questions, comments? Dr. Hawkins?
Does this mean that in this case, hormonal contraception could be taken without an examination?
No, so basically before, this is sponsored by Planned Parenthood, and before it was in, there's a specific section of law that applies to hormonal contraception and the use of a self-screening tool, and we were neutral on that. Basically what they did is they took that language and put it in the general prescribing, so Business and Professions Code, section 2242. It still says that the appropriate exam has to comply with the standard of care, which is why staff doesn't really think it does much, because that's already what we would look to, but just because they moved it from one section to the more general section, we just wanted to bring it back and make sure that the board was still okay with us being neutral.
Any other questions, comments by members? Any comments in the audience? Any comments on the phone? Again, this is AB 1264.
No calls in queue at this time.
Okay. Ms. Cruz-Jones?
Dr. Casillas?
Yes.
Ms. Friedman?
Yes.
Dr. Gonadev?
Aye.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Kraus? Yes. Ms. Lawson? Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Mr. Warmoth?
Aye.
Mr. Watkins?
Aye.
Dr. Yip?
Aye.
And Ms. Pines?
Aye.
Okay, moving on. Next bill, AB 1468. This is the bill that would establish the Opioid Prevention and Rehabilitation Act, which would be funded by manufacturers and wholesalers of opioid drugs and would be repealed as of January 1st, 2028. The board took a supportive amended position on this bill at the last meeting and requested an amendment to ensure that the fees are not passed on to consumers. However, after the last board meeting, board staff was informed by the author's office that the reason they cannot include this language is because New York had a similar bill that included that language and was found unconstitutional because it would have protected consumers in one state from the tax but not consumers in other states. So with that new piece of information, I'm just requesting that we change our position to support, because that amendment's never going to happen. So I need a motion.
Well, I still have a problem with, they just pass it on. That's what they do.
Yeah, but they did have that language in there, and the only reason they were told by alleged counsel, I believe, to take it out because of what happened in another state, and it was found to be unconstitutional. So keeping it a supportive amendment and me going to the hearings and saying we want this amendment when it's unconstitutional is awkward.
I understand that pharmaceutical companies know how to stick it to the patients. That's
Right.
what aggravates me, so.
Why can't they make just the whole cost go to pharmaceutical and manufacturers? They make billions of dollars. They can take care of the patients who are suffering.
Right, so I think that's what they're trying to do. That's what this bill is trying to do, is pass it on to the,
But this is basic human issue, and I think
Right.
that somebody should take it.
Any additional comments by the members? Any comments in the audience? Any comments on the phone? Again, we are AB 1468.
No calls in queue at this time.
Okay. Ms. Jones-Cruz?
Dr. Casillas?
Abstain.
Ms. Friedman?
Yes.
Dr. Gonadev?
Abstain.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Kraus?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson? Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood?
No.
Dr. Thorpe?
Abstain.
Mr. Wormuth. Aye. Mr. Watkins. Aye. Dr. Yip.
Aye.
Ms. Pines.
Aye.
Okay, next bill, AB 1519. This is a new bill. This is actually the dental board's sunset bill, but there is a section in here that affects the medical board. I'm just going to go over that section. And this is something we were going to actually have to do regs on, but since it got put in a bill, it would specify the oral and maxillofacial surgery residence programs accredited by the Commission on Dental Accreditation shall be approved as postgraduate training required for licensure if the applicant attended the program as part of a combined dental and medical degree program accredited by CODA. This bill would specify that these programs do not have to comply with the requirement that the postgraduate training include 4 months of general medicine. And then this bill would also specify in the telehealth section of law that all laws and regulations governing professional responsibility and professional conduct and standards of practice that apply to a healthcare provider under their license shall apply to that healthcare provider while providing telehealth services. When our sunset bill was signed into law, the board received concerns from oral and maxillofacial surgery residency programs that they could not meet the general medicine requirement and that the language in the bill wasn't clear enough to ensure that individuals in these residency programs would be eligible for licensure. This bill would make it clear that that oral and maxillofacial residency programs count toward the 36 months of board-approved postgraduate training, which will address the concerns raised. Board staff recommends that the board take a support position on this bill on the provisions relating to the board. I need a motion.
So moved. Second.
Any questions or comments by the members? Dr. Hawkins?
So is this a workaround for the medical part of the medical dental?
So we had put language in our sunset bill that we thought addressed this issue because I believe Dr. Gonadev raised it. And then after the bill was actually signed into law, we got some concerns that maybe our language didn't address it. So Ms. Webb was actually going to bring regulations to the board to address this issue, but at the same time, legislation was introduced, so we decided to go that route instead of regulations. So we believe this bill makes it clear. We don't think it changes anything. We already had intended for these programs to be able to count towards the postgraduate training. This really just makes it clear and doesn't affect individuals in these programs.
Yeah, Randy, this was actually going to be a cleanup regulation from our part,
right,
but somebody put a bill there to clean it up. It's example is that Loma Linda has the MD-DDS, oral surgery. So they go through and they are into our licensing because they get the MD license as well as dental license. So they had concerns that when they had that combined program, what are they going to do? So we included them, but this one thing about 4 months of general medicine, and we talked internally also that we thought that we could do regulation, writing regulation, but now somebody takes it on, puts into the law, so it will be fine.
Any other comments or questions? Okay. Any comments, questions in the audience? Any comments on the phone?
Yes, I have one question in the queue. Michelle Ford, Vaccine Injury Awareness League President. Your line is open.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for taking my question. So I know that this item is in reference to telehealth. Is that correct? Telehealth services?
No.
Yeah, there is this. Should I answer?
Yeah.
Okay.
My question is, would telehealth doctors be authorized to offer a prescription and or a biological?
All this bill says is the standards of practice that apply to a healthcare provider under their license also apply when providing telehealth. It doesn't really change anything, just states existing law.
Okay, so the telehealth doctors, however, do not have a long-standing relationship with the patient. Is that accurate?
We can't go back and forth. You can have 3 minutes to speak if you're speaking on
AB 1519.
AB 1519.
Yeah, but I just, point of clarification, I need to understand if a telehealth doctor who does not have a long-standing relationship with the patient who called in for service, would that telehealth doctor who does not have the relationship with the patient be authorized to offer care that would include biologicals?
You can call into the board or write into the webmaster
In terms of their scope of health, scope of services that they would be able to offer clients that would be calling in during a telehealth request for service.
If you can take your question offline is what I'm saying. You're permitted to give public comment on the particular topic.
Okay, so I'm not authorized at this time to get clarification regarding the outline of what's available to doctors who offer telehealth services.
Right.
This bill doesn't impact that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments on the phone?
No further questions in queue at this time.
Okay. Ms. Cruz-Jones?
Dr. Casillas?
Yes.
Ms. Friedman?
Yes.
Dr. Gonadev?
Aye.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Kraus?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson? Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Mr. Warmoth?
Aye.
Mr. Watkins?
Aye.
Dr. Yip?
Abstain due to personal conflict interest.
Ms. Pines?
Aye.
Okay, next bill, SB 53, and would specifically require 2-member advisory bodies of a state body to comply with the Open Meetings Act if at least one member of the advisory body is a member of the larger state body and the advisory body is supported by state funds. This bill includes an urgency clause and will become effective immediately upon signature. After reviewing the language in this bill, staff has determined that it will impact outreach done by board members, including the medical board's annual legislative day. If this bill gets signed into law, the board members can no longer participate in this type of outreach, as every outreach event where board members participate in would now be subject to the Open Meetings Act. So board staff is recommending that the board oppose this bill unless it is amended to allow an exception for public outreach provided by board members. Just as a side note, I have talked to the author's office, told them that we would have concern if we couldn't do that kind of outreach, and they are working on amendments, but since they haven't happened yet, I wanted to bring this bill to the board so we could take an official position.
So moved. Second.
Any comments or questions from the members? Any comments from the audience?
Those legislative events that you guys do just come off as terrible photo ops. If you want them to be public outreach, why aren't you taking members of the public with you? You should have patient advocates with you that go to these legislative meetings so that we can all work on it together. That's public outreach. Going by yourselves and taking pictures with legislators isn't.
Thank you. Any comments in the audience? Any comments on the phone? We are SB 53.
No questions in queue at this time.
Dr. Casillas?
Yes.
Ms. Friedman?
No.
Dr. Gonadev?
Aye.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Kraus?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Mr. Warmoth?
Aye.
Mr. Watkins?
Aye.
Dr. Yip?
Aye.
Ms. Pines?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on, SB 159. You'll probably remember this bill from last time. This is the PrEP bill. And this would allow pharmacists exercise an appropriate professional judgment to furnish a 60-day supply of PrEP or PEP if specified conditions are met, which were included in the analysis. I'm just going to kind of go over what happened since our last meeting, since we had quite a lengthy conversation. So working with Dr. Hawkins, the board took a supportive amended position. The amendments were basically that protocols should be in place, training protocols for PrEP and PEP approved by us and the Board of Pharmacy like was done for other things. And also that it wasn't appropriate for a pharmacist to initiate PrEP. So,
PrEP's okay.
No,
PrEP's
PEP is
okay.
okay. PrEP is not okay.
Everybody gets yes.
PEP is the one after.
Yes.
Right. So that was the one that's like, right? PEP, yeah, PrEP and PEP, yeah, right.
PEP is the morning after pill.
Right, so we were okay with that, not PrEP, because PrEP had more requirements for testing and whatnot. So let me just kind of tell you what's happened in the legislature since then. They did add training protocols. That took care of one of our concerns that have to be approved by the board and the Board of Pharmacy. In addition, they did put a 60-day limit on PrEP and basically said that that insurance can only cover PrEP initiated by pharmacists for 60 days. So this has alleviated a lot of concerns from different physician groups that were previously posed, and that a lot of those groups, and I'm just letting you know this so you kind of know what's going on in the scheme of things, a lot of those groups are basically removing their opposition. So basically what I think our board needs to decide is with those, with the training protocols and with the 60-day limit and basically saying that insurance can't cover it for more than that. So they couldn't go from one pharmacist to another and get 60 and 60. Is the board okay with that bill? Because right now our position is support if amended. So we either keep that amendment about PrEP saying that it's not appropriate for pharmacists to initiate it, or we think about those parameters that are on it now and we decide if we want to change our position to support.
Dr. Hawkins?
So many constituents, physicians still have problems with even a 60-day, say the person takes a medication and they don't have a primary care physician to pick up, then you increase the risk of resistance and that sort of stuff. Doesn't get around the fact that you can't confirm that the patient has a primary care doctor to continue to follow and check the labs after 60 days.
So they are required, pharmacists are required to alert the primary care physician if they have one. And if they don't have one, they are giving them information, basically kind of where to go to get one. They've kind of tried to address that issue as much as they can, but that's what's in the language now. And I could read you the actual language.
So if they don't have a primary care physician, they're not prohibited from giving the 60-day?
No, they basically try to give you information on.
That's difficult, that's problematic.
I'm confused about the entire definition, the words you're using, sorry.
PrEP and PEP?
Yes. The prophylaxis drug that, the prophylaxis drug that men who have sex with men and others use on a daily basis, what are you calling?
PrEP, pre-exposure, and
Right.
PEP is post-exposure.
So let's just focus on PrEP, because I'm getting a little confused on
That is what PrEP is what we had issues with before, because it required a lot of monitoring and testing.
PrEP?
That we had said basically that it's not appropriate for a pharmacist to initiate that because it requires regular monitoring. A pharmacist just initiates it, and then they don't really see that pharmacist again. So the position we had taken before is because it requires that regular monitoring and testing to make sure that they're adhering to PrEP, that it wasn't appropriate. Now, in the legislature now, they say 60 days. It limits it. It tries to refer them to a physician if they have one. It put a limit on insurance paying for PrEP longer than 60 days. And I'm not saying every physician is okay with it. What I'm saying is the physician groups in the Capitol that were previously opposed are now all of a sudden lifting their opposition. I'm just telling you that just so you can kind of get what's going on over in the Capitol.
My question is, if
Excuse me, Mr. Warmoth was next. And then I'll go to Dr. Casillas and then
Yeah,
I'll come back to
I
you.
think there's a misunderstanding of the purpose of this bill. PrEP has been out for a couple years, and frankly, gay white men have already adopted it heavily. This is not something that's meant for, this bill does not do anything for them. This is specifically for communities that have serious problems with medical care. Immigrants that are afraid that if they go to a doctor, they're going to get turned in and deported. Trans women of color who have certain problems with doctors. Men who have sex with men but don't like to be, or don't consider themselves gay, or certainly don't want other people to consider them to be gay. They have problems with going to a doctor to initiate this, this medication, and that's what this is trying to do. if we say PEP okay and PrEP no, basically what we're saying is that these groups are going to have to go to the pharmacist every 2 weeks or so and have another emergency so that they can get PEP rather than PrEP. The distinction just doesn't make any difference. This is something that's critically important to be able to stop transmission of HIV. And I think that the changes that have been made are definitely worthwhile, and I would strongly say we need to support this bill.
Thank you. Dr. Casillas?
I completely agree with the principle of broadening access to communities in need, communities of color who have been underserved, specifically with regards to the HIV epidemic. My concern is just like sort of the workflow and how this will happen, how it will be implemented, that we don't shortchange these communities with sort of low-cost, easy solutions. And so I'm really concerned as to sort of how this transaction is supposed to happen in public spaces like pharmacies, especially with such a stigmatized condition. So do we have any information as to, is this a patient-initiated protocol? How is this supposed to happen? Has this been thought out through in terms of the initiation and how this happens in a pharmacy?
I'm not the sponsor of the bill, but the initiation, there's certain requirements that a pharmacist has to comply with, and they're on pages 3 of your analysis. It's basically like a checklist of things that if the patient meets all these things, and the pharmacist can initiate PrEP. I believe that it's patient-driven. The patient would go to the pharmacist to try, like Mr. Wormuth said, they would go to that pharmacist and try to get PrEP in the and the reason why I've heard some physician groups are okay with this bill now, because they've kind of created more like a checklist. Instead of the pharmacist making like a medical decision, they're like, okay, they meet, check off all these boxes, they meet all these requirements, they can only do it for 60 days, they're trying to, steer them towards their primary care physician after that 60 days, they're putting a limit on how much insurance will pay for, they can only do 60 days every 2 years, so I think the intent is to basically get them started on PrEP and then steer them towards a doctor, and I think, like I said, some of the physician groups are okay because it's more like a check, okay, the pharmacist is just looking, do they meet X, Y, and Z, do they meet all these things? They do, okay, I can initiate this PrEP. I can't tell you, how they see it going on a workflow basis, but it would have to be patient-driven. They would have to go to the pharmacist and ask for them to initiate this, so.
I'm just concerned about the unintended consequences if there's no study on the issue. Like, we have programs for cervical cancer screening in low-income communities, and yes, we screen the patient, and then they have an abnormal PAP, and then there's no treatment. So just making sure, Dr. Hawkins concerned us to sort of making sure that there's appropriate follow-up and there's a pilot model to study that this is done correctly.
Right.
So
Dr. Mahmood?
I am a little confused that at one point we're talking about the insurance will pay for 60 days. Other time we're talking about those patients don't have an access to the doctor. If they have insurance, that insurance should have access to the doctor. That is the basic right of a patient, if has a doctor, should have not only access to the doctor, timely access to the doctor. And why they have to wait 60 days to see the doctor. And these drugs have consequences. They need to be monitored. Pharmacists cannot monitor except that somebody start really having clinical symptoms, which anybody can, like nausea or vomiting or something else. So we really want to be careful when we give somebody else the power to prescribe the drugs for 60 days, and then other things will come up. So we need to make sure, number one. Number two, on the communities we are targeting, those are the communities really need our help and our support and access to the healthcare. The communities which are well off and who can go and get access, there is not a problem for them. Those are the real communities who have problem, and they will get into more and more trouble and problem. Just seeing the problem that they cannot access, that they don't want to access, we should encourage. That is the real basic mission of this board, to have a standard quality healthcare for every Californian. And we should work hard, and the writers should work hard on that, so that everybody has access and everybody has fair access, and we should work on that.
I think you guys have fairly represented the support and opposition argument, so. There you go, we make a decision.
Are there any additional comments from members? Oh, Dr. Hawkins.
Mention that, so the bill would allow pharmacists exercising appropriate professional judgment to furnish a 60-day supply of PrEP if all the following conditions are met. Patient is HIV negative, documented by a negative HIV test result within 7 days. So they have to present that. Patient does not report any signs or symptoms of acute HIV infection. Patient does not report taking any contrary medication. Pharmacists can know that. They're already very good at that. The pharmacist provides counseling to the patient, ongoing use of PrEP. The patient reports having normal renal function. So all those things have to apply, and I don't know if the patient's going to walk in with an HIV result, know their creatinine for renal function, and I think the pharmacist actually can know about contraindication for the patient's on. I think the biggest population is not the population that Dr. Warmoth represents, but has to offer in the inner city African American, the largest group that needs to get PrEP. Everyone who deserves it should get PrEP, but you really have to have close follow-up. You have to have all the things that this algorithm suggests, but really a critical part of this is you're going to have someone following this patient. And not everybody, even though the medication can be provided, even if you don't have insurance, you really do need to have insurance or a clinic to follow the patient regularly. And I don't believe the pharmacist can do that.
And just because we talked about it before, the part about the patient's primary care provider, the requirement is that the pharmacist has to notify the patient's primary care provider that the pharmacist completed the requirements in the bill, and if the patient does not have a primary care provider, refuses consent to notify their primary care provider, it would require the pharmacist to provide the patient a list of physicians, clinics, or other healthcare service providers to contact regarding ongoing care for PrEP. So that was the part that I was referencing before.
That's their only responsibility, is just to give them a list.
If they don't have if they don't have
I live
one.
in Palm Springs.
Right.
Most of the people are visitors and vacationers. And I think everybody deserves this. I don't look at if you're wealthy or not. I think everybody deserves it. So, but to find physicians in a party town is going to be a little difficult. So is the responsibility handed over once they give you the list?
Well,
I
so
guess
if they
it
have a
would
primary
be.
care provider, then the pharmacist is supposed to contact them. But if someone comes to you and says, I don't have a primary care provider, there's no one for the pharmacist to contact, then that's when they provide them a list. But there is a requirement for the pharmacist to notify
A
their
list.
primary care provider if they have one.
They could live in South Africa, so we have to get a list of physicians in South Africa, right?
And I don't want to be misunderstood. I think everybody deserves PrEP as well. I think you have to be careful with PrEP, and the requirements regarding follow-up counseling are really, really essential.
Yeah, I hear you. I appreciate that, because everybody deserves it.
One thing I do want to point out, and I don't know if it makes a difference one way or another, I just think it's worth putting forward, is that there does have to be a completion of a training program, and that training program not only has to be approved by the Board of Pharmacy, but it does have to come through the medical board. So you may remember in the past when we've done joint protocols with the Board of Pharmacy on other things, hormonal contraception and
Immunizations, nicotine replacement.
yeah, right. So all of those things, they've come through before, where you would have another opportunity to provide what should that training look like. So that is something I just want to make sure that everybody's aware of
And
that
that
as
is an
well.
amendment that we requested, was the protocols. So.
Yeah.
I think we need a motion. I don't think we have a motion. We're not there yet.
I move we support.
Okay. Can I get a second? Second. Okay. And now, you can come forward.
Yes, thank you. This is Dr. Reed Black, Patients Matter again. As I recall from the talk from the physician from Department of Public Health that came to speak, I want to point out two things. Number one was that he showed that slide of the treatment disparity or the outcome disparity amongst African American patients, and he utilized that as an argument to approve the authorization, the use of the PrEP and the PEP kind of thing. And so we at Black Patients Matter also argue that what's very important to African American health, certainly, we'll try this, authorization. It may or may not work. Be nice if there was a retrospective study done on whether or not it was worth it. But we at Black Patients Patients Matter, support and encourage the hiring of diversified providers within these community clinics. And more importantly, we do feel that it's not necessarily the underrepresented physicians that are being targeted by a non-racially diversified HQIU policing force, but in fact, it's actually the patient population that they serve. So we're not arguing necessarily just for the purpose of hiring more black doctors, so much as we feel strongly, we believe that this will help to close the racial disparity gap. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments in the audience? Any comments on the phone? We are...
Michelle Ford, Washington Injury Awareness. Vaccine Injury Awareness League President. Your line is open. Michelle Ford, your line is open.
Just a reminder, this is on SB 159.
Khadijah Lane, physician, your line is open.
That's it? Okay. Ms. Cruz-Jones?
Dr. Casillas.
Khadijah?
No. It's Dr.
Then she's not responding.
Okay.
Here, can you hear me?
Yes, I
Hello?
can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, this is Dr. Khadijah Lang again with Golden State Medical Association. I agree with everybody that it's important to have appropriate follow-up. It's very helpful. And having pharmacists prescribe the medication and send them back to a doctor in 60 days is great. But the reality is that many of the patients at risk for HIV and therefore requiring or requesting PrEP are battered women or people in MSMs that are in an abusive relationship who recognize that their partner may not be the most faithful person in the world. They're taking this to try to protect themselves from HIV. But with infidelity, there are a myriad of sexually transmitted infections out there that can be transmitted other than HIV. When a patient comes into a physician to be evaluated for PrEP, we don't just check creatinines or kidney function and HIV tests. We basically do a sexually transmitted infection workup so that we're checking the patient for all of the things that they are most likely, or the majority of things that they're at risk for if they're having sex with multiple partners or with one partner who is having sex with multiple partners. When we simply say, okay, they brought a test saying they were HIV negative, so let's give them medicine for 60 days, many of the people that are in this situation are in a situation where multiple people can be exposed by what they contract. And what that does is put women in particular of childbearing age at risk for infections that can block their tube, cause them to have ectopic or tubal pregnancies. We're already seeing exponential growth of the maternal mortality rate in women, and particularly black women in America. And if they get pregnant and their tubes are blocked because they got an STI because the pharmacist gave them medicine so they thought they were safe and they didn't get HIV, but they got something else which went on to do additional damage, that patient's life is put immediately at risk. So I think we need to realize that there is a benefit to encouraging people to get in and actually see a physician as opposed to just, oh, I went to the pharmacist, I got some PrEP for 2 months, so for the next 2 months I don't need to worry about whether I'm going to get anything if I go out and have a wild party life or if I have an unfaithful partner that I know is running around. I'm safe, because they're not really safe. There are so many other things out there that are sexually transmitted, and they need to be aware of that, and we need to take this into consideration because many of these people can't say no. It's not safe for them to say no, and we have to protect the patient who can't speak up for themselves. If they come to the physician and get a full evaluation, they can be informed of what
Please
they
conclude.
have, and therefore get
Okay.
appropriate treatment for it before it becomes more.
We have, thank you very much. We have a motion and a second, right, on this?
Already started calling roll, I think.
Yeah, and we're now in the middle of calling roll. Right?
For clarity of the record, I'm just going to repeat.
Yes.
Dr. Casillas?
No.
Ms. Friedman?
Yes.
Dr. Gonadev?
Abstain.
Dr. Hawkins?
No, but I strongly support PEP, post-exposure prophylaxis, but not PrEP, with the pharmacist, even with the amendments.
Dr. Kraus? No. Ms. Lawson? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood?
No.
Dr. Thorpe?
No.
Mr. Warmoth?
Aye.
Mr. Watkins?
Aye.
Dr. Yip?
No.
Ms. Pines?
No.
Fails.
What happened? What did you? Fails. Is there another motion we're going to put on the table?
No, it's too confusing. I don't know another one to put on.
The other motion would be what we had before, which is support if
Right.
amended, where.
You do have a motion already supported by the board. I think you can leave it there because there is so much confusion. The reason I abstained is, I mean, there is something good in it, there is something bad in it, so I just couldn't go either way.
And our position is already support if amended that pharmacists shouldn't initiate PrEP. So that's our current position. I was bringing it back because of the amendments, so.
Can you change it and leave it alone, like our position?
Our prior position would just stand.
Right.
I guess so.
Our prior position was support if amended to, again, only allow it for PEP, not for PrEP. And we had given some other suggestions, and so now we're still at the point where we believe that it should be for PEP and not PrEP. And so that position will still stand for the board.
Okay, moving on. SB 377. This is the bill related to psychotropic drugs and foster children and the issue of us not being able to get authorization. So it did change a little bit. The intent is still the same. After many negotiations with different groups, it now requires the Judicial Council to revise its forms to include a request for authorization for the foster youth or the foster youth attorney to release the medical information to the board for us to ascertain whether there's excessive prescribing. The bill does, so before we took a supportive amended position, and the amendment was basically to allow us to get all the medical records, because the bill had limited what medical records we could get. So the bill was amended, and that was taken, and so we moved our position to support. And then it went to Human Services Committee, and they made them take amendments in committee that again limited what we could receive. So it's a different mechanism, but it's the same intent. So basically now, the authorization would be limited to medical information relevant to the prescription of the psychotropic medication. And there was a couple other amendments that don't really impact us that were also taken. Actually, it was Judiciary Committee, sorry, not Human Services. That the Judicial Council has to consult with different agencies when they're updating their forms. There's a working group that has to happen that's supposed to be held by Department of Social Services. Those don't really impact us. It still gets us what we want. And so in working with the author's office, we came up with some amendments that we think will get us to where we need. So board staff requested that the author change the language to specify that authorization is limited to medical information that is relevant to the investigation of the prescription, because we would be deciding what's relevant to the investigation. So we've gotten a commitment. I have it in email from the author's office that they will take those amendments when they come back in session. So board staff is suggesting that we just keep our position as support, and our position is support now. And so unless board members object, I don't need another motion. Do I, Carrie?
Not if the position's not going to change.
Right, so our position is support now. We have a letter. I have a commitment from the author's office. I'd like to just keep our position as support unless board members have objections.
Can I get a motion?
We don't.
We don't need.
Oh, we don't, okay.
Basically, hearing any objections.
Any objections? Nope, okay.
Okay, so moving on. SB 697, you'll remember this bill from before. This is the bill that would revise the Physician Assistant Practice Act to allow multiple physicians and surgeons to supervise a physician assistant, and would replace the delegation of services agreement with a practice agreement. And so I'm not going to go through the whole bill, and we took a support position at the last meeting. There has been some amendments that were taken to address, to attempt to address concerns raised by the Physician Assistant Board. They're pretty minor amendments, but let me see if I can find some of them here. Okay, so would specify that it does not prohibit the Physician Assistant Board from requiring the physical presence of a physician as a term or condition of the PA's reinstatement or probation. Let's see. This bill would allow a practice agreement to designate a PA as an agent of a supervising physician. It specifies that the language in here regarding an organized healthcare system has to comply with a ban on the corporate practice of medicine. They're kind of like technical amendments to try to address PA board, physician assistant board's concerns. I'll let them speak on their own concerns. I don't think that any of the amendments change the reasons why the board took a support position. So my recommendation would just be that we keep it at support, but I know that there probably might be some public comment on this.
Do we have any member comments or questions? Any comments in the audience? Any comments on the phone? Oh, we do have one, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Megan Allred.
Thank you, members. I'll be real brief. Megan Allred on behalf of the California Medical Association. Just wanted to let you know that I did speak with the PA board before they left today. Unfortunately, they had to catch a plane. But it looks like with the next set of amendments that we're planning, they are potentially ready to remove their opposition. And so we are just continuing to work with them to resolve those last few issues, and should be moving on with the bill, and would appreciate your continued support.
Any other comments in the audience? Any comments on the phone? This is SB 697.
Yes, Christine Westcott, Latinos of Medical Freedom. Your line is open.
Hi, yes, I'm waiting for SB 276, sorry.
Okay.
Ariana LePloid, Public. Your line is open.
The same goes for me. I misheard the proposition bill.
Okay, so we're SB 697.
Conway Jill, your line is open. MD, your line is open.
My name is Kamar Gill. I'm calling in regards to 9A item 16, Senate Bill 697. I spoke to the author's office this afternoon. This bill was originally scheduled for a hearing on August 14th at 9 a.m., and they will be putting it to suspense file because of the concerns I've expressed. My primary concern is that the language basically leaves a lot of decisions to the discretion at the level of practice, which I believe defeats the purpose of board maintaining its mission to consumer protection. If lay individuals are allowed to make decisions in regards to how the show is going to be run, it would lead to patient harm. And essentially what I've noticed is this bill had embedded in it a lot of retrospective provisions which would have essentially wiped years and years of past misconduct, some of which is criminal, at least starting from 2007 onwards. We have an active lawsuit against OxyContin, and I feel like that some of the co-defendants should be PAs, essentially in the rural California, when they've been very recklessly prescribing these medications. And author has agreed to look at the amendments. Author has also agreed to look at the PA board. And the cost would go up, so appropriations would have to put this bill to suspense with the requested amendments. And I'm a little upset with the board members who abstained, that did not take an opposing position. I believe members of the public who are on the board should have an ability to be able to express freely and not rely on the physician members who generally are market participants and may have their own interest. So I hope moving forward the members of the public would be able to take an opposed unless amended position and not have a physician out in Fresno, California to drive up in Sacramento before the Business and Professions Committee to oppose these kinds of bill and have the amendments in. So I hope moving forward, public members of the board do their fiduciary duties. Thank you.
Any additional comments on the phone?
No further questions in queue at this time.
Okay, so we are now at SB 276.
We've
Jennifer.
all been waiting for. Okay. Let me start with my presentation. SB 276 would require the California Department of Public Health by January 1st, 2021 to develop and make available for use by physicians an electronic, standardized, and statewide medical exemption certification form, which must include specified information, which was listed on page 2 to 3 of the analysis, including an authorization for CDPH to contact the issuing physician for purposes of this section, and an authorization for release of records related to the medical exemption to CDPH, the board, and the Osteopathic Medical Board of California. This was one of the things that the board, one of the concepts that the board supported, getting us the authorization. This bill would require CDPH to annually review immunization reports from all schools and institutions. Beginning January 1st, 2021, this bill would require clinically trained staff members who are physicians or RNs at CDPH to review exemptions from schools or institutions with an immunization rate of less than 95%, and exemptions from physicians who submit 5 or more medical exemptions in a calendar year. So that's a change. It's narrowed from what the requirement was before. This bill would permit CDPH to deny or revoke a medical exemption determined to be inappropriate or invalid as specified. This bill would require CDPH to identify those medical exemptions that do not meet the applicable CDC, the Federal Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, or American Academy of Pediatrics criteria for appropriate medical exemptions. This bill would allow CDPH to contact the primary care physician or the issuing physician to request additional information to support the medical exemption. This bill would allow CDPH, based on the medical discretion of the clinically trained immunization staff member, to accept a medical exemption that is based on other contraindications or precautions, including consideration of family medical history, if the issuing physician provides written documentation to support the medical exemption that is consistent with a relevant standard of care. This bill would specify that a medical exemption that the reviewing CDPH immunization staff member determines to be inappropriate or otherwise invalid would also be required to be reviewed by the state public health officer, who is a physician, or another physician from CDPH's immunization program who's designated by the state public health officer. Pursuant to this review, the state public health officer or designee may revoke the medical exemption. This bill would require the CDPH to notify the parent or guardian, issuing physician, the school or institution, and the local public health officer with jurisdiction over the school or institution of a denial or revocation. This bill would specify that if CDPH determines that a physician's practice is contributing to a public health risk in one or more communities, CDPH shall report the physician to the board or the Osteopathic Medical Board or the Medical Board as appropriate. This bill would prohibit CDPH from accepting a medical exemption from the physician until the physician demonstrates to CDPH that the public health risk no longer exists, but in no event shall the physician be barred from submitting these forms for less than 2 years. This bill would specify that if there is a pending accusation against a physician with the board or the Osteopathic Board relating to immunization standards of care, CDPH shall not accept a medical exemption from the physician unless and until the accusation is resolved in favor of the physician. This bill would require CDPH to notify the board or the Osteopathic Board of any physician who has 5 or more medical exemption forms in a calendar year that are revoked. This bill would specify that if a medical exemption is revoked, the child shall continue in attendance at his or her school. However, within 30 calendar days of the revocation, the child shall begin the immunization schedule required for conditional admittance unless an appeal is filed within that 30-day time period. If an appeal is filed, the child shall continue in attendance at his or her school and shall not be required to comply with the immunization requirements unless and until the revocation is upheld on appeal. This bill would allow a medical exemption that is revoked to be appealed by a parent or guardian to the Secretary of the California Health and Human Services Agency. This bill would specify that the parents or guardians may provide necessary information for purposes of the appeal. This bill would require the Secretary of, I'm going to call it CHHS from now on, to establish an independent expert review panel consisting of 3 licensed physicians who have relevant knowledge, training, and experience relating to primary care or immunizations to review appeals. This bill would require CHHS to establish the processing guidelines for the appeals process and post it on their website. This bill would require CHHS to establish requirements, including conflict of interest standards, that a physician must meet in order to serve on the panel. This bill would require the independent expert review panel to evaluate appeals consistent with the CDC, ACIP, or AAP guidelines or the relevant standard of care as applicable. This bill would require the independent expert review panel to submit its determination to the Secretary of CHHS. This bill would require the Secretary of CHHS to adopt the determination of the independent expert review panel and promptly issue a written decision to the child's parent or guardian, and it would specify the decision shall not be subject to further administrative review. This bill will still require the exemption form to include an authorization to release medical records to the board, which will remove obstacles the board is currently facing on medical exemption cases and allow the board to receive the medical records so the board's experts can review these cases and opine on whether the physician followed the standard of care. The board previously took a support and concept position on this bill. The board supported the concepts that allow the board to receive the medical records related to the medical exemptions and require a review of medical exemptions. During the discussion on SB 276 at the board's interim meeting, numerous members raised issues regarding the CDC guidelines being too narrow and the appropriate entity to have oversight of the review of medical exemptions. This bill will now require CDPH to review exemptions using applicable CDC, ACIP, or AAP criteria for appropriate medical exemptions. This bill now also allows CDPH, based on the medical discretion of the clinically trained immunization staff member, to accept a medical exemption that is based on other contraindications or precautions, including consideration of a family medical history, if the issuing physician provides written documentation to support the medical exemption that is consistent with the relevant standard of care. This bill also requires CDPH to now notify the board of any physician who has 5 or more medical exemption forms in a calendar year that are revoked. This bill also narrows the medical exemptions that require CDPH review and ensures that a clinically trained personnel, a physician or RN at CDPH, are reviewing the exemption and requires a final review by a physician before an exemption can be revoked. In addition, an appeals process has been added to allow our parent or guardian to appeal revocation. And the appeal process is housed in a different agency with a panel of physicians reviewing the appeal and making the final decision. The board should determine if these changes address the board's previous concern and change the board's position on this bill. Now it's up to the board.
Can I have a motion to support on concept this bill?
So moved.
Supporting concept.
Support.
Support, period. What's the recommendation? What's the
There is
recommendation?
no recommendation because
The original.
board needs to make this decision. So what I would try to lay out is
Support.
This is what your support. You
Support.
supported those two concepts. Here's what your concerns were. Here are the changes. So it's really up to the board to
Okay,
make that
so the
determination.
motion is to,
Motion is to support
okay.
the bill.
Do we have a second? Okay. Are there any questions or comments from the members?
On the appeal process, when medical board reviews the exemption, the reviewer, the expert reviewer, we have multiple of them. We don't want like one person to be reviewing most of them. There should be a channel that there should be many because state is so big. And if one person is inclined towards something or few people are inclined towards one side, they must be making decisions on the side. So we need to have multiple reviewers and expert reviewers.
So the medical board is not reviewing the exemption. So it's CDPH that's doing the review, right?
The CDPH has any?
So CDPH would have a first level, which would be a physician or RN do a review and make a decision. And then the next level is the state public health officer or their designee, which is a physician, does the final review and makes the decision. And if they revoke, then the appeal process is to go to the California Health and Human Services Agency, which is a different agency, and they'll have an independent panel of physician reviewers who will review that appeal and all the information that's submitted and make that decision. So the medical board really doesn't have a part in the review of the medical exemptions.
So when the CDP independent reviewers will be only after the appeal process. Before that, it will be all CDP.
Right. It would be CDPH would be making that determination, the initial determination.
Right. Would not that make a little bit biased that CDPH has certain angle on this and other people are?
Please,
I'm just trying to
that's
make it
going
as
to delay
transparent
it.
as
So
possible.
please,
Yeah, we
control the clapping till after.
no clapping.
Right, we want to get through. So I'm asking you to please be respectful of the process, let the comments occur, and then you'll have a chance to speak on.
Well, I just want to tell my position. I am for immunization, and I think that this is our responsibility and basic duty to save our communities. And over the period of decades, immunization has, and I'm a everyday working physician. I'm not just somebody just sitting in an office or doing administrative work. And that is, I think, the basic concept behind 276 is immunization and vaccination is to help and save our children and our elderly and our people who have a need thing, just to have a transparent system. That's why I'm asking these questions. So there got to be some independent process where people are not considered that one certain department is taking a biased position and they want to do it. And parents and guardians and physician has the fair and transparent role. That's all I'm saying.
Dr. Hawkins?
Trying to get a better idea about the due process, when that kicks in, where if a parent or guardian believes that the decision made is not correct, how that appeal process works, because the child is still in school, but seems like there's a couple levels of appeal from the parent or guardian. The idea about timeframes on that? And
Yeah, actually, I can read it again. So basically, like I said, there's 2 levels of review at CDPH. An immunization staff member, which it has to be an RN or physician, makes the initial determination. State public health officer or their designee, which is a physician, makes that final determination if they approve it or not. And then I'll go through the appeal. Okay, so it would specify if the medical exemption is revoked, the child shall continue in attendance at his or her school. However, within 30 days of the revocation, the child shall begin the immunization schedule required for conditional admittance unless an appeal is filed within that 30-day time frame. If the appeal is filed, the child shall continue in attendance at his or her school and shall not be required to comply with the immunization requirements unless and until the revocation is upheld on appeal. So basically, they continue going to school while that appeal is being worked out. So then it goes to the appeal process, right? The parent or guardian requests appeal within that 30 days, and it would specify the parents or guardians may provide necessary information to CHHS for that appeal, and it would require, then that's when we go to the CHHS process. So then the secretary of CHHS would establish an independent expert review panel consisting of 3 licensed physicians who have relevant knowledge, training, and experience related to primary care or immunization to review appeals. And it would basically, the process isn't set in statute. So basically, it would say the bill would require CHHS to establish the process and the guidelines. So they would have to do that after this bill passes. And then they would have to post that process and the guidelines on their website. And then they would also have to establish requirements, including conflict of interest standards that a physician must meet in order to qualify to serve on the panel. So all that would happen after. So I can't kind of tell you because it would all happen after that. And then the review panel would have to evaluate the appeals consistent with the 3 guidelines that I mentioned before, or the relevant standard of care. So whichever is applicable, the guidelines or the relevant standard of care. And then the review panel would submit its determination to the Secretary of California Health and Human Services Agency, and it basically would just require that secretary to adopt what they determined. And that's pretty much the appeal process.
So just one more question. So I just want to make sure I heard you correctly, that this appeal process is going to be decided at some later date according to regulations. So there's no information, for example, I'm just talking about the final appeal process. There's no information, for example, as to, do people need to travel for a hearing to Sacramento?
Kind of detail is not worked out.
Are they holding them all across the state? What are they? How will this work?
And I believe that they're exempted from the regulatory process because they're trying to get this up and going right away. So I don't think they have to go through the normal regulatory process.
So Jennifer,
I can double check on that.
I want to go through the front end of the process. So my understanding as it stands now, you take your kid, gets seen by a doctor does the evaluation, an exemption is issued. That exemption now, under the new law, will go on to electronic record that will then be sent to CDPH.
So CDPH now only review exemptions, and there's
There's two criteria.
Right, so before it was every exemption, and now the requirement to review is only for the exemptions for schools or institutions with immunization rates of less than 95%, and exemptions from physicians who submit 5 or more medical exemptions in a calendar year.
So that narrows it quite a bit.
I mean, I don't know the numbers, but I would assume it narrows it.
Because if you're a person listening to this and your school district or whatever is under 95%, you will be scrutinized, or those records will be scrutinized by CDPH, essentially.
I mean, yeah, that
Yes,
does
yeah.
require CDPH
Yes.
review. I don't want to get into too much opinion here, but yeah, I'm going to stick to the facts of the bill.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Do we have any additional questions from members or comments? Okay, so we have, we are at 6 o'clock. The board meeting was supposed to end at 5:30. We are going to, based on time frame, based on the amount of people in the room and the amount of people on the phone, we can only give each person 30 seconds to speak on this issue. We have a timer. At the 30 seconds, we will ask you, your time is up, and we will ask you to be respectful to let the next person be able to make a comment. I want to start by having people line up. There are 2 mics, mic 1 and mic 2. I would like to have the people in the room who have young children be the first ones to speak, so that their child is not alone for a long period of time. So, yes.
Is there a total time limit on discussion of this issue?
I would like to give it a total of an hour. That'd take us to 7 p.m. And we still have agenda items.
Let the games begin.
Let's start. Number 1.
I'm Dr. Doug Hulstead. I'm a pediatrician in the state of California. I treat children that have autoimmune issues. I have the unique position of having seen 118 autistic children in my practice over the years. Of those 118 children, 52 of those children are specifically autistic, secondary to the vaccine program that CDC justifies. That means 44% of the population of my autistics is specifically vaccine injured. That also translates into, if we use 1 out of 40 children as being
Please
autistic
conclude.
as we speak right now, we're talking about 1% of the population. You, as the
Your time is up.
board of the California Board of Medicine, needs to pay attention to the health of all of the children. I'm talking 1% of a normal population.
Your time is up. For this to work, we have to stay on the timeline.
Okay. Mic 2.
Christy Burchett, Sepulveda Burchett of Educate Advocate, here on behalf of families we serve that have children with special needs, many of which are medically fragile. Because of clarity issues with SB 277, the precursor bill to 276, many of our families with children on an IEP have medical exemptions and would be negatively impacted by 276 because of the virtual elimination of family history and genetic testing and replacing this with relevant standard of care. Please review the write-up by a Voice for Choice Advocacy thoroughly before taking a position on SB 276. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diana Dominguez, and this is Gracie Dominguez. Sorry for interrupting the meeting, but it's important for me to be here for these last few hours. I'm a mother of 2 children, and I really think that it's important for a doctor and a patient to have their relationship. It bugs me when I hear people buy medical exemptions. I go to different doctors to get opinions. I don't just go to one. And I also think that pharmaceutical companies need to be held liable. Makes no sense why they're protected. So hopefully you see that and look into it a little more and consider. And I appreciate the 2 people who actually question things. Thank you.
Thank you. Mic 2.
Hi there. My name is Melanie. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us today. I am in opposition of 276. If it is about public health, then why are we punishing 4,000 children who are deserving of medical exemptions? Although there has been no proof of fraudulence, if there are a handful of cases, then there must be a better way of addressing the issue. The bill guarantees a sacrificial minority, the minority being medically fragile children. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Denise, and I'm from the underserved communities you guys so desperately want to serve. I'm also a board member of Latinos for Medical Freedom. I'm from Stockton, where the income is $35,000 cap, and this bill will affect us. We cannot homeschool. We cannot afford genetic testing. We cannot afford an appointment because our insurance, like Medi-Cal, Medicaid, does not cover it. Many of my community will be affected negatively, so they are now facing either education or having to stay home, and this is going to affect everything. Factory workers. I work with
Please
farm
conclude.
workers. Okay. So I want you guys to first ask yourself, has there been any doctors who've been reprimanded for writing a fake medical exemption? That's what this bill is based on. You are the board. You are supposed to be looking at these issues.
Please conclude.
And not depending on politicians to tell you that there are doctors doing this.
Hello. This bill will affect the trust on my doctors because if my trusted physician is afraid of having his license to be taken off, or if he's afraid to speak the truth or to do right a medical exemption, how can I trust my child to his care? Second, this bill has a very narrow criteria, and my daughter still won't fall under this. My kid was happy and healthy, and when she took her 18-month shot, she was looking like a rug, like she had no eye contact and no response. If this bill passes, in order for her to go to school,
Please conclude.
she will be obliged to get a vaccine, and this will be a gamble with my child's life. California Medical Board meeting will be gamble with kids' life because that's what it's gonna be.
My name is Heidi Munoz Gleisner. I'm a board member of Latinos for Medical Freedom. We are a grassroots organization that are committed to the health and well-being for all Californians and those beyond. One of our primary goals and focuses is to ensure that complete and up-to-date medical literature on pharmaceuticals and environmental toxins are provided in Spanish. There are absolutely no amendments that can fix this bill. Our children do not belong in databases that will disadvantage and discriminate against them for life. SB 276 is
Please
not
conclude.
California for all, and it is not health for all. I urge you today to stand with Latinos for Medical Freedom and vote health for all.
So if the state of California doesn't trust your doctors to make decisions, how can we? How can I go to my doctor, have an appointment, and trust what they have to say if they are not allowed to do their job? We implore you to please oppose SB 276. It is absolutely unnecessary and really bad business for your doctors and for California.
I oppose this bill. This targets underserved communities that don't have access to quality health care. Also, I'm completely disgusted that you guys are more concerned about doctor burnout than you are with medically fragile children.
I was very moved by what I heard earlier today about doctor burnout and actual suicide. Physicians that do not want to delegate their patients to another doctor. What will happen when we have a doctor, a parent who said, hey, my child is at risk. Here's what's happened in my family. They inject that child, and that child has a seizure, dies, is never the same. How much more suicide might you see? How much more damage might you see to your own people because they will emotionally know that they had
Please
hurt
conclude.
someone? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rachel, and I'm here to oppose SB 276. I think this is a very expensive and unnecessary bill, and I really feel that the decision regarding a medical exemption belongs at the discretion of a doctor per SB 277. Please oppose. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Dava Haley Mitchell, and I'm asking you to change your position to support only if amended. There are so many amendments that are needed to this bill to make it work, but one of the ones that I'd love to see is to truly grandfather in medical exemptions written prior to it going into effect. Right now, there's a little bit of an exemption, but basically everyone's still subject to review and revocation based on the stricter criteria written by a doctor who writes more than 4 exemptions, or if the school does not meet the 95%
Please
overall
conclude.
vaccination criteria. So please remove the review and revocation process and clarify that permanent medical exemptions are needed.
Your time is up.
Until the child graduates from high school, regardless of grade or school transfers. Thank you.
My name is Allison Sorayo. My son went into anaphylactic shock after his 12-month shots. His body swelled, his throat closed, his face was unrecognizable, and he could not breathe. My son almost died, yet the implicit bias surrounding vaccines has incited discrimination and hate from people having called me a baby killer and my small children diseased. With over 10 million health data breaches in 2019 alone, SB 276, even as amended, puts my children at immeasurable risk of their information landing into the wrong person's hands. I ask that you consider the concerns of Dr. Yip regarding discrimination at the last meeting, as it is already affecting my young children and they need to be protected.
Robert Hainan, in being here today, I like that I heard about protecting the patient. I like that you're part of a team. You talk about part of a team. So I ask you, how can a doctor make a proper decision without being able to consider outliers in their judgment? Historically, progressive change is often forced through legislation. Civil rights, abortion rights, gay marriage rights. Legislation forced that to happen. However, the one commonality that exists in that is that it was the minority against the majority. We are the minority, and we're asking you to not allow the
Please
government
conclude.
to dictate medical choice and medical decisions. Thank you.
Under SB 276, doctors will be bullied into not writing exemptions for fear of losing their license. Physicians who write medical exemptions understand that one-size-fits-all vaccinations puts medically fragile children at risk. Exemption rate is currently less than 1%, even though about 3% of all children cannot be vaccinated without being seriously harmed. The U.S. Supreme Court called vaccines as unavoidably unsafe. Under standard care, up to 95% of existing medical exemptions will be revoked. Strokes, seizures, epilepsy,
Please conclude.
eczema, encephalitis, paralysis, facial limb, nerve spinal cord, thyroidosis, gut issues, type 1.
Your time is up.
Those will not be considered.
My name is Dr. Randy Bergen. I've been a practicing pediatrician for the last 30 years, and I want to emphasize to the board that we need protection of our children against measles, not against measles vaccine. It's very, very important that we have the ability to do medical exemptions, but only under certain situations. I have a 4-year-old child who has just been diagnosed with liver cancer. He can't get his second MMR because of chemotherapy. He needs protection from the community in order for him to be protected
Please
against
conclude.
measles. Please protect our children by following the evidence.
My 3-month-old son experienced nystagmus and seizures after his first dose of Prevnar 13, which was observed and diagnosed by Rady's Children's Emergency Department. They, nor his pediatrician, reported it into VAERS. I had to do that on my own. His case has been taken on by an attorney for vaccine court. However, the attorney and his doctors have confirmed that his exemption would be revoked under the current language, as CDC contraindications, AAP, ACIP, and standard of care do not cover his reaction. Under the CDC schedule, he should have had 5 additional vaccines that day.
Please
Thank God
conclude.
he only had 1, because his doctors have said he probably wouldn't be here today had he had all 6.
Hi, my name is Kirsty Daza, and I'm here to oppose SB 276. I'm happy that there are some doctors that did question the authority that having that person just make that one decision. The reason why I have a problem with it is because not only is this bill violating the doctor-patient privilege, it's also going ahead and giving complete and total power to somebody who has never seen our kid, and they just decide to go ahead and decide on paper without seeing our children, you know, what is best for them. So I urge you to not agree with SB 276. Thank you.
At the May Medical Board meeting, we heard board members express concern that the guidelines for medical exemptions are too narrow and do not take into account current and future research. The July 1st amendments did not fix this. They did not broaden medical exemptions, as ACIP and AAP all refer back to CDC. It takes 17 years for research to become mainstream standard of care, and every 10 years, 40% of standard of care expires. Please do not fail our medically fragile children. They deserve to have the best medical care supported by current research at the expert discretion of their doctors. Please do not support SB 276.
Thank you, board members. Megan Allred on behalf of the California Medical Association and on behalf of the 45,000 physician and surgeon members and as sponsors of SB 276. We ask that you adopt a support position on the bill today. The author has taken amendments to streamline and simplify the medical exemption review process in the bill. Concerns expressed by this body were strongly related to whether or not the State Department had the capacity to review all medical exemptions, and those concerns have been addressed. We ask that you modify your position to support the bill and help us ensure medical exemptions for vaccines are only issued under the accepted standard of care for children who truly need them.
My name is Joshua Beth. I'm a parent. I'm also a former health educator. I studied immunology in college, and I am strongly, strongly opposed to SB 276. I want to impress upon you how difficult it already is to find any doctor in this state who is willing to write a medical exemption. We were promised, in order to get SB 277 passed, that it would be easy for any doctor who felt that a patient required a medical exemption to write that
Please
exemption
conclude.
on any basis. And the reality on the ground is that that has not happened. All of the major medical practices have
Your time is up.
forbidden their doctors from writing medical exemptions, and this bill would make it even worse so that almost no one will be willing to do it for us, and some of
Your
our
time
kids really
is
need
up.
them.
Hi, Christina Hildebrand from A Voice for Choice Advocacy. I did share a document with Mary Kate. I hope you all received it and read through it. What it did was outline your concerns from the May 28th meeting and make you outline that none of those concerns have been addressed by the amendments that have been taken. They include the fact that the medical board should be in charge of this process. They will not be. CDPH and HHS will be. The refining of the criteria to CDC guidelines, that's not part of what this bill is for. The bill is to go after fraudulent medical
Please
exemptions.
conclude.
Genetics and family history have to be included in the criteria. The latest research
Your time
needs
is
to be included as well. Thank you.
Your time is up. Sorry, I got distracted.
My name is Isabella, and I strongly urge you to take a position of opposition on SB 276.
Yeah, just keep going. You can just keep going.
I'm a practicing physician, and I oppose 276 because it erodes medical freedom and parents' rights. But also, with regards to you on the board, doesn't this bill undermine your ability to hold the bar high for physicians to practice medicine? The bill allows the state, with its cookie-cutter decisions, to override a physician's decision. Is the medical board content to be merely an administrative arm of the state government? And the establishment of a medical exemption database is discriminatory.
Please conclude.
Why should anyone, due to their medical status, be required to have their private medical records held by the state while others do not?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Judea Johnson. I attended your meeting on May 28th that allowed for public comment. And many of you expressed concerns then. I believe, Dr. Yip, you had concerns with the database regarding privacy and discrimination aspects. Dr. Hawkins, you actually removed your second on that day, so I'm a little surprised that you made a second today. I don't believe the concerns that were expressed have been addressed by any of the amendments. Most of them are
Please
still
conclude.
very problematic. Please oppose SB 276.
I'm Dr. Kelly Sutton. I do family practice and I write medical exemptions. There's a significant bias in the presenting of the bill, the mention of the database, which is unlike any other database for medical diagnoses in the world. It's more like a database for sexual predators. but it will be applied for those who have the exemptions. The other thing is physicians who conform with the CDC schedule receive $400 per 2-year-old.
Please conclude.
Who's fully vaccinated. And this is a bias that needs to be addressed, and including education of physicians on vaccine injury. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrea Zanella. I would quickly like to welcome the new board members and also remind you that your vote carries weight when discussing medically fragile children who will be discriminated against and not afforded a public education should SB 276 pass. Major concerns include the very narrow CDC ACIP contraindications, lack of clear verbiage to include family medical history and genetic susceptibility, and most concerning being the CARE database for unvaccinated children. Furthermore, release full medical records must be released to a physician or RN who will
Please
never meet
conclude.
or evaluate our children. If the medical board has investigated over 150 medical exemptions, has not found one single one to be fraudulent, what is the real purpose of this bill? Thank you.
My name is Mike Mattingly. I'm with the Funky Fathers. I'm bringing the funk down on Lorena Gonzalez's page. And the Wikipedia page has said AB 1584 was something she was really proud of. AB 1584 prevents databases from being produced in San Diego. Now, everyone in the state on the legislative side voted for that. That was unanimous. Now she's coming back. I don't know what's changed. She said there was an unconstitutional problem with that. How has that changed in the last year? Also, if you want to be fair to the other doctors who aren't getting paid, perhaps nobody who does a vaccine should get paid either. No pharmacists, no doctors,
Your time
no
is up.
nurses, nobody.
Karen Felser, member of the public. Measles usually kills by encephalitis or pneumonia. Few people know that after measles was basically eliminated, encephalitis deaths did not decrease. What happened is that other pathogens replaced measles. This is documented in the research numbers. Encephalitis deaths have not decreased. Also, when the MMR2 was brought in, pneumonia hospitalizations of children skyrocketed. If you actually look at the numbers, it is extremely doubtful that vaccines have saved any lives, and I'll send my numbers to Voice for Choice. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Liz Dietz. I'm a member of Vaccinate California. I'm in favor of 276 as it solves a clear problem. 2 investigative reports revealed that a small number of doctors are abusing the medical exemption process. These medically unnecessary exemptions typically are concentrated in a few schools, allowing outbreaks of vaccine-preventable diseases to arise and spread to the rest of the population. It shouldn't take investigative reporters to find out
Please
that physicians
conclude.
who are writing medical exemptions for children who need them. Thank you. Please support the bill.
Be respectful.
Thank you for hearing us today. My name is Maya Nichols. This bill is based on accusations of unscrupulous doctors writing illegitimate exemptions, but not one doctor has been found to have written a fraudulent exemption. That's because they're all following the current SB 277 law. Moving forward, targeting doctors who write more than 5 exemptions in a calendar year puts our children who depend on these exemptions in a very bad situation, because these specialty doctors will be persecuted for just plainly doing their job and using their professional knowledge and judgment to protect medically fragile children.
Please conclude.
They are heroes, not criminals, and you should be supporting them, not criminalizing them. Please oppose this bill.
Angela Jones. I'm a mother.
Can you adjust the mic, please, so we can hear you?
Sorry. My name is Angela Jones. I'm a mother of an at-risk son, boy. I'm sorry. There obviously are so many issues with this bill, so I ask you to please not support it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Stacy Becker, and I'm the mother of a vaccine-injured child. I was alerted to an audio file per a public records request that documents the medical board colluding with local public health officers to create complaints against medical doctors who write medical exemptions. What's concerning about this audio file is it's from before SB 277 took effect and the first school year of SB 277's implementation. This audio file has been sent to Jennifer Samoas with a request that she forwards it to all board members. So please look out for that email. Thank you.
Please
Thank you.
stop.
Peter Breton,
I'm a transplant surgeon. I have performed over 1,000 transplants. I teach an immunology course at UC Berkeley. This bill should be supported. It does save lives. It does protect transplant patients. Most importantly, it will prevent the deadly spread of measles and thus will save most of his lives by doing so.
This bill is not based on any kind of science. It's based on a pediatrics article called Experiences with Medical Exemptions After a Change in Vaccine Exemption Policy in California. It's basically, you should all be reading this article. It's basically a bunch of public health employees complaining that they are unable to overwrite the decision of a medical doctor. So you will be helping to change the standard of care for vaccination, not based on some crazy, amazing scientific breakthrough, but on a bunch of employees who are just complaining. So also, can I make a suggestion for
Please conclude. Your time is up.
Can I make a suggestion for an agenda item, a future
Not
item?
at this time.
Hi, my name is Heather. I'm a parent. I want to let you know that there's many issues with this bill. It's a broad solution to a narrow problem. One of the main reasons that it does undermine the doctor-patient relationship. As a parent, we want to work with a doctor who knows our families and children and spends time with us. This bill, even amended, removes the power of the doctor and puts that power with a government official. This is very concerning, has many consequences, and I believe you should be deeply concerned.
Please conclude.
That someone who's never seen a child would override your professional judgment. Thank you.
Andrew Goldenkrantz. I'm with Vaccinate California. I'm also on the board of the FQHC, where I live in Santa Cruz County. Here's why our County Office of Education and the state PTA have supported this, as well as my clinic. This is exactly the kind of multiple level review that's clean and straightforward that allows standards to change. If we find that there are exemptions that are warranted, they're going to be accepted. If there are hot spots where there are patterns where there is some reason, they get investigated. And we have doctors involved every step of the way reviewing the situation. Please support the bill. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Gillette. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. We all here in this room are happy for healthy children to be the focus of this conversation. My concern really originates with the whole deception of herd immunity for the greater good. Many of us in this room are aware, and I assume every one of you are aware, that many of the vaccines on our childhood schedule are merely symptom suppressors, polio, pertussis, diphtheria, to name a few, and do not prevent transmission. I want to repeat that. They do not prevent transmission.
Please conclude.
So what that guarantees is a classroom full of vaccinated silent carriers among our healthy, diversely vaccinated, our healthy, diversely vaccinated, and our medically vulnerable, immune-compromised
We have
children.
lots of people on the phone. Your time is up.
How can we continue to fanatically jam this compliance agenda forward, knowing that we are genuinely putting immune-compromised children in increased risk?
Please respect other people who are here to speak and they've been waiting for hours. Your time is up.
The same children whose health we've been demanding everyone to prioritize. We are not making them safer. We are not making them...
Your time is up. Thank you.
I want to thank everyone who is here, who made a comment, and I'm glad that we were able to let you all speak who are here. So now we're going to go to the phones. Everyone who is on the phone originally, those are all the people that are going to be able to speak. We were not accepting any additional callers that come in, as we are having each of the callers that are on the phone who have been waiting since the beginning of the meeting. So now let's go to the phones for comments. You have 30 seconds. Your line will actually cut at the 30-second mark.
Senator Richard Penn, California State Senate. Your line is open.
Thank you. We know vaccines are safe and effective. It's the job of the medical board to uphold standard of care. That's what the bill does. Direct the medical board to examine physicians who are not upholding the standard of care. That's what this bill does. And as your staff points out, that unfortunately you need those tools. That's what SB 276 gives you. I urge your support for this important bill so you can do your job protecting the people's health.
Next.
Amy Saratin, concerned parent. The line is open.
Hi, I'm asking the board to propose SB 276. It's a bad bill, violates HIPAA. That alone should be the board's primary concern. The right to review medical records in conjunction with medical exemptions is out of line, illegal, and an infringement upon personal privacy. Unless there is an overwhelming evidence of some type of fraud occurring on behalf of a particular doctor, the board should stand behind doctors who give medical exemptions as they see fit according to the current law, which was what Senator Pan, who prior to me just spoke, had.
Carolyn Verdilio, your line is open. Public.
Hi, my name is Carolyn, and I just want to say I'm a parent. My son reacted to the MMR with severe tics and encephalitis less than 48 hours after the MMR stage 4. We face years of expensive medical care and special education in a costly non-public school. In addition, I have autoimmune illness that limits my function and affects my financial stability. This was due to the hepatitis C vaccine. My children's medical exemptions are based on this. They will not be considered valid for S76. Please.
Time is up.
Amanda Yamoto, your line is open. Parent.
Hi, thank you. I ask you to oppose this bill and not support it in any way. If you support this bill due to gaining access to medical records, akin to removing an arm to save a finger, I would ask you to please seek specific legislation for the items to support if you feel they are necessary, but do not support this bill. It is dangerous for patients and doctors.
Jamie Devin, public, your line is open.
Hi, my name is Jamie, and I'm a parent, and I oppose 276. No other part of medicine is one size fits all. There was no screening process done with my child to see if she would have a bad reaction. She did have some severe reactions to her vaccines, and luckily was able to get a medical exemption, which would no longer be valid under this law. But for my next child, do I just play Russian roulette and hope that the next child doesn't have a reaction?
Please conclude.
Like it?
Rachel Mendoza, Latinos Medical Freedom, your line is open. In February 2016, I gave birth to my second child, and after my second child, the nurse came into my room and said that I did not have immunity to rubella. She offered me the MMR, which I agreed. She gave me the MMR, and then I went home with my newborn baby. And after that, I had horrible cognitive function. I couldn't think. I was constantly spinning, and now I have severe pain. Heather Wyden, California Health, your line is open.
Hello. Sorry, did you say Heather Wyden?
Yes.
Okay. So doctors and parents, not the state, should choose medical care where risk is. The medical exemption limits and broader criteria to include toxin methylation and true family history issues should be considered. Positive titers tests and vaccine contraindications should be exempt. Require all vaccine batches to have tests to prove absence of neurotoxic and cancer-causing ingredients. No vaccinations at schools. MR instead of MMR should be widely available. No invasive information sharing, and no doctor.
Barcera, concerned parent, your line is open. Medical Freedom, your line is open.
Hi. Thanks for hearing us. I was on the last medical board meeting call, and it really felt like for the first time that parents of vaccine-injured children were being heard. The board had many issues with SB 276, and I was shocked that the board then voted to support the bill in concept. This makes no sense. This is a terrible bill, a solution looking for a problem. SB 276 is a slippery slope taking away medical freedom. Amendment, since the last time the board met, makes the bill worse. It downgrades all medical doctors in California from unrestricted licenses to a restricted license. What doctor, after going to
Time's up.
8 years, deserves this treatment?
Nicole Chirac, physician.
Hello, I'm a board-certified vaccinating pediatrician. SB 276 needs to be amended to not include temporary medical exemptions. If a child has had recent or recurrent illnesses,
giving multiple immunizations at that time would increase the risk of vaccine injury. Physicians' hands will be tied with SB 276, forcing us to give vaccines in a time frame determined by the law in order to keep the child in school and not determined by our medical opinion regarding safety. For example, if a child recently had to take steroids, we should
Please conclude.
vaccinate until the immune system recovers. But with this bill, the child will not be able to...
That's time.
Lori Short, California Parental Rights.
We can't hear you.
Marnie, San Jose Public, your line is open.
Hi, I'm calling to ask you to oppose SB 276, the medical board's previous concerns. We're not addressed by any of the amendments that were made to the bill. The criteria to write exemptions are still too narrow. That is not addressed. I'm very concerned about privacy, and we're infringing on the patient's right to privacy. And we're taking away the doctor-patient relationship. Please, please oppose this bill.
Ashley Reed, National Community Initiative, your line is open.
Hi, my name is Ashley Reed. I'm reading from a board-certified pediatric and adult allergy immunologist specialist. There are different subtle levels of reactions that are only recently being able to explain. They fall under epigenetic changes, methylation detoxification, variations, slow conjugation, elimination variations, mitochondrial up or down regulator, metabolical components. This demonstrates a need to combine symptoms.
Time is up.
Darlene Alcazar, Pavilion.
Oh, this is Darlene Alquiza. To continue what Ashley Reed was saying, the standard of care is behind in science, and it takes about 30 years for scientific findings to be incorporated in the standard of care. For this reason, you should oppose SB 276. Also, there was a concern that the database will be used to discriminate regarding school. An amendment was made so that now it can be used as a tool to discriminate by choosing which applicants have a medical exemption and then purposely not enrolling them so that they don't get flagged and reviewed. Also, I know doctors who
time is up.
Their department has Kelly Bates, Latinos for Medical Freedom. Your line is open. Rihanna Alvarez.
Oh, hi.
Your line is open.
Hi. My first question I want to ask is, have you seen the evidence of fraudulent exemptions provided by doctors? And if you haven't, have you asked for the evidence? This bill will kick children out of school, public schools. It is too narrow of qualifications for MEs and scrutinized practices of the doctors. It's removing family history. It coerces families to release medical records and enters kids into statewide databases still. And if you question the regional center database, just got
Chelsea Payhan. Sorry, Shannon Burrow, Caring Citizen.
I would like to ask for an investigation into today's information that's come to light that appears there is alleged collusion between this medical board and Department of Health officers to create a trap for doctors writing medical exemptions. This attacked doctors unnecessarily and allegedly created a false basis for SB 276. It would be inappropriate for this board to make a recommendation until a full investigation occurs. Thank you.
Chelsea, concerned parent, your line is open.
I want to mirror the thoughts of the other concerned parents that have spoke today in regards to the California Medical Board concerns that happened at their last meeting. Nothing has been addressed, including the guidelines being too narrow, as well as genetic information not being accepted on SB 276 as well. Nothing has been addressed, and I urge the medical board to continue to read.
Time is up.
Stephanie Jackson, your line is open.
I oppose 276. The same pharmaceutical industry that has more than half a nation addicted to opioids wants to mandate vaccine. Makes sense, right? Who has verified the official documented lab-tested measles outbreak cases besides the media? What type of measles are documented? Clinical measles caused by the injected live MMR, or wild measles, which was eradicated several years ago by our modern-day sewer system and modern-day technology, which we want to see the proof. To date, not one person of the 975 outbreak cases have died, yet fully resumed normal, healthy lives. The last month, children of medical
Sarah, Educators of California. Your line is open.
Hi, my name is Sarah Harrison. I'm a credentialed teacher who is greatly concerned about how this bill discriminates against students who need a medical exemption to attend school. Transplant and cancer patients are not the only children who would really qualify for a medical exemption. I have a child with a medical exemption, and should this bill pass, I will have to leave teaching. I will have to teach her myself. And let me tell you that there are a ton of parents who are going to pull their kids from school because they will not submit their kids' information to a database for who do we have? The immunization RN. We have HHS looking at medical records.
Time's up.
Professional panel. How many people are we going to give our kids information?
Tiffany Island, Public. Your line is open.
Hi. According to CDPH, there have been 64 measles cases in California this year. Of those cases, 50 were adults, and 52% of those adults with known vaccination status were vaccinated. Not a single outbreak has started in a California school or been caused by a child with a valid medical exemption. They were caused by overseas adult travelers. SB 276 would not have stopped a single case of measles from occurring this year in California. The bill discriminates against medically injured and fragile children, unjustly invades medical privacy, and intimidates doctors into not acting in the best interest of their parents. Please oppose SB 276.
Christine Westcott, Latinos of Medical Freedom. Your line is open.
Hello. Hi, hello.
Your line is open.
Hi, my name is Christina. I'm a mother of 4 of Monterey County. I am calling to oppose SB 276. Not only is this bill a huge overreach to our medical freedom rights, but it also violates doctor-patient relationships, and I ask that you please kill this bill and also make vaccine manufacturers liable again. Thank you.
Shannon Jacchetta, Physicians for Informed Consent.
Hey, thanks. Hi, thank you for taking my call. I am a mother of a medically injured child, and we have family epigenetic history. This bill, SB 276, is medical discrimination. This means that the state is going to start practicing medicine by reversing licensed doctors' decisions. The compelled waiver would do an end run around HIPAA and FERPA that otherwise protect all of our children's health records. Data mining is illegal. This violates HIPAA and FERPA. This is a forced database.
Time's up.
Injured kids will lose their privacy.
Rebecca Eleni, Denison.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for hearing us. I appreciate it very much. There are many concerns with this bill. I'll just name a few. HIPAA, the doctor-patient relationship, the child who hasn't examined the child making a medical decision for a child, the intimidation that's going to be happening with the doctors who are willing to write medical exemptions. And I just urge you to oppose the bill and ask that.
Leah, Nurse of Informed Consent.
As a pediatric intensive care nurse, I strongly oppose this bill. It is unnecessary. The Department of Health reports 64 measles cases. 60 are adults and only 14 are children. None of these cases involve kids with medical exemptions. Over 1,000 cases nationwide and 0 deaths related to measles. This bill will herd an unlucky 1% of children with complex medical needs into a database where the state can freely violate their rights, discriminate against them, and remove their rights to a free and equal education. Please ask Senator
Andy Farrell, California.
Hey, my name's Andy Sarayo. SB 276 would not fully qualify my son, who is one of the few listed CDC contraindications that would qualify him for a medical exemption. After his 12-month shots, my son went into anaphylactic shock. SB 276 would null and void my current and valid medical exemption for all vaccines and asked me to continue vaccinating him against all of the vaccines he did not receive the day he had an anaphylactic reaction. Only after he almost dies again, based on the CDC current guidelines. Present.
Jessica, research, medical engineer, your line is open.
If the medical board is going to go after less than 1% of children and students in the state of California, when most of them have been trying to do the right thing, such as with vaccinating their children and have been injured, why aren't we going, who is going to look out for the patients? Who is going to look out for the care of the patients in California? This bill is a discriminatory bill that will kick children out of school and out of state for no reason. There's been no founded reason to have such an overreach.
Dr. Alexa Lopez, public, your line is open.
The criteria that is used by this bill does not even include the potential very adverse reactions and contraindications that are included in the vaccine manufacturer's package insert. How can the board keep children safe? Not to speak of the fact that this bill breaches 13 of the Declaration of Human Rights status out of the 13 articles.
Jenny Hensley Lopez, Jenny Hensley, public. Jasmine Lee, public, your line is open.
Hi, yes, my name is Jasmine. I am a parent and parent advocate, and I strongly oppose vaccines are actually very dangerous and deadly. I myself is vaccine injured from the HPV vaccine. My child is vaccine injured. I was in the medical field for years. I was never educated about the possible damages in the workplace or in school. This bill needs to be killed today. My damages are debilitating, and no one. What is the board going to do about all the thousands of kids that get injured in the near future?
Time's up.
Can anyone answer that? No, exactly, because no one.
Time is up.
I actually left.
Emily Matosa, your line is open.
The last time the board voted on this bill, there was a lot of concern about CDC contraindications, and not much has changed. The bill now includes ACIP and AAP criteria, but the CDC and ACIP criteria is identical. It's identical and very, very limited. The AAP doesn't expand much beyond that. Other contraindications or precautions like family history it may be accepted as long as it's consistent with the relevant standard of care. So who defines the standard of care? Who decides what the standard of care is? The employees judging the medical standard of care just.
Susan Knapp, public. You really think this bill is about making sure exemptions are valid? This bill effectively disincentivizes doctors from writing any exemption. You want to talk about standard of care? They're already not writing valid exemptions, and no one cares if they deny a patient. The few doctors that do listen to parents and emerging science on markers for vaccine injury will go from few to zero. This bill will erode trust in doctors and the board. Don't punish and discriminate all our medically fragile kids and doctors that see them based on a statistically insignificant number of bad players. Lorna Sylvans, Million Mama Movement. Hemi Resendez, Concerned Parent.
Hi, I oppose SB 276, and I encourage the board to look under section 120440, where it essentially describes how many databases our children's information will be, including their medical history, their address, and their place of birth, and the time of sweep.
Michelle Ford, Vaccine Injury Awareness League President.
Hi, good evening. So the Institute of Medicine report of 2012 titled Effects of Vaccines indicates 158 known vaccine adverse effects. But SB 276 unfairly targets doctors.
Laura Frazier, public.
Can we check the cutoff,
My
please?
main concern here is that for most Hello? Can you hear me? I'm concerned
My main concern is that for most vaccine injury, we don't understand what causes it. It makes zero sense to put into legislation any restriction on a doctor when we haven't had any idea of like a test or prevention, something that can tell us what's causing these problems. The moment you guys figure it out as doctors and can tell me for sure that the vaccine injury that my child has already had isn't going to happen again, by all means, pass a law like this. But until then, we should allow our doctors to
Shannon Sellers, Public. It's just a lot of expensive political red tape that doesn't even address your specific issue of accessing medical files to confirm if the medical exemption is valid or not. I was at a hearing for the bill where a member of your board specifically asked how many ME cases were closed without resolution because of lack of access, and she did not have that number. It was such a huge issue. Your board, you would think that she would have that information front and center, but she didn't. Please do not support this absurd bill that infringes on a doctor's right to practice medicine freely. Thank you. And sorry, Jasmine Palomino, your line is open.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Palomino, and I'm calling to oppose SB 276. This bill negligently places the lives of the most vulnerable of children at risk. The current amendments do not address concerns of the people or the doctors on the board as voiced today or during the last meeting on May 28th, and I have emailed and outlined those concerns. Please remove your support and concept position as there is no factual reason to uphold a bill that discriminates against any one child, as there is no factual evidence to justify this bill. Rather, uphold your promise to first do no harm and oppose SB 276.
Paula Huffle, Mama Vaccine Child.
Yeah, my name is Paula Hazofsky. I'm a teacher. I have a child that was severely injured by the chickenpox shot. We had to raise her insurance. I conducted a vaccine research study, and they left her to die in excruciating, extreme pain, refused her care, carried her, begged them, feeding them to save her, and they refused. They kept the child alive, taking her to non-secure facility. My daughter, 7 years, had injuries, including optic nerve atrophy, optic processing problems, fibromyalgia, abdominal migraine.
Time's up.
Abigail Brown, parent, your line is open.
Yes, thank you for listening. I am a parent of 2 girls with legitimate medical exemptions under 277. I pose a question. If a medical exemption is revoked and need to vaccinate under a 30-day makeup schedule of dozens of vaccines, and a child is injured or died, God forbid, who will be responsible? The board, I pose this. Will you be responsible for taking that decision away from a doctor? Will they be suing the medical board or the state? Remember.
Nora Thompson, Public, your line is open.
Yes, I can't even believe that the medical board would consider taking away the authority of a physician and giving it to a bureaucrat. It boggles my mind. My daughter was injured. Her bottom looked like raw meat, and blood seeped through her skin. I can't imagine having to give her vaccines to go to school. This is discriminatory against medically fragile children, and I can't even wrap my mind around how you consider it to.
Leslie Pletner, Public.
6 members of my immediate family have documented vaccine injuries, including anaphylactic shock, encephalopathy, epilepsy, and autoimmune arthritis. My mother died from encephalopathy, which was induced by the polio vaccine. Unless amended, SB 27 would consider 4 generations of severe vaccine injuries. As a mother, I am charged to protect my children. Under the Hippocratic Oath, you are charged to do no harm. Do your job, oppose SB 276, and must further amend it to include family history. Pam, whose money is it? Who are you taking money from the pharmaceutical industry?
Jennifer Freerick, Public.
If a child has a seizure, a known reaction after the DTaP, that child would still need 4 more of those shots to attend school according to the narrow exemption guidelines. Yet the CDC used to say it is appropriate to do a harm-benefit analysis in such a situation because no one knows what will happen next time the child is vaccinated. The child's doctor needs to retain discretion to do such an analysis and make this decision specific to each patient.
Kat Debra, Public.
Hi, Kat DeBerg with the Health Officers Association of California. I represent the physician health officers who are charged with protecting public health in California's cities and counties by preventing disease. We urge you to support SB 276. Thank you for your time.
Dr. Rachel West, Physician Performed Consent.
Hi, I'm one of the physicians that writes medical exemptions. We just found out today that because of Freedom of Information Act, that Charity Dean, who was Santa Barbara Department of Public Health head, who's been moved to California Department of Health head, has fraudulently written complaints against the physicians and planned to do that from the very beginning so that she could write SB 276. The entire purpose of this bill was to find out about fraudulent physicians, but it ends up that the author and the Department of Public Health head, Charity Dean, are the fraudulent ones. And so we're going to be obviously doing a case against the entire purpose of the bill is no longer there.
Amy Coburn, AWD PM. Your line is open.
I request that the board vote to oppose SB 276. The board members have already stated that the CDC contraindications are too narrow. The amendments are purposefully deceptive. I have provided written information that the ACIP and AAP both refer back to the CDC guidelines. The CDC has stated that these guidelines are not medical exemptions. The CDC has stated that the physicians determine the medical exemptions. Physicians must retain the ability to examine and evaluate each individual patient and determine the need for medical exemption based on patient and familial history and current research.
Kate Long, Public. Your line is open.
Hi, my name is Dr. Kate Long. I'm a board-certified pediatrician, and I'm also a vaccinating pediatrician. A big concern about this bill is that titers are not written into the bill. We know that is a documented form to prove immunity. And I'm sorry.
Christopher Kelly, Public. Your line is open.
I'm a lawyer, and I oppose SB 276. It violates HIPAA and undermines the patient-doctor relationship, strong-arming doctors into making decisions that are not in the patient's best interest without considering the totality of the patient's circumstances. It effectively codifies medical malpractice. The bill's basis of exemptions are far too narrow, given the limited understanding of all the factors that predispose a person to potential vaccine injury. Moreover, the board's objections have not been addressed, and they should make some judgment.
And McLeon, individual.
Hi, I oppose SB 276, and I urge you to oppose it. I am an attorney in California with almost 15 years of practice experience. I believe this bill codifies medical malpractice, and I urge the board to oppose medical malpractice in all its forms and not support it. Everybody knows that making a medical decision without examining a child, interacting with their parents, interacting with a child is medical malpractice by the state. Thank you.
The Bash, parent.
Hi there. I just want to say thank you for taking my call, and I do oppose this bill. I would like to ask, how many vaccine inserts have you read? If they are safe and effective, why does the Prevnar 13 insert, page 6, under infant and toddler clinical studies, state, and I quote, serious adverse events reported following vaccination in toddlers occurred in 8.2 among Prevnar recipients. I implore you to read the inserts. They are not safe and effective for everyone.
Stacey Bentley, your line is open. Family United for Kids.
Future or these current standing amendments, SB 276 criminalizes doctors writing genuine medical exemptions, removes their discretion, allows the state to override their decisions. State control by limiting physicians to a number of MDs that may grant annually or face accusations of wrongdoing and legal action is outright intimidation. Government oversteps that forces doctors to ignore the Hippocratic Oath, in fact, causing harm by limiting protection, should never be supported in concept or otherwise by the very board which serves to protect them. It violates our constitutional rights, which you have supported
Time's up.
Ariana Blushati. Feel like you can
Oh, gosh.
They went home.
No more calls in the queue.
Okay. I want to thank all of our callers who are on the phone who made comments on this issue, and again, everyone here in the audience. We have a motion and a second. Ms. Cruz-Jones, please call the roll.
Ms. Friedman?
Yes.
We already had the discussion. Can we come back? Okay, so,
Roll call?
okay, so, Ms. Lawson? Okay.
Okay, what?
We can have discussion.
Oh, I just thought after we took public comment, we might want to have the
Okay.
opportunity to at least react to some of the things they said.
Okay.
I guess I had to leave. I mean, for those of you who were with us in Walnut Creek during the May meeting, I had to leave the meeting early because of a prior commitment. This one's obviously gone long as well. And I guess I suspect many of us would disagree on whether or not vaccines are a good thing or not, sort of generally. So let me just start by making that comment, because I suspect we probably disagree. I have 3 kids, they're all vaccinated. I suspect some of us would have disagreements about the efficacy and the effectiveness and a variety of things. But I frankly am not concerned that this bill is necessary. And I actually think that it is our job to do some of this work, even if it's hard work or the evidence isn't going to be perfect. The evidence isn't perfect in a lot of the cases that we review. And so I actually think that creating this other system is just a really broad, expensive. I noted, by the way, that of course it says that this is going to be a minimal and an absorbable cost. I can't imagine how creating a database system, creating multiple new processes for review, having CDPH create an appeals process. I know that's not us. I mean, I guess, so you're saying the minimal absorbable is the cost to us.
Right.
That you've said. Okay, well, this is going to be hugely expensive to the state of California to implement this side system when we do have systems and processes stood up to evaluate bad doctors. All of us spend hours every week reviewing all of our cases. And, you know, frankly, I think that this is our job, like I said, even if the evidence isn't going to be perfect in 100% of the cases. And even if we're going to have to deal with bad doctors on occasion who are issuing medical exemptions they shouldn't be issuing. We deal with bad doctors. I read cases weekly, bad doctors overprescribing opioids constantly, right? It's hard to get the data from them. It's hard to get the evidence. In some of the cases, they're not perfect, and we don't get all of them. But I think that this is probably our job to be doing, and I think this solution isn't the answer. Regardless of whether we agree or disagree on the science or on any of those underlying things, I do think it's our job. Well, and you don't have to clap. I'd like to hear everyone else speak.
Do we have any other comments from members? Dr. Kraus?
Whenever our decision, it's a difficult decision. It's hard to find a more staunch supporter of the sanctity of the physician-patient relationship than myself. I've fought for it for decades. But I also respect that sometimes the government and the law steps in for protection of public interest. Physicians are obligated by law to report a patient who's had a lapse of consciousness. Physicians are obligated by law to support a suspicion of domestic abuse or child abuse. There are numerous examples of circumstances where government steps in and creates obligations by law for protection of the greater good. Perhaps I haven't read every paper, but I've spent decades reading scientific literature, and I'm convinced that by and large, vaccination programs save more lives than they damage. But there is no risk-free decision, there is no risk-free environment, there is no risk-free medication, and there are difficult decisions to be made in terms of risk versus benefit. And based on my reading to date, I strongly believe in the benefit of vaccination, and I believe in creating a standard of care to be followed until modified by scientific effort that would dictate what appropriate medical exemptions are for vaccination. I do not believe that the medical board has the capacity to evaluate every case, and our hands are tied when we can't access medical records. So at a minimum, we would need law to give us greater access to medical record. There is no perfect law. Laws are always modified. People are hurt by laws. People are hurt by the absence of laws. And when we do a roll call, I will be in support of this bill as it stands.
I don't think there is any argument over here that is immunization or vaccination is helpful or not. We all agree, and I think science goes into favor. People who will call vaccination is not helpful be believing in fake medicine. This is a truth, and we believe, and I have 3 kids, and all of them have gone through vaccination. The discussion here today is this bill transparent? Is this bill is amended enough that everybody's rights are not being violated, people are not being targeted, and there is a fair, clear process into that? That is the only discussion. And I have not come to the conclusion that bill is transparent enough.
Any additional comments? Oh, Dr. Yip?
I want to follow up on Ms. Lawson's comment that, my kids get vaccinated, but it seems a good public health policy, but I'm not sure this is the way to do it. It's a good concept. Again, the guideline, etc., not just spelled out. And I read it quite a few times the day before, last night, and today. There's still something that needs to be done before this move forward. I'm not saying it's a good thing, it's a good concept, but I'm not sure it's the right time. Just to pick a few examples, the bill requires the PH, the board, to enter into memorandum of understanding, etc. The bill requires DPH to comply with all state, federal privacy, constitutional laws. There's a lot of things that seems that okay, let's do the project, and you guys go to do the rules and regulation, and then at that time the horse already won. We cannot. I'm not sure we're in a position to turn it back. We need to see more of those details to put my endorsement on it. Put it that way.
Any, Dr. Thorpe?
Thank you. So I just have a question, and that is, do we have an opportunity to give feedback to the author regarding details of the bill?
If we take a position, then I will relay that position to the author's office. So if your position has feedback in it, like support if amended or something like that, I will relay that position to the author's office. And I mean, this meeting's also webcast. I can let them know that as well.
Can I just make the last one thing? As a reading, one thing I want to point out, like the bill would specify if CDPH or CISA determine that contracts are required to implement this bill, they will reward this contract, etc. There's a lot of things attached here that I'm not even sure up there they really have a plan. Okay, they always say, let's do a contractor to do it. We dedicate words and resources to somebody else that we don't know what's going on. So.
Any additional comments? Okay. We have a motion. Let's do the roll
The
call.
motion is to support.
Right.
Yeah.
So just know what you're voting on.
Ms. Friedman.
I'm unclear. What is the motion?
The motion is to support the bill.
Yes.
Dr. Gonadev.
Yes.
Dr. Hawkins.
Yes.
Dr. Kraus. Ms. Lawson.
No.
Dr. Lewis.
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood.
No until amended further. No.
Dr. Thorpe.
Yes.
Mr. Wormuth.
Aye.
Mr. Watkins.
Aye.
Dr. Yip.
No.
Ms. Pines.
No.
Motion carries.
Okay. Ms. Simones, please continue with the.
Okay, sorry. That concludes my presentation on legislation. And I have 9B as well.
No, we're not done.
With that?
Okay. No, she still has something to do.
Oh, she does.
Just regulatory
9B?
actions.
Okay, 9B, the matrix for the regulatory status is in your board packets, page BRD 9B-1. I'm just here to answer any questions on the regulatory matrix. No?
Are there any questions or comments from members? Any comments from the audience? And, yeah, please come forward.
What page is it?
On the
On the
regulatory
regulatory
matrix,
actions.
it's 9B-1 in your packets. Your
Yeah.
board packets.
Yeah, we're on 9B. Okay. Is that you're a no? Okay. Are there any comments on the phone? 9B, regulatory actions. We are off the last bill.
No comments at this time.
Okay. So we have several agenda items, 10, 11, 12, and we're going to put those off today and open up that. We'll start with those tomorrow, or we'll prioritize what we're going to do tomorrow. But we do have one last thing that we're going to do, and we're going to recognize someone who has been outstanding on the board for the last 9 years, and I'd like her to come forward. And that is Dr. Levine, Dr. Sharon Levine.
Oh, God.
So I like to sort of share some things, about Dr. Levine and her career over the time that she's been here on the board. Dr. Levine began her service on the board in February of 2009. She was board president and also served on the Enforcement Committee, Executive Committee, Editorial Committee, Public Outreach and Education Committee, and the Midwifery Task Force. Dr. Levine led the board through its sunset review in 2012 and 2013. Her leadership and guidance on the board has been invaluable. In 2012, Dr. Levine was named Woman of the Year by the Women Health Care Executives. Dr. Levine was also honored by Congresswoman Jackie Speer in 2017 in Washington, D.C., when Dr. Levine retired after 40 years with Kaiser Permanente. Congresswoman Speer stated the following about Dr. Levine, quote unquote, "She has passionately advocated for public policy that ensures physicians are at the center of critical decisions that affect patients, whether in the exam room, in the boardroom, in the hearing room, or in the auditorium, where the next generation of healthcare leaders learn about what works in American healthcare and what still needs to be improved. If we had more leaders like Dr. Levine in our communities, we would no doubt have a better healthcare system and healthier Americans. Dr. Levine has been a strong leader on the board and has shown her passion for ensuring that the board meets its mission of consumer protection. And we want to thank her for her service to the board and to the consumers of California with a plaque. And I just personally want to say that I've always found you to be really insightful, very thoughtful, who really has the ability to connect the dots, even when the dots don't appear that they have connection. And I've really enjoyed serving with you on the board during the time that we were together. And I'm sure a lot of us who also share that sentiment. And I don't know if there's anyone that wants to make a statement before Dr. Levine makes a statement.
She's like a mentor, like Barbara was a mentor. And I appreciate your support. And you're like a Barbara. Or Barbara was like a Sharon, right? And one other thing, I just told a new board member, she allowed us to take breaks. And that was the last of it, right? We don't take them anymore. So thank you for that.
Dr. Gonovich?
Dr. Levine, Sharon is a friend for a long time, and what I learned from Sharon more than anything else is all the other stuff you mentioned is that how to stand up in the B&P committee if they want to beat up on you. It was because she was there for sunset, I was there for sunset. We knew what these guys do. By watching her, I learned what to do, what not to do. So Sharon, I'm so thankful to you standing up to those guys.
Dr. Krause?
Sharon, I only shared 6 years on the board with you, not as much as my elders, but they were 6 wonderful years, and I learned a lot just from watching you. You're fair, you're judicious, you're intelligent, you pay attention to everything, you do all of your homework, and if every board member would follow your model, we'd have a perfect board. Thank you, Sharon.
Dr. Yip?
I joined the board when Sharon was the president, and it was tough years with the opioid crisis and all that. And there's no doubt her leadership helped us through that. But personally, I enjoy her comment all the time when she was president and afterwards. It's always insightful, like an encyclopedia of the board. She knows the history, and she always have the public interest in her mind when she make comment. And that actually energized me. I was joining the board when I was in my 50s, and I feel, hey, I'm going to retire a few years. But with her, I say, so sharp, so smart. Come on, let's work harder, okay? So honestly, I really changed my life around the board just because of you. So thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Dr. Levine?
Do I get to say something? Oh,
You
thank
do.
you. Wow.
Why don't we stand up?
Okay.
Kim, why don't you come in the picture with us?
Get the chair out of the way.
Yeah. Okay.
It shouldn't be in the picture. Okay, Carl, is
thank
the
you.
chair out of the way?
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Oh, I was just getting the chair out of the way.
1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3.
So it's almost 20 after 7, and I think you folks have sat in this room long enough today. I do want to say what a privilege and pleasure it's been to have the opportunity to serve the state of California. I really didn't know what I was getting into when I was approached about submitting an application. 8 years later, I was appointed to the board, so it does take a while. But it was an extraordinary experience, an extraordinary education. And, to be honest, when I joined the board, like many, if not most physicians in the state, I had very little understanding of what the Medical Board of California does. And in many ways, I feel, as I said, it's been a real privilege to have the opportunity to give back to the citizens of the state of California and to contribute to what this board does to maintain and improve the profession of medicine and the practice of medicine in the state. So thank you to all of you, and a special thanks to Kim. I hope you all appreciate what a treasure you have in your executive director. She helped me through some very difficult times on the board. She's really an extraordinary talent. And one of the things, and I have written this actually in an email to Governor Brown, and I should repeat it to Governor Newsom. One of my learnings, most important learnings for me of sitting on this board for 9 years, was the incredible talent and commitment of the civil servants who serve the state in state agencies. You all could make a lot more money in the private sector, and you do this job with passion and with commitment. And it's been a real honor and privilege to know each and every one of you. Where's Jennifer? A lobbying firm would be smart to hire this woman.
Right.
But seriously, it's been an eye-opener for me to understand what it takes for folks to commit their careers and their lives to public service in the state of California. And as I said, I was thrilled to have the opportunity to contribute to that effort, so thank you.
So with that, we are adjourned, and we will resume tomorrow at 9 a.m.